Important update about YouTube playlists. Hey everyone. We've received many messages asking why our YouTube playlists aren't showing up. Do we create YouTube playlists? Yes, we absolutely do. So why can't you see them? Honestly, we're not sure. We've been in contact with YouTube support for several months now, but we still haven't received a clear answer or solution. After much discussion, our team has decided to take matters into our own hands. We believe the issue might be related to the number of playlists we've created on a single channel, possibly too many. Our solution? We're launching 2 additional YouTube channels, giving us a total of 3. This way, we can organize our audiobooks better and avoid the playlist visibility issue in the future. This change only affects our YouTube audience. If you're a patron supporter, you can still access all our audiobooks by visiting the collection menu on Patreon. Thanks so much for your time and continued support. Happy listening. Chapter 1. My clone jutsu is a bit off. Year 60 of the Hidden Leaf Village, August, Hidden Leaf Village, Ninja Apartments. I felt it. Chakra. 7-year-old Link, a transmigrator, leapt out of bed with uncontrollable excitement. 7 years since transmigration. Do you know how I've lived these past 7 years? Because his mother was seriously injured during a mission while pregnant with him during wartime, she nearly miscarriage. When he was born, he was frail and sickly. Fortunately, the miraculous ninja medical techniques saved his fragile life. His mother passed away when he was 2 due to lingering injuries. At the age of 3, a little boy who had just learned to run, jump, sing, and rap, was dragged by his father into rigorous physical training every day. Exhausted, he still had to study and memorize all ninja-related knowledge. Compared to the carefree childhood he had on Earth in his past life, this was nothing short of hell. But this grueling life didn't last long. 2 years later, when he was 5, his father, a member of the Anbu, died in action during the Uchiha clan massacre. He didn't even have time to grieve. At 5 years old, born frail and without a cheat-like golden finger ability, he hadn't even managed to extract chakra yet, let alone dream of becoming invincible. There was only one way in the Hidden Leaf Village to change his fate: enrolling in the Ninja Academy. And the prerequisites for passing the entrance exam? Of appropriate age and the ability to use basic ninjutsu, extracting chakra and demonstrating basic chakra control. This was why his late father had trained him so fiercely as a child. Finally, just in time to extract chakra before the age cutoff, Link murmured as he felt the chakra flowing within him. He jumped off the bed and did 2 backflips on the floor to celebrate. It couldn't be helped, he had to celebrate. 4 years of grueling physical training from the age of 3 had finally brought him to the threshold of chakra extraction. He'd long given up on the idealistic "I won't eat beef" philosophy of a transmigrator, but he wasn't willing to live a mediocre life either. Who knew if he'd even live long enough to lead a full life? The world of Naruto was perilous, rife with bandits, rogue ninjas, and countless other dangers. There were 2 paths to becoming a genin in the Hidden Leaf Village. One was the genin certification exam, requiring mastery of chakra extraction and the ability to perform the basic 3 jutsus: transformation, clone, and substitution jutsu. The other was to attend the Ninja Academy and pass the graduation exam. These 2 paths, however, were worlds apart. Graduates from the Ninja Academy would form 3-man teams with their peers and be guided by a jonin or special jonin teacher. Self-taught genin had no such privilege. Moreover, enrolling in the Ninja Academy came with financial subsidies, training under chunin instructors, and the chance to learn higher-level techniques from their jonin leaders after graduation. By all accounts, the Ninja Academy was the equivalent of a prestigious university. Self-study to become a genin? That was more like correspondence schooling at best. Hidden Leaf Village's societal divide is absurd. Either you get into the equivalent of a top-tier university, or you're stuck in a correspondence course. They really need to focus on developing opportunities in underserved areas. Link muttered to himself. He glanced around nervously. After all, the ninja apartments housed impoverished ninjas and orphans, not ordinary civilians. If someone overheard, who knew what trouble it could bring? He walked to the table, pulled open a drawer, and took out a large scroll, unrolling it across the table. The content on the scroll was simple, something he'd already memorized: a few basic jutsu. Specifically, the widely known 3 jutsus, the binding jutsu, and earth-style, headhunter jutsu. It might seem humble, but his late father hadn't foreseen his death during peacetime. The scroll was a keepsake left by his mother before her passing. The road to becoming a ninja was extraordinarily complex. During those 2 years of study, he had learned foundational knowledge of chakra and ninjutsu, chakra extraction techniques, methods for enhancing physical abilities with chakra, ninjutsu casting, ninja tool handling, stealth, escape techniques, counter-interrogation training, and more. Note: The skill of chakra extraction varies significantly between basic, competent, and proficient. Requiring dedicated study and practice, this was just a fraction of what the Ninja Academy taught, which also covered subjects like astronomy. Yes, they understood their planet, geography, physics, chemistry, biology, tactics, formations, practical combat exercises, and teamwork. Link gazed at the scroll with mixed emotions, reviewing its contents once more before closing his eyes to focus. Sign sequence, Ram Snake Tiger. He swiftly performed the hand signs, attempting to cast the simplest of the three jutsus, the clone jutsu. Nothing happened, though his chakra was depleted. Failed? Link sighed. As expected, he wasn't a genius. Attempting again, thud. As he reached for the scroll, his right hand fell limply to the floor. What the? Link stared in confusion and panic, crouching down to pick up his detached arm. Thud, thud. Perfect? Now there was no need to panic. His head had fallen off too, bouncing into the corner. Link, headless, watched as his torso bent down and picked up the arm. To his horror, the detached arm even flexed its fingers. Each detached part was smooth and rounded, as if this was natural. They resembled flesh-toned versions of a certain robotic raccoon's body parts. After a brief moment of chaotic thoughts, his years of ninja training kicked in, and he quickly regained his composure. He realized that all his body parts, though separated, were still under his control. To reattach, he controlled his body to stand upright. Hunching over was exhausting, and pressed his arm back onto the rounded shoulder joint. Pop. A perfect reattachment. It was as if nothing had happened. Flexing his newly restored arm, he tried walking over to pick up his head. Thud. The headless body tripped, collapsing sideways. His fingers jabbed the floor hard, and he hissed in pain, sucking in a breath. Fine. Controlling a detached body was harder than expected. His head and body were misaligned, and his attempts to walk straight resulted in his left foot drifting slightly to the right and his right foot slightly to the left, hence the spectacular fall. Chapter 2. My transformation jutsu is a bit off. My ninjutsu is profoundly, absurdly wrong. Link sat back on his bed, wearing a peculiar expression as he pondered deeply. It had been, 2 minutes since he first attempted a ninjutsu. His clone jutsu had lasted barely 10 seconds before dissipating, likely due to his limited chakra reserves. When the clone jutsu ended, all of his body parts, regardless of where they had been, reassembled with a poof back to the position of his head. Which was why he'd ended up sprawled awkwardly on the floor at the moment of release. His neck still felt a little sore from the odd posture. According to the scroll, the clone jutsu creates a perfect illusion of oneself to confuse opponents. Hand signs, chakra flow. He had followed the instructions meticulously. After studying the scroll for 4 or 5 years, there was no way he could have gotten it wrong. And yet, something was clearly amiss. Scratching his head, Link felt like his brain cells were dying from the sheer confusion. Well, it's not entirely bad, he muttered, glancing at his unscathed fingernails. If he remembered correctly, those nails should have been broken and bleeding after jabbing the floor earlier. Yet, there wasn't even a hint of pain, almost as if the earlier discomfort had been an illusion. Rubbing his fingers together, he felt a phantom pain. Shaking it off, he began to refine chakra again, forming the seals for another attempt. That bizarre sensation surged back. If I relax even slightly, my body parts will fall apart. Link noted grimly, quickly grasping the peculiarity of his clone jutsu. The moment he activated the jutsu, his limbs, head, and torso physically separated. Only through sheer willpower could he hold them together. The moment his concentration wavered, they detached. Hi-ah. Grabbing his left arm with his right, Link swung it experimentally. Surprisingly, it worked quite well, especially with the left hand forming a fist. The reach of his punches had effectively doubled. Longer reach means stronger attacks. Poof. A cloud of smoke marked the end of the clone jutsu. Link's body reassembled, and he sank back onto the bed to contemplate. With his current chakra reserves, barely meeting the minimum extraction standard, he could manage the clone jutsu twice in quick succession. But what if he used more chakra at once? Gathering a larger amount of chakra, he repeated the seals. When the peculiar sensation returned and his limbs began to feel unsteady again, he picked up a kunai and made a shallow cut on his arm. Blood trickled down. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. 1 minute. Poof. Phew. Link exhaled deeply, a little winded but still managing. If he continuously used the clone jutsu, he could hold it for about 5 minutes before collapsing from exhaustion. But the most important part is, he examined his bronze-toned arm, which bore no trace of the earlier cut. Even the blood had vanished. It seems the literal effect of this clone jutsu is that it erases injuries when the technique is cancelled. Link felt a surge of excitement. Sure, The clone jutsu had turned out strange, but if it was this effective, who cared? This was practically a miniature version of Izanagi. At the very least, it could erase minor wounds. Wait. This could be a problem. His excitement was cut short by a sudden realization. If this was how his clone jutsu worked, how was he supposed to get into the ninja academy? Covering his face, Link felt a whirlwind of emotions he couldn't put into words. After a while, he calmed himself with a bit of self-reassurance. Maybe this is my cheat ability. Who knows? It might have even greater uses. I'll just rely on other jutsu for the entrance exam. One clone jutsu isn't a deal-breaker. But a subtle premonition crept into his mind. If this was the result of a correctly executed clone jutsu, what would happen with other ninjutsu? Taking a deep breath, he shifted his gaze to the next technique on the scroll, transformation jutsu. Among the basic 3 jutsus, the clone jutsu was the simplest. It required only enough chakra to create an intangible illusion and was considered easy even among the most basic techniques. The transformation jutsu, slightly more complex, involved physical alterations and was thus ranked second on the scroll. It was no longer just an illusion but involved slight physical changes to the body. While the clone jutsu could only create one's illusory double, the transformation jutsu allowed one to fully disguise as another person, or even objects like animals, plants, or weapons. However, it remained a low-difficulty jutsu. The changes were superficial and relied heavily on chakra simulation. What should I transform into? Unlike the clone jutsu, which merely required creating a duplicate, the transformation jutsu demanded more thought and preparation. The execution wasn't hard. Rather, success depended on the user's skill and precision. For both the Geinin certification exam and the Ninja Academy graduation exam, even the simplest successful clone jutsu was sufficient to pass, proof of how basic the requirements for becoming a Geinin were. After all, Geinin level missions involved no combat with ninjas. D-rank tasks like picking up trash, finding lost pets, or farming didn't exactly require flashy ninjutsu. Merely being able to perform a ninjutsu demonstrated adequate physical fitness, enough to be a useful labor force. I'll transform into Dad. After some thought, Link decided on his late father's appearance, his height, face, and the familiar vest he often wore. Refining his chakra and forming the seals, he activated the jutsu. Nothing happened. That's odd. This time, Link closely observed the chakra flow. The chakra refined for the technique simply disappeared into thin air at the moment of activation. Where it went, or how it worked, was a complete mystery. The process was a black box. Theoretically, however, the technique should have succeeded. Even a failed transformation jutsu should have altered his outward appearance, so why had nothing changed? Could it be, adopting the same logic as his peculiar clone jutsu, Link focused his thoughts on transforming his hand into a long sword. In the next moment, his arm shifted and morphed into a gleaming blade. The hilt merged seamlessly with his shoulder, as though it had always been part of his body. After a few more experiments lasting about 30 seconds, the technique dissipated, and his arm returned to normal. I knew it. Link let out a long sigh. The transformation jutsu wasn't for disguising, it was for reshaping his body. His head, however, remained stubbornly unaffected. The substitution jutsu was likely to follow the same bizarre logic. Chapter 3, Ramen. The things transformed through the transformation jutsu are real, not illusions. Only the hands, feet, and torso can transform, the head cannot change. The transformation is currently limited to objects whose structure and function I fully understand. The size cannot be altered. The duration is 10 minutes, much longer than the clone jutsu, and it consumes slightly less chakra. However, the transformation does not erase injuries upon completion, which is something to be cautious about. Link took some time to summarize the peculiarities of his transformation jutsu. It was quite powerful, far surpassing the original version. However, it completely lacked the ability to deceive others. Even if he transformed into a real animal, his unchanged head made him look like the product of some mad scientist's grotesque experiment. Both bizarre and sanity-eroding. Although it had many limitations, its practical value was decent. Transforming into a sturdy weapon significantly boosted both offensive and defensive capabilities. Much like his strange clone jutsu, while it was unconventional, it was undeniably far more effective than the original version. Could this be my cheat ability? Gurgle Link's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of his stomach growling. Chakra was a product of combining physical and spiritual energy, and its usage inevitably consumed a lot of stamina. Ninjas rarely depleted their chakra reserves or wasted excessive amounts because doing so left them completely vulnerable. With his barely standard physical fitness, using the 3 jutsu 7 or 8 times had already made him ravenously hungry. This confirmed that his chakra reserves were currently meager. I'm starving. The initial panic over his jutsu abnormalities, followed by the joy of discovering his cheat ability, had distracted him from his hunger. Now that his emotions had calmed, the hunger hit him like a tidal wave, leaving him shaky and weak. Of course, this was mostly an illusion caused by extreme physical exertion. Having experienced this many times during training, he had built a strong tolerance for it. I've decided. Ramen it is. Patting his grumbling stomach, Link grabbed his small wallet and headed out, his short legs carrying him on a leisurely stroll. After all, he was only 7 years old this year, standing just over 120 centimeters tall. Despite technically being a ninja, his age and stature made it clear he was still a child. Leaving the apartment, he stepped onto the bustling streets, shading his eyes from the dazzling sunlight with one hand. Feeling in a good mood, he decided to treat himself to a soda. He stopped at a vending machine, bought a bottle of cola, and sipped it while walking toward a Kairaku ramen. If he was going to have ramen, it had to be from the Kairaku. As the most famous ramen shop in the Hidden Leaf Village, Kairaku's success was not just due to its delicious food. It was also incredibly affordable. A standard bowl of tonkatsu ramen was only 60 ryo, which was a great deal. Pair it with a 15 ryo bowl of rice, and it made for a satisfying meal. Note, according to Masashi Kishimoto's own setting, 1 ryo in the Naruto world is equivalent to 10 yen. This is based on Naruto carrying a wallet with 30,000 ryo during his search for Tsunade, which Kishimoto said was around 300,000 yen. The Hidden Leaf Village's commercial district wasn't particularly large, and Link's physical capabilities were already above average. It didn't take him long to reach a Kairaku ramen. "Yo, Link-chan. Good afternoon," greeted Taki, the owner, with a friendly smile. It wasn't the peak dining hour, so the shop was relatively quiet. "Good afternoon, Uncle Taki," Link replied with a smile. A Kairaku ramen was cheap, filling, and great for replenishing the energy he'd burned during training. Unlike Naruto, who could subsist on instant ramen and milk 3 times a day while maintaining insane energy levels, most ninjas needed to consume large amounts of quality protein to fuel their physically demanding profession. As an orphan, Kairaku ramen was a frequent stop for Link. Familiar with the routine, he placed his order, 1 bowl of special char-siu ramen and a side of rice, please. He paid at the counter with practiced ease. Tuki took the payment and got to work in the kitchen. The shop was quiet, save for a bearded ninja in a green vest sitting in the corner, drinking and eating ramen. After all, it was the middle of the afternoon. Link peeked into his wallet and sighed. Funds were running low. After his father's death, he had inherited about 50,000 ryo and a ninja apartment. As an orphan who chose not to enter the orphanage, the village provided him with a monthly stipend of 2,000 ryo. In practice, the 2,000 ryo was barely enough to survive. Even eating 1 bowl of ramen per day would cost 1,800 ryo a month. What about other expenses? Becoming a ninja required more nutrition for body training. While ninjas weren't all gluttons, their meal portions were significantly larger than those of ordinary people. They also ate more frequently, which supported the many dining establishments in the village. Currently, his savings were down to 17,000 ryo, with 2 weeks left until the next stipend payment. Once he officially became a ninja, his training intensity and jutsu usage would increase significantly, expenses he wasn't looking forward to. "Here's your special char-siu ramen and rice. Enjoy." Tuki placed the food in front of him. Time to dig in. Link eagerly slurped his ramen. The salty broth of the authentic Japanese-style ramen paired perfectly with the rice. Some people ignored the excessive sodium, but he couldn't. Eating ramen with rice to balance the saltiness was normal for him. He devoured the large portions of ramen and rice, drinking most of the salty broth despite its overwhelming saltiness, a testament to how hungry he was. Patting his full, round stomach, Link sipped on some iced water and leaned back in his chair with satisfaction. At least he'd become a ninja, could use jutsu, and had a somewhat peculiar cheat ability. His future looked a bit brighter now. But still. Could his 3 jutsus pass the graduation and gain in certification exams? He felt a little unsure. Then again, the entry requirement was simply to release a jutsu, not necessarily to succeed perfectly. His clone jutsu and transformation jutsu might be odd. Well, very odd, but they should still qualify him for the exams. Even Might Guy and Rock Lee, who couldn't perform ninjutsu, were accepted due to their extraordinary physical prowess. Admission to the Ninja Academy often depended more on the subjective judgment of the examiners than rigid standards. As long as his jutsu worked, he should be fine. He repeated should be fine 3 times in his mind to bolster his confidence. After all, if he didn't get into the Ninja Academy this year, he'd be forced to become a genin without a mentor or team. That would cut off any real opportunity to learn ninjutsu, rendering his cheat ability useless. Sigh. Here's hoping it works out. Chapter 4, Trying My Off Jutsu. The year 60 of the Hidden Leaf Village was a subtle yet pivotal time. In just 3 years, by year 63, the Child of Destiny would graduate, marking the beginning of the story of Naruto. Before transmigrating, Link had read countless Naruto fan novels. In those stories, the protagonists usually arrived early. Yet, he arrived late. This year, Naruto Uzumaki was already 9 years old, while Link was only 7, 2 years younger than the protagonist. In 3 years, Naruto would graduate, and Link hadn't even enrolled in the Ninja Academy. Initially, Link's plan was simple: enroll in the Ninja Academy, stay close to Konohamaru, and ride the wave to the grand finale. Let the Child of Destiny save the world. After all, when the sky falls, the tall ones bear the weight. No cheat ability, no unique bloodline, and no extraordinary talent. What could a transmigrator even do in a world that placed immense value on lineage and natural aptitude? Surviving safely was good enough. But now, with a mutated ninjutsu cheat, Link's ambitions shifted slightly. Not to save the world or defeat the Otsutsuki clan, but at least to climb higher, gain greater strength and status, and secure his safety and comfort. So, he needed to act quickly. Quickly enroll in the Ninja Academy. Quickly graduate. Quickly rise in rank. Quickly. Time waits for no one. Link muttered as he stood up. His previously relaxed mood tightened into focus. In just over 10 days, the Ninja Academy would hold its next enrollment. He couldn't afford to slack off. He planned to practice the substitution jutsu to see its effects and then start learning the binding jutsu. As for Earth-style, headhunter jutsu, any jutsu with an elemental prefix required chakra nature transformation, which was currently far beyond his capabilities. There was no need to overreach. Time was running out. He needed to master his jutsu, secure admission to the academy, and graduate ahead of schedule. Leaving Akiraku Ramen in a hurry, Link decided to grab his scroll at home before heading to the training grounds. The Hidden Leaf village had over 50 training grounds scattered throughout. Apart from the now restricted Training Ground 0 and some large ones on the outskirts that were locked on normal days, most training grounds were open to everyone. This made it easy to find a secluded spot for solo ninjutsu practice. Even if there was some collateral damage, the village's regular maintenance made it a hidden perk for ninjas. As Link approached his apartment, he saw an orange-clad figure being dragged away by a chunin in a green vest. It wasn't an uncommon sight. Link had lost count of how many times he'd seen Naruto Uzumaki being hauled off for pranks, skipping classes, or outright destruction. Even knowing Naruto was the protagonist and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Link had no interest in cozying up to him. He controlled even his gaze, glancing briefly before looking away. Returning home, Link shouldered the oversized scroll and sprinted toward the nearest training ground. Indeed. It works. Link held a long sword with a peculiar expression. During practice, he had tried using both the clone jutsu and transformation jutsu simultaneously, which led to an intriguing discovery. After transforming his left arm into a long sword and holding it with his right hand, not only could he use it for attacks, but any damage the weapon sustained was erased upon canceling the jutsu. A supremely convenient combo. Since the weapon was part of his own body, he wielded it effortlessly. Even though it was longer than his body, he could swing it without any risk of injuring himself. The sword slashed through the air with precision. While he lacked formal swordsmanship training, the transformation was based on a sword his father once owned. Its whereabouts were unknown, likely lost without being preserved as an heirloom. Crack, thud. A tree was felled, followed by a stone nearby splitting apart with a sharp sound, scattering fragments. The blade was as sharp as he remembered. Looking at the unscathed edge, Link noted that it was significantly tougher than his own body. If faced with an attack he couldn't block, wouldn't a clone jutsu suffice? Link chuckled wryly. It seemed better to transform into a more lethal object than something durable, given the clone jutsu's damage nullifying effects. But where's the threshold for damage nullification? He decided to test it. In previous trials, small cuts from a kunai completely healed, though the pain lingered briefly. Clang. Creak, grind. Link struck the long sword with a kunai, producing an ear-piercing sound as the blade deformed slightly. After all, it wasn't a special weapon, just a reasonably sharp blade. No pain. He concluded that objects transformed through the transformation jutsu lacked sensation. Cutting, smashing, or bending them didn't cause any pain. First, cancel the transformation jutsu. When he ended the jutsu, the deformed longsword reverted to his equally deformed arm, and a wave of excruciating pain overwhelmed him. Arg! He collapsed, trembling and gritting his teeth, as agony coursed through his body. The transformation jutsu didn't erase injuries. Instead, any damage sustained while transformed was fully transferred back to his body upon cancellation. Poof! Releasing the clone jutsu instantly nullified the pain signals, leaving him momentarily disoriented. From now on, The transformation and clone jutsu must be used together. Link shuddered at the memory. The pain from twisted bones, muscles, and tendons far exceeded that of training injuries. It was unbearable. Thankfully, the clone jutsu mitigated it. Without that safety net, he might have passed out from the sheer pain. Ultimately, he didn't discover the upper limit for the clone jutsu's damage nullification. The reason was simple: it hurt too much. Humans had a finite capacity for pain tolerance. Pushing beyond that limit could lead to death, regardless of one's willpower. People dying from pain was not uncommon. My stamina is almost gone. After several rounds of testing, Link's stamina was below half, signaling the end of this practice session. Both physical activity and chakra refinement consumed stamina. When stamina was nearly depleted, hunger and fatigue naturally set in, triggering the body's internal warning system to prevent overexertion. However, chakra refinement could bypass these warnings, pushing the body beyond safe limits. This was why managing stamina and chakra usage was a ninja's top priority. From this, a fundamental rule of the Naruto world emerged: if chakra is completely exhausted, the person will die. Chapter 5, My substitute jutsu is a bit off in terms of chakra reserves, or physical stamina. Link's current level was downright embarrassing. Forget comparing himself to Naruto Uzumaki, even Kakashi Hatake, the widely acknowledged standard measurement of the ninja world, was a mountain he couldn't hope to climb. Compared to his father, a former Anbu member with chakra levels typical of a mid-level Chunin, Link likely had only a tenth, or less, of his father's capacity. Fortunately, his chakra control ability was quite remarkable. Every ninjutsu required chakra control. In fact, even the process of chakra refinement itself was fundamentally tied to it. Even Kaguya Otsutsuki, the ultimate boss of the ninja world, had moments where she was reminded by Black Zetsu to refine more chakra when hers ran low. In real combat, ninjas constantly utilized and managed chakra, whether through taijutsu, ninjutsu, ganjutsu, dojutsu, or Kekkei Genkai. Every movement, every action consumed either physical stamina or chakra. When performing ninjutsu, refining too little chakra would lead to failure, while refining too much resulted in waste. Since chakra equals stamina, and running out of chakra equated to death, most ninjas were trained to hone their chakra control as a core skill. For instance, focusing chakra in specific areas was a common display of control in combat. In the manga, Kiba in Yuzuka demonstrated enhanced olfactory senses by concentrating chakra in his nose, and the basic body flicker jutsu relied on chakra bursts at the feet. Whether due to having lived 2 lives or the influence of his cheat ability, Link's chakra control was exceptional, a fact he recognized the moment he first succeeded in chakra refinement. Ninjas typically refined some chakra daily to prepare for unexpected situations while carefully managing their stamina to avoid excessive depletion. The balancing act was complex. For Link, however, it was much simpler. After his first success in chakra refinement, he found that he could refine chakra quickly and accurately gauge his stamina levels. Even without his mutated ninjutsu cheat, his chakra control alone could make him an excellent ninja, if only he had more chakra, a stronger physique, and greater stamina. But since he couldn't change his frail body in the short term, further enhancing his chakra control was his top priority. Walking on water. Climbing trees. Link considered training methods to improve chakra control as he unrolled his scroll, focusing on the substitution jutsu section. The principle behind the substitution jutsu was simple: it involved replacing oneself with an object at the moment of an attack, tricking the enemy into thinking they'd struck their target. Its low E-rank difficulty made the technique's simplicity evident. The reason it was slightly harder than the clone or transformation jutsu was that it incorporated techniques from both while also borrowing from the basic body flicker jutsu. This complexity made it marginally more challenging. However, once someone mastered the clone and transformation jutsu, the substitution jutsu became straightforward. The process: anticipate the opponent's attack, gather chakra at your feet for a burst of speed to dodge, and simultaneously replace yourself with an object while creating an illusion of yourself. Gather chakra, then, Link concentrated, refining a suitable amount of chakra. But just as he gathered chakra at his feet and prepared to create an illusion, all the chakra inexplicably vanished. Again? Both expectant and resigned, he looked down at his hand. It felt heavier, like he was holding something. Looking closely, he realized it was a firearm, a pistol that seemed like a blend of a revolver and a semi-automatic handgun. In his small hand, the gun appeared oversized, but his fingers just managed to reach the trigger. This thing, as soon as Link saw the pistol, its name came to him, the Emperor. The name, derived from tarot cards, referenced a stand from a well-known anime. Its effect: firing unlimited, controllable bullets, identical in every way to real gunfire. Wait, does substitution jutsu mean this kind of substitute? Link's expression twisted in disbelief. He had considered countless possibilities for how the jutsu might mutate but had never expected this. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and, the Emperor, disappeared from his hand. About 15% of my chakra lasts only a few seconds. Substitution jutsu is quite the chakra guzzler. Estimating the chakra expenditure, Link chuckled. After all, he'd already come to terms with his head randomly falling off during the clone jutsu. If the substitution jutsu became a summoning technique for stands, why should he find it any harder to accept? In fact, this mutated version was far more practical than the ordinary substitution jutsu, which became almost useless in higher-level combat. Although the bullets fired by the Emperor were no different from ordinary ones, they were invisible to ordinary people. Bullets that couldn't be seen were far more terrifying. Wait. Can ninjas see stands? A new question arose. Since he still had about a third of his stamina left, Link decided to try again. Refining chakra, forming seals, and releasing the jutsu, a tall, burly, blue-purple humanoid figure appeared in front of him. Link's pupils contracted sharply, and his face filled with shock. When did you get here? Star Platinum. Hidden Leaf Village, Ninja Academy Enrollment Day. Humphrey. Looking at a boy straining as if trying to force something out, Mizuyuki covered his face with his hand to hide his disdain. A mediocre fool. Alright, you've failed the ninjutsu exam. Mizuyuki's colleague announced after patiently waiting for a while. What? The boy's dejected face made it clear he understood. Dragging his feet, he left the exam room. Next, Link. Calling the next name on the list, Mizuyuki glanced at the door, where a calm-looking boy entered. Most children who came for the Ninja Academy entrance exam were nervous wrecks. This boy's composure stood out, prompting Mizuyuki to give him a second glance. Still, no matter how calm they are, ordinary kids who enter the academy will likely just become cannon fodder, unable to control their own destinies. Mizuyuki mused with a tinge of self-mockery. Good morning, examiners. Link walked to the center of the exam room, his small legs carrying him confidently. The space was quite large, resembling a lecture hall. You may begin. Mizuyuki said, his tone slightly complex. Any attempt to curry favor here was pointless. The Hidden Leaf Village was vast, its population substantial. Yet, each Ninja Academy class comprised only 30 to 40 students, and the total enrollment rarely exceeded 100. Getting in was a rarity, a privilege reserved for the exceptional few. Chapter 6, Ninja Academy Entrance Examination. The Ninja Academy entrance exam placed no restrictions on the jutsu applicants could use. In fact, the more advanced and impressive the jutsu, the better, as the examiner's subjective judgment was also part of the assessment. This subjective evaluation permeated the entire ninja system of the Hidden Leaf Village. For example, Might Guy and Rock Lee, despite failing to perform any jutsu during their exams, demonstrated exceptional physical abilities in subsequent tests and were ultimately given special admission to the academy. Similarly, graduation from the Ninja Academy operated on the same principle. Even if a student failed the exam, a teacher's approval could allow them to bypass it and directly become a geinin. Of the two paths for a geinin to be promoted to chunin, the chunin exams focused not on pure strength but on the rather vague quality of leadership and coordination. The other promotion method was even more subjective. If the higher-ups deemed someone qualified, they would be promoted. This subjectivity extended further up the hierarchy. A chunin could promote a Ninja Academy student directly to geinin if they saw potential. Similarly, a jonin who believed their geinin teammate had talent could recommend them for chunin promotion. Ultimately, the Hokage's approval would elevate a chunin to special jonin or jonin. Given this system, it was natural that the exam criteria were not strictly rigid or impossible to overcome. Link silently pondered these thoughts as someone called his name. Shaking off his distractions, he walked into the exam room. Good morning, examiners. He said with a slight bow before standing upright to face the two examiners. You may begin. One of the examiners instructed. Link bowed again. In such a subjective exam, leaving a positive impression on the examiners was critical. Then, he began forming hand seals, very precise and practiced hand seals. Not bad speed. A clone jutsu? A solid choice, Mizuyuki nodded slightly as he observed. So far, the boy's performance was textbook. As long as he had no issues refining chakra, he should be able to release the jutsu, regardless of its success. Link. An orphaned child of fallen ninjas? What a shame. Just as Mizuyuki was about to comment, seeing Link fail to produce a clone after finishing the hand seals. Mizuyuki's eyes widened as Link calmly removed his own head, mimicking his colleague's earlier motion to disrupt his internal chakra. Release. The scene before him remained the same, the boy holding his detached head. Mizuyuki's eye twitched as he glanced at his colleague, who also looked shocked. The two chunin exchanged looks, both seeing the astonishment mirrored in each other's expressions. Their thoughts and faces were filled with confusion as Mizuki turned back to see Link reattach his head, then detach an arm and wave it around. "Does this suffice?" Link asked. "An illusion? A special secret technique? Or perhaps a KK Genkai?" Mizuki didn't panic. After some thought, he marked pass on the evaluation sheet and wrote, "Successfully performed ninjutsu. Demonstrates unique abilities, Link, you've been accepted," he announced. Phew. Walking out of the exam room, Link exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief. Being accepted into the Ninja Academy meant he would inevitably have a Jonin or special Jonin as his mentor. Even if he didn't become a powerhouse, he could at least benefit from their guidance. And if he died, it wouldn't be an unremarkable or pointless death. He now had a solid stepping stone to the future. Next on the agenda, graduate as quickly as possible and turn potential into reality. Holding his acceptance letter, Link weaved through the crowd of envious children and parents and sprinted home. With a week left before the semester began, Link knew the Ninja Academy was similar to Japanese schools in his previous life, with 3 terms per year and 3 relatively short breaks. He had 7 days to prepare himself before starting his school life. Back home, Link carefully stored the acceptance letter before heading out to buy supplies. Interestingly, the letter included a list of essential tools required for the academy, basic ninja equipment. The list included items such as a scroll case, leg guards, waist pouches, holsters for shuriken and kunai, a set of shuriken, kunai, and other tools. Beyond these consumables, other essentials like open-toed sandals, gloves, vests, and forehead protectors were typically issued after reaching certain ranks. Forehead protectors, for instance, were provided upon becoming a geinin, while vests were given to chunin. While the items seemed trivial, the expenses added up. Before his father's death, Link's family had plenty of such tools, but over time, they had been used up or sold to make ends meet. If he weren't pursuing the ninja path, he wouldn't need to buy these things. However, as an aspiring ninja and a soon-to-be student of the academy, these tools were non-negotiable. Ninja tool throwing was part of the academy's taijutsu curriculum and couldn't be skipped. The academy evaluated students based on 5 key areas: ninjutsu, taijutsu, individual performance, simulated combat, team performance, team combat simulations, tactics, combat strategy. Additionally, the academy offered a wide range of foundational courses, including physical training, basic knowledge and theory, cultural subjects, team strategies, formations, code breaking, ninja ethics, etc., specialized courses, such as herbal medicine, astronomy, geography, physics, chemistry, and history, electives like flower arrangement for female ninjas. While these courses weren't always part of exams or graduation criteria, they were integral to the curriculum. Just reading the course list in the acceptance letter gave Link a headache. Having completed his education in his previous life, he had little desire to study again. Now, as a transmigrator, he was faced with an overwhelming amount of material. Fortunately, poor performance in cultural subjects, or even skipping them entirely, didn't prevent one from becoming a geinin. For example, Naruto Uzumaki, whose academic performance was abysmal, still became a geinin despite lacking even basic knowledge about chakra or its elemental nature until much later in Shippuden. It was ironic, considering D-rank jutsu for geinin often included elemental variations, such as those with X-release prefixes. Laughably, Naruto's lack of understanding explained his prolonged status as a geinin. Chapter 7, What is Effort? Huff. 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 Having just finished a lap running around the Hidden Leaf village, Link slowed to a walk, his chest heaving as he gasped for air. His lungs worked overtime, forcing oxygen into his heart, which pumped blood swiftly through his body. Sweat poured out of his pores, dripping down his face. 10 minutes of rest, then the next lap. He decided after catching his breath. Before refining chakra and discovering his cheat ability, he had never trained this hard. He used to have low expectations for himself. Without any unique abilities, he knew that even if he became a ninja, he wouldn't have much influence in this world. But now, with his cheat ability, he had ambition. He had motivation. Link didn't stop. His muscles, sore and fatigued, warned him that if he rested now, he wouldn't have the strength to move again for a while. Instead, he continued walking along the street. The human body in the Naruto world was remarkable. Compared to the 40 to 60 trillion cells in an average human on Earth, the people here had over 130 trillion cells. Their endurance and physical capabilities far surpassed those of Earthlings. Link understood how slow the benefits of training were in his previous life. Comparing that with his progress in this world, he had a much clearer grasp of how quickly he was improving. From being a sickly 3-year-old to now being able to refine chakra and run for hours without stopping, the results of his effort were undeniable. Success breeds motivation, forming a positive cycle of hard work and rewards. Though Link's small body housed the soul of an adult, and he wasn't immune to moments of laziness or negativity, he still did the right thing, cultivating a habit of disciplined training. Hard work couldn't compete with talent, bloodlines, or destiny. But if he didn't work hard, he wouldn't achieve anything at all. His cheat ability made his ninjutsu incredibly powerful, but it didn't enhance his physical abilities. In fact, his physical fitness determined how effectively he could use his cheat ability. With this in mind, how could he justify not working hard? 10 minutes passed. Though his body still felt heavy, as though weighed down by armor, he straightened up and took off running again. Inhale. Exhale. Link felt fatigue set in even faster than during the previous laps, but he controlled his breathing, inhaling through his nose and exhaling through his mouth, maintaining a steady rhythm. Although people in the Naruto world were almost superhuman, their training methods were surprisingly simple, pushing themselves to the limit, depleting their stamina, and unlocking the potential of their cells. Everything else depended on talent and bloodlines. Link didn't believe he could revolutionize training techniques, so he focused on the simplest method, effort. At the very least, in something as basic as effort, I can't lose to a kid. Thinking of the hard-working genius Rock Lee, Link gritted his teeth and maintained a steady pace despite the exhaustion clawing at him. Effort. What's the point of effort? Mizuki sneered inwardly at the word. If effort mattered, he wouldn't still be an ordinary, mediocre chunin. Such laughable effort. He thought as he watched Link tirelessly train in the distance, a mocking smirk tugging at his lips. Yet, for some reason, there was a tinge of jealousy in his expression. Was it jealousy over not having been this diligent in his youth, or envy of the boy's mastery of a secret technique? Mizuki couldn't quite tell, but it didn't matter. His objective was simply to observe and uncover the boy's secret technique. As an examiner, Mizuki knew all about Link's background, the child of two fallen ninjas, now a mere orphan with no connections and no special bloodline. If this boy truly could detach his head at will, such a secret technique was worth investigating. However, much to Mizuki's frustration, Link spent days doing nothing but relentless training. Mizuki learned nothing. While he had considered capturing Link to interrogate him, the boy never left the village center, where sharp-eyed ninjas and patrolling Anbu were everywhere. Attempting a covert abduction was almost impossible. Damn it. Why would someone with such a secret technique waste time on basic training? Mizuki fumed silently. He had been tailing Link for 5 days now. Tomorrow, the Ninja Academy term would start. Once Link enrolled, taking any overt action would become much riskier. Ninja Academy students were highly valued by the village, and a sudden disappearance would trigger an exhaustive Anbu investigation. Despite his inner turmoil, Mizuki maintained a calm exterior. Watching Link finish another day of training and head into a Kairaku ramen, Mizuki made a calculated decision. It's no use. The direct approach has failed. Standing across the street from a Kairaku, Mizuki acknowledged his failure. Anger wouldn't change anything. It was time for a new plan. Plastering a friendly smile on his face, Mizuki adjusted his green vest and stepped into a Kairaku ramen. He rarely ate here. TCH. That fox brat is here too. His gaze briefly lingered on an orange-clad figure devouring ramen in the corner. He quickly looked away. While certain plans brewed in his mind, now was not the time. Feigning coincidence, Mizuki sat next to Link, who had just placed his order. Smiling, he said, "What a coincidence, Link." Exhausted and starving, Link was momentarily confused by the sudden interaction. He glanced up, saw the familiar green vest and face, and recognized Mizuki from the exam. "Hello, examiner." He greeted politely. "You can call me Mizuki." Mizuki replied, introducing himself. He noticed the brief flicker of unease on Link's face. Why? Mizuki's mind raced with possibilities, but his expression remained composed as he casually ordered a bowl of ramen. Link's expression quickly returned to calm politeness. "Mizuki-sensei," he replied, then focused on eating as soon as his ramen arrived. After finishing, Link stood up and reached for his nearly empty wallet to pay. Mizuki stepped in, paying for both meals with a magnanimous smile. "Since you're calling me sensei, let me treat you." "Thank you." Link didn't refuse, bowing politely before saying, "Excuse me." He turned and left, leaving Mizuki to finish his meal alone, lost in thought. Chapter 8, Graduation? The next afternoon, Ninja Academy. "Good afternoon, Mizuki-sensei." Link looked at Mizuki, who had coincidentally appeared again, feeling both amused and exasperated. Did this guy not realize how obvious and suspicious his timing was? "Good afternoon." Mizuki replied with a cheerful smile before quietly leaving. Watching Mizuki's retreating figure, Link sighed silently. It seemed that standing out and showing unique abilities inevitably drew unwanted attention. Today was his first day at the academy, and, well, it felt rather underwhelming. After registration, All the new students were gathered into a classroom. With only about 100 students in the entire school and 20 to 30 in his cohort, there was no need to split into classes. Even the concept of grade levels was vague. The teacher in charge of their cohort, who we'll call the homeroom teacher for simplicity, spent the morning introducing the students to physical training and assessing their fitness levels. Unfortunately, among his peers, Link's physical abilities ranked below average. However, his perseverance stood out. Despite the discomfort, he gritted his teeth and completed the running test without giving up. Although the homeroom teacher didn't directly evaluate each student, it was clear he was satisfied with Link's determination. For ninjas who hadn't yet reached a certain skill level, effort and persistence were highly valued traits. After the fitness assessment, the first lesson was a lecture on the basics of chakra. It wasn't entirely a regurgitation of the scrolls, but there wasn't much new information either. Link had already learned most of it from his late father. After lunch, the students had their first cultural class, history. Or rather, it was more of a political indoctrination session, beginning with the Will of Fire. While it was inspiring for the children, it felt tedious and meaningless to the adult soul inside Link's small body. Nevertheless, he put on an expression of being deeply moved. This pretense was important. The Academy's curriculum, separate from its grading system, was divided into 6 modules: theory, practice, physical training, reflections, mindset, and history. The fact that history was given its own module demonstrated how much importance the Hidden Leaf Village placed on it. Link wanted to rise through the ranks as a ninja. To do so, he couldn't afford to seem too detached. Even if he acted mature, he couldn't appear overly aware or clear-minded. Genius was acceptable, but a genius who completely deviated from their environment would raise suspicions. The Hidden Leaf Village was a military organization, not a peacekeeping force. If someone seemed suspicious, they wouldn't hesitate to act, often detaining the person and reading their memories before determining guilt. Returning to the topic of the academy, the school didn't follow a gradual, step-by-step teaching approach. From the very first semester, students were tested on taijutsu, ninjutsu, individual combat, team combat, and tactics. Only the first day was relatively light. Starting tomorrow, the schedule would consist of morning physical training, theoretical lessons, cultural classes in the afternoon, and simulated combat sessions afterward. The first semester didn't include mental training. Mental training wasn't about building mental resilience but rather desensitizing students to killing, being killed, and witnessing the death of comrades. This was evident during the mission to retrieve Sasuke, where Choji's near-death surgery brought Shikamaru to tears, prompting Temari to ask why he hadn't already been conditioned by mental training. This desensitization was why even children as young as 7 or 8 could become ruthless killers on the battlefield. No matter how idealistic the Will of Fire sounded, it couldn't change the fact that the Hidden Leaf Village was a war machine. Mental training was essentially brainwashing, ensuring that children could accept taking the lives of others. The ninja profession was inherently dark: espionage, sabotage, assassination, intelligence gathering, and war. Concepts of justice and evil had no place in it. Ninjas were tools focused solely on completing their missions, with no regard for morality or emotions. Given this context, while the academy claimed to be a 6-year program, that didn't mean all 6 years were spent in education. The cultural and foundational knowledge portions of the curriculum were completed within the first year. The remaining years focused increasingly on combat drills, tactical training, and mental conditioning. The school didn't require students to excel academically or achieve outstanding grades. Graduation was simple: when a student felt ready, they could take the graduation exam. There was no mandatory enrollment period. In other words, if Link wanted to, he could take the graduation exam as early as next year. The exam's difficulty, randomly drawing any rank ninjutsu, was so low that anyone capable of enrolling could pass it. Only outliers like Naruto Uzumaki would fail the exam 3 times in a row. Most ninjas with even a modest background chose to complete the full 6 years of training, especially during peacetime, when early graduation was unnecessary. Even after graduation, geinin would still face evaluations from their jonin mentors. As Kakashi Hatake once mentioned, only about 1/3 of geinin were deemed fit to continue, with the rest sent back to the academy for further training. But Link's circumstances were different. He knew about the Hidden Leaf Village Crush plan in 3 years, the Pain Invasion in 7 years, and the 4th Great Ninja War in 8 years. He couldn't afford to stay in the academy and slowly grow stronger. Graduating quickly and finding ways to learn more ninjutsu was the only viable path. Chakra reserves were secondary. After refining chakra, a ninja's physical fitness and chakra capacity would grow rapidly for a time. The reason was straightforward: the people of the Naruto world had vastly more cells than Earthlings. Their training methods, however, were surprisingly similar. When muscles were slightly torn during exercise, they repaired themselves by strengthening existing fibers and generating new muscle to adapt to the strain. Chakra refinement, which consumed physical stamina, pushed the body to its limits, breaking down muscle fibers in a unique and comprehensive way. The body naturally responded by repairing and restructuring itself while building more muscle to meet the demands of chakra refinement. When combined with proper physical training, this process stretched and deformed cells, increasing membrane permeability and boosting the availability of free amino acids within the cells. These amino acids provided the raw materials for protein synthesis, accelerating muscle growth. This two-pronged approach made it nearly impossible for ninjas not to grow stronger quickly. However, the human body had its limits. Training produced diminishing returns over time. No matter how much one pushed themselves, progress was ultimately capped by innate talent. Hard work could only bring someone closer to their natural limit, and might not even reach another person's baseline. This was why concepts like chakra capacity were so important. Link's chakra control was excellent, allowing him to gauge his progress more accurately. But it also made him pessimistic. He knew that if he maintained his current effort level, his rapid progress would plateau within 6 months. After that, he'd have to rely on natural growth as he aged to develop greater physical strength and larger chakra reserves. By then, it would be time to graduate early. His path to power would lie in mastering more ninjutsu. Chapter 9, Graduating. 10 months later, Ninja Academy graduation exam. Name, Link, Ninjutsu, Taijutsu, Ganjutsu, Teamwork, X, Initiative, Classroom Attitude, Notes, Mature Personality, Extensive Knowledge, Extraordinary Controllability. Displays unique ninjutsu talent, possibly a special KK Genkai. Struggles with Ganjutsu and lacks teamwork skills but has the potential to become a Genin. Iruka Amano glanced at the evaluation form on his desk, then looked up at the small boy entering the room. He couldn't help but comment, Link, don't you think you're graduating a bit too early? 8 years old and already trying to graduate. This wasn't wartime, there was no need to rush. Link gave a slight bow but didn't respond. Iruka sighed, shaking his head. Alright, you may begin. This year's graduation exam requires performing the Cloak of Invisibility Jutsu. The Cloak of Invisibility Jutsu involves draping a cloth over oneself and blending into the surroundings, creating a pseudo-invisibility effect. Although it didn't require chakra, it was still considered a jutsu and included in the exam because successfully performing it in front of others required mastery of ninja tools, basic body flicker techniques, and the ability to conceal one's presence. Bang! Link's hand twitched slightly near his waist pouch, and a smoke bomb exploded on the floor, filling the room with smoke. Smooth ninja tool handling, Iruka nodded approvingly. This level of skill was commendable, even among genin. Scanning the room, Iruka took a moment to locate the candidate. Sufficient concealment of presence, even though he didn't like the idea of such a young child becoming a ninja, Iruka professionally acknowledged Link's performance. You've passed, Link. Iruka announced with a deep breath. You're now a genin. The Chunin beside him nodded in agreement. Though they shared similar reservations about young children becoming ninjas, Link's abilities were undeniable. Link removed the cloth he had used for concealment, folded it neatly, and tucked it into his waist pouch. Bowing politely, he said, "Thank you, examiners." He stepped forward, received his graduation certificate, and left to collect his forehead protector and register his photo for the records. Click. The old camera's flash captured the image of an 8-year-old Link, wearing dark gray pants and a hooded sweatshirt, his face calm and composed. Next, the evaluation from my Jonin instructor. As Link walked out of the academy, he reminded himself not to celebrate prematurely. Still, he couldn't help but smile as he left. Over the past 10 months, he had worked hard, diligently attending the academy's lessons and presenting himself as the perfect student. Unsurprisingly, the academy hadn't contributed much to his growth. The ninjutsu taught were basic techniques he had already mastered in their mutated forms. The practical exercises were also unimpressive, consisting of mock battles between students. Even the children of ninja clans refrained from using advanced jutsu during these exercises. Most of the sparring relied on taijutsu and ninja tools. In the manga, Sasuke Uchiha achieved top marks in his first semester without learning any significant jutsu, which spoke volumes about the academy's practical training. Thanks to his adult discipline and consistent effort, Link maintained an above-average performance in taijutsu and practical exercises, never standing out too much but never falling behind. His ninjutsu was a different story. The techniques he demonstrated were so unconventional that they were frequently marked as unknown in evaluations. As for Ganjutsu, he was completely hopeless. The only D-rank jutsu taught at the academy was the binding jutsu. Like the body flicker jutsu, the binding jutsu was a type-based ninjutsu. The body flicker jutsu involves moving quickly to avoid attacks. Jutsus ranging from simple chakra bursts at the feet to the flying thunder god jutsu fall under this category. The binding jutsu immobilizes a target while keeping their mind conscious. Variants include the Academy's basic D-rank jutsu, the Uchiha clan's demonic illusion, shackling stakes, and Jiraiya's sage art, amphibian jutsu. Type-based jutsu aren't restricted to ninjutsu, ganjutsu, or dojutsu. The Academy's version of the binding jutsu is the simplest form, using chakra to disrupt the target's physical movements. It's only effective against significantly weaker opponents, making it more of a chakra control exercise than a practical technique. Students also briefly learn a ganjutsu-based version of the binding jutsu, which progresses from affecting the body to influencing the five senses. While this is considered an entry-level ganjutsu, it has a high skill threshold. Over 95% of students fail to master it. Even so, basic exposure to it is mandatory. Yet, Link couldn't even manage the initial chakra release for the binding jutsu. The root of the problem was absurd. His excellent chakra control ironically caused the issue. In private, he had successfully used a binding jutsu, but it mutated into a money binding jutsu. Whenever he activated it, his money flew out of his wallet, transforming into semi-transparent, cash-colored symbols that restrained the target. The more money he spent, the stronger the binding. And the money was permanently consumed. My money. The memory of that incident still pained Link. That day, he lost nearly all the money in his wallet. If not for some emergency funds at home, he might have gone hungry. For weeks afterward, he strategically ran into Mizuki, mooching a few free meals. Only after receiving academy and orphan subsidies did he recover from that financial blow. From that point on, he abandoned any further attempts to learn the binding jutsu. He wasn't made of money. Speaking of Mizuki, the masked nice guy seemed to have wised up after being exploited for free meals multiple times. He stopped trying to coincidentally meet Link. Whatever. Link thought. He won't be around much longer anyway. By the time Naruto graduates next year, Mizuki will probably meet his end. While he remained cautious of Mizuki's intentions, Link had no plans to provoke a direct confrontation with a seasoned chunin. In the ninja world, information was crucial. Who knew what hidden abilities Mizuki might reveal in a life-or-death battle? After all, the manga only depicted his humiliating defeat at the hands of Naruto's shadow clone jutsu. For now, keeping the peace and avoiding unnecessary changes to the story was the best course of action. Chapter 10, Unlucky. The next afternoon, Ninja Academy classroom. What's going on? Why hasn't our Jonin instructor arrived yet? Teammate complained loudly. The classroom was almost empty. All the other students had already been taken away by their assigned Jonin instructors, leaving only the three of them behind. Beside him, the bob-cut-haired female teammate B, chimed in with a few comments of her own. They shared a common trait: neither of them had the slightest respect for their 8-year-old teammate. Link let out a barely perceptible sigh. His luck was truly awful. Getting stuck with teammates like this, if their Jonin instructor turned out to be the one he dreaded, this was shaping up to be a disastrous start. Creak. The door opened as the sun dipped toward the horizon. Standing in the doorway was a silver-haired man with a mask covering his face and a forehead protector concealing one eye. His posture was lazy as he greeted them casually. Yo. I'm your Jonin instructor, Kakashi Hatake. It was over. Link calmly accepted the reality that he would likely be sent back to the academy for another year of training. Before meeting the original Team 7, every group assigned to Kakashi had failed his test and been sent back to the academy. Kakashi's evaluation criteria were almost anti-ninja. While the academy trained students to be tools who prioritized missions above all else, Kakashi valued teamwork above everything. Whether Kakashi's eventual acceptance of Team 7 was due to Saratobi Hiruzen's personal request, Uchiha bloodline considerations, or the fact that Naruto was the fourth Hokage's son remained unclear. The only certainty was that no one had ever passed his test before the original trio. That's all. Kakashi said lazily after rambling a bit about being delayed by a black cat crossing his path. Teammates A and B, as classic Genin, showed no emotional reaction to their superior's words, following the academy's strict teachings about respecting authority. Tomorrow morning, meet me at the third training ground for a survival exercise. Kakashi continued, skipping any attempt to get to know his team or make jokes. This exercise will determine whether you remain as Genin or return to the academy for further training. So, he likely hadn't even considered the possibility of letting the three of them pass. See you tomorrow. Kakashi said with a warm smile before leaving. Teammates A and B immediately started discussing the survival exercise, but one of them turned and addressed Link. Hey, kid, do you? Link stood up without acknowledging them and walked out, leaving the two to grumble about their uncooperative teammate and cold Jonin instructor. He saw no point in forming bonds or trying to get along with them. If his instructor hadn't been Kakashi, Link might have considered playing along, building camaraderie with his teammates, and demonstrating leadership to increase his chances of promotion to Chunin. But now, it didn't matter. Outside the classroom, Link felt irritated. The disruption to his plans left him frustrated. The thrill of successfully graduating the day before was now replaced by awkwardness and anger. He took a deep breath to clear his mind. Does having Kakashi as my instructor offer any advantages? He thought seriously about it. The downsides were obvious. He wouldn't become a Genin this year, delaying his promotion to Chunin. But there were benefits, too. Spending another year at the academy could help him refine his physical abilities and gain more time to master his unique 3 jutsus. Additionally, Kakashi's status in the village wasn't low. As someone directly connected to the 3rd Hokage and the future mentor of Team 7, making a strong impression on Kakashi could be advantageous. Link concluded that leaving a memorable impression, positive or negative, was beneficial for his future promotions. So, tomorrow's survival exercise, the bell test, can't be taken lightly. Let's see what I can do at full strength. The next day, 3rd training ground. What the heck? He's late again. Teammate grumbled while sitting on the wooden stump, complaining about Kakashi's tardiness. Is this guy really a Jonin? He asked, turning to discuss it with teammate B. Link sat a short distance away, silently running battle simulations in his head, making it clear he wasn't part of their conversation. He had no illusions about defeating a Jonin. His taijutsu was subpar, his ninjutsu limited, and he doubted he could even beat a Chunin, let alone an elite Jonin like Kakashi. His only viable strategy lay in his substitution jutsu, which allowed him to randomly summon a substitute. After months of training, his chakra reserves now allowed him to maintain a substitution for 30 seconds. If he was lucky enough to summon Star Platinum, its raw power, capable of shattering 3-meter-thick, diamond-hard objects with a punch, might give him a chance against a weakened Kakashi. But if he ended up summoning Hierophant Green? Sorry. Kakashi finally arrived just before noon, offering an insincere apology. He casually placed an alarm clock on a wooden stump and said, "If you can take a bell from me before noon, you pass the test." He held up 2 bells, dangling them in front of the team before attaching them to his waist. Then, pulling out a copy of Kuka Paradise, he added, "Well then, the exercise begins." Whoosh! X2, idiots. X2 teammates A and B immediately hid themselves, concealing their presence like proper ninjas, and silently cursed the stupid kid who had stayed in plain sight. There's no point in hiding. A Jonin would see through it anyway. Link said, stretching his body as he spoke in a calm, measured tone. 3 participants, but only 2 bells. So, one of us is guaranteed to fail and return to the academy? Kakashi's eyes glinted with amusement. He had, of course, reviewed their files beforehand. A boy suspected of possessing a unique KK Genkai, attempting to graduate after just 1 year at the academy, even the 3rd Hokage had taken an interest in him, which was why Kakashi had been assigned as his instructor. Given Kakashi's history of sending all his students back to the academy, the 3rd Hokage's intentions were easy to deduce. Whoosh! Kakashi flipped open his book with one hand and said with a chuckle, "Hey. Real missions are this cruel. Even in a test, one of you is destined to fail and return to the academy." Link had already adjusted his body to peak condition. Without hesitation, he quickly formed hand seals, transformation jutsu, clone jutsu. In full view of everyone, Link's left arm detached and transformed mid-air into a chainsaw, landing in his right hand. A mysterious smile appeared on his face as he pressed the switch. Vroom. Rumble. Chapter 11, Fight. Round 1, begin. Link stomped the ground, and his body vanished in an instant. A split second later, the roaring chainsaw appeared directly behind Kakashi Hatake. SHRRKK. The blade bit into flesh, spraying blood everywhere. His 2 teammates stared in shock. Could it be? Kama poof. The bloodied body turned into a halved log. A basic substitution jutsu, perfect for countering inexperienced attacks. Link wasn't surprised. He hadn't expected to see Kakashi's movements, let alone keep up with them. Whoosh, thunk. A long leg swept in from his left side. Without an arm to block, the kick landed squarely on his ribs, sending his body flying sideways. Impressive chakra control, Kakashi mused as he retracted his leg. The boy had moved behind him fluidly using a burst of chakra for speed, and the technique of turning body parts into weapons was intriguing. But ultimately, losing an arm severely hindered combat ability. However, the body sent flying was missing something, its head. Pop. With a soft sound, Link's body instantly reassembled starting from his head. He delivered a perfectly executed side kick. Thud. His short leg struck Kakashi squarely on the shoulder, sending the Jonin sliding back several meters before he came to a stop. Kakashi closed his book and allowed a hint of seriousness to show. This kid's taijutsu is bizarre. Link immediately performed clone jutsu and transformation jutsu again. As basic techniques, they didn't consume much chakra if not maintained for long. Whoosh! He launched another attack. As the weaker opponent, he had to maintain his offensive rhythm, otherwise, a single counterattack could leave him completely defenseless. Clang! Two kunai collided. The difference in strength was evident as Kakashi's kunai pressed closer to Link. Unperturbed, Link raised his free hand and flicked his fingers toward Kakashi's face. Whoosh! The four fingers transformed into glinting silver senbon midair, slicing through the air with sharp precision. Clink, 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 clink. Kakashi reacted instantly. While one hand continued to wield the kunai without pause, his other hand raised defensively. The reinforced iron plating on his glove easily deflected the senbon. With the kunai about to strike Link, his short stature left him unable to counterattack effectively against an adult opponent at such close range. One hand had already been forced aside, and the other was missing fingers. In such a situation, Link didn't hesitate, he leaned back. Head detachment initiated. His head fell backward as his body vanished in a puff of smoke, reappearing a few centimeters away, just far enough to evade the kunai's edge. The battle continued without pause as Link used body flicker to leave the spot immediately. But Kakashi was faster, shadowing Link's movements and reappearing in front of him. Bending low, Kakashi launched a lightning-fast kick. Bang! Link was sent flying into the air. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he formed hand seals mid-flight and performed clone jutsu and transformation jutsu once more. Basic jutsu like these demonstrated their true value in moments like this: few hand seals, fast execution, and low chakra consumption. Kakashi leaped after him, twisting in midair to deliver a spinning kick. Wham! At the last moment, Link repeated his earlier trick, letting his head detach while his body fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. All eyes, Kakashi's and his teammates, were drawn to the airborne head, which seemed to hover near Kakashi. Whoosh! Before the dust settled, a long sword emerged from the cloud, slicing upward toward Kakashi in midair. Even though his body and head were separated, Link maintained complete control over both. Poof! Kakashi's body dispersed into a puff of smoke. A shadow clone? When did he? Link's heart sank as the long sword reverted to a hand. He calmly reached out and caught his flying arm. This kid, X2. The two teammates hiding in the forest stared in disbelief. Defeating a Jonin shadow clone in direct taijutsu, what kind of monster was this? Even a mid-level Chunin would struggle to pull that off. Tap. Link landed softly, sighing inwardly. He had exhausted all the techniques he'd devised and still failed to gain the upper hand. The situation was about to get much more difficult. Kakashi had cancelled his shadow clone and vanished from sight, leaving the training ground eerily silent. In the ninja world, stealth was the essence of taijutsu combat. Flanking and ambushing were fundamental strategies. This was because chakra refinement, movement, and neural responses all relied on one critical element: sight. If a ninja couldn't see their opponent, they couldn't react or counter effectively, no matter how strong their abilities were. Even Jiraiya, a legendary Sannin, had struggled with this during his fight against Pain. When his attacks failed, he questioned why he couldn't successfully ambush them. His exact words: even if they're sensory types, how could they predict my attacks unless they see them first? In essence, seeing was a prerequisite for reacting. Link's initial sneak attack had failed, meaning Kakashi could see through all his moves. The Jonin easily anticipated his intentions and used substitution jutsu to evade while countering with precision. Link had expected this. Underestimating a Jonin was never an option. That's why he had layered his unconventional techniques to try and gain an advantage. While he had managed to briefly take the upper hand, the vast skill gap remained. Kakashi easily waited for the right moment to counter, regaining control of the fight with minimal effort. The most frustrating part? Kakashi had willingly given him the first move. Despite giving his all, Link couldn't force Kakashi to take the fight seriously. In this game of taijutsu, he wasn't even a worthy opponent. Chapter 12, Last Jutsu. In that lightning-fast exchange, how much of Link's 10 months of training did he actually use? The combination of clone jutsu and transformation jutsu. Ultra-fast hand seals. Detaching his body from his head to gain the initiative. Turning limbs into ninja tools for independent attacks. Using his head to distract the opponent while his body launched an attack. Most importantly, the physical endurance gained through daily relentless training, allowing him to avoid being instantly defeated by a Jonin. Now, as Link stood in place, he realized he had exhausted all his tricks. He knew better than to think he could use the same techniques to fool a Jonin again. In ninja battles, success often hinged on information. The only reason he had gained a fleeting advantage in taijutsu was the information gap created by his unorthodox Link-style taijutsu. But now... Huff. Link exhaled, his mind racing. How could he possibly engage in taijutsu against someone like Kakashi? The intense skirmish, combined with repeated use of clone jutsu and transformation jutsu, had drained his stamina to 50% of its safe threshold. It was painfully clear he was at a disadvantage. Would Kakashi use another shadow clone? Or, as the renowned master of ninjutsu, would he unleash a jutsu or ganjutsu? Perhaps he might even reveal his Sharingan to ensure Link couldn't pull any more tricks? No matter how hard Link had worked or how much his cheat ability had helped, the gap between them was still insurmountable. Even if he trained for another year, would it make a difference? The harsh reality was, no. Another year of practice would not bridge the vast gap in physical prowess, combat experience, and intuition. He wasn't a reincarnated super soldier or elite assassin. He was just a regular person who had made extraordinary progress thanks to his late father's foundational training and his own relentless effort. With a deep breath, Link formed hand seals again and cast clone jutsu. This time, he skipped the transformation jutsu to conserve his dwindling stamina. Exhaustion was creeping up on him like a tide. The battle so far had proven that the techniques he developed, based on basic jutsu and academy-taught combat strategies, were insufficient against a Jonin. Through this fight, Link realized that following the conventional ninja path to surpass or even match a Jonin would take an unimaginably long time. It would require not only years of grueling training but also countless life or death experiences. Perhaps he should give up now and avoid revealing too much. Yet, a nagging sense of unwillingness gnawed at him. Link could endure monotonous training, bear daily fatigue and pain, but he struggled to tolerate his own cowardice. So, keep fighting. In the few seconds it took for these thoughts to race through his mind, Link had already steeled himself to continue. Crack, rustle. Suddenly, two hands burst from the ground, grabbing Link's legs and pulling him downward. Earth-style, headhunter jutsu. Link knew this technique well and was unsurprised that Kakashi, a master of Earth-style, would use it. Calmly, he grabbed his own head and flung it far away. In midair, he cancelled his clone and reassembled his body. Swish. But Kakashi had anticipated this move. Using the body flicker jutsu, he closed the gap instantly. Link smirked. You showed me the original headhunter jutsu, so let me show you my version. Forming hand seals, Link released a jutsu, Link-style, headhunter jutsu. Kakashi's instincts screamed at him, and his alertness shot to its peak. This kid was full of surprises. His combat style and bizarre jutsu were unlike anything Kakashi had ever seen. But when the jutsu activated, Kakashi suddenly felt dizzy and disoriented. Again jutsu? But the file said. Swoosh, slash. For an instant, Kakashi felt a sharp pain as though his head had been severed. The sensation was so vivid it felt real. Release. He disrupted his chakra, breaking free of the illusion just as a kick sent him tumbling to the ground. Landing on one hand, Kakashi steadied himself. It had been only a brief moment of vulnerability, but Link had managed to capitalize on it. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, ganjutsu. Kakashi clapped the dust off his chest and adjusted his stance, a newfound respect in his eyes. This kid isn't an ordinary academy graduate or gamin. Link landed a short distance away, his eyes flashing with frustration as he looked at the nearly unscathed Kakashi. It wasn't enough. Even under the influence of his unique headhunter jutsu, Kakashi had quickly gathered chakra to the point of impact, absorbing most of the damage. His sturdy body likely didn't even register much pain. Kakashi's uncanny ability to read his intentions, combined with his superior chakra control, reflexes, and vast array of techniques, left Link feeling utterly powerless. This was combat experience, the difference between a seasoned Jonin and a fledgling ninja. Kakashi didn't even need to rely on his signature jutsu or the Sharingan to dominate. His overwhelming strength was simply the mark of an elite Jonin. What else do I have left? Link grimly assessed his options. His money-binding jutsu required actual cash, and his substitution jutsu was highly unpredictable. Even if he managed to summon a combat-ready substitute, would it be enough to win? Over the past 10 months, he had used the substitution jutsu roughly 10 times, but only 3 resulted in combat-effective substitutes. The sheer variety of potential substitutes made it impossible for him to familiarize himself with all their abilities. Many substitutes required intricate strategies to utilize effectively. With their brief durations, mere seconds or minutes, it was rarely enough to turn the tide of battle. Fine. One last stand, a torrent of thoughts flashed through Link's mind before he calmly formed hand seals. Release. A grotesque gray skeletal creature materialized behind him. It had a bird-like skull with a hooked beak, a centipede-like ribcage, glowing red eyes, a purple tongue, and 6 skeletal arms swaying menacingly in the air. Chapter 13, Defeat It's a Win. The summoned stand, Horus, capable of creating ice for attacks. Feeling the physical drain caused by excessive chakra refinement, Link didn't even have time to celebrate. Without hesitation, he commanded Horus to attack. Crack 6 enormous ice spikes materialized out of thin air, 3 on each side of him. Whoosh! X6 the ice spikes were hurled one after another. What is this? Kakashi's previously casual demeanor turned serious. Sensing an abnormal chakra surge, he instantly focused his attention. The moment the ice spikes appeared, he gathered chakra to his feet. Boom! The first spike slammed into the ground, creating a massive crater. Although Kakashi used body flicker to leave his position, he couldn't completely evade the remaining spikes, because they tracked their target. With massive spikes coming at him from all directions, Kakashi quickly formed hand seals, earth-style wall. 4 earthen walls rose, enclosing Kakashi and blocking the iced spikes. Boom! The spikes struck the walls simultaneously, shattering on impact. Blue-white frost spread rapidly across the cracked and pitted surface of the walls. This kid? X2 The 2 teammates hiding in the forest were stunned. How could such a jutsu belong to a Genin? And ice style no less, could Kakashi actually lose? Crack the ground split open again. Kakashi repeated his tactic, using earth-style, headhunter jutsu to grab Link, who was visibly weakened from his dwindling stamina. Checkmate. Half buried in the earth, Link finally reacted but showed no panic. Using the last remnants of his energy, he commanded Horus to unleash a freezing breath. The icy mist encased both Kakashi and Link, freezing them in place. Jingle in the final moment before losing consciousness, Link grasped the 2 bells hanging from Kakashi's waist. The soft chime echoed as Horus dissipated, its form vanishing due to Link's complete exhaustion. The surrounding land remained frozen, the rapid ice preserving the vibrant green grass beneath. Under the sunlight, the crystalline eyes sparkled brilliantly, creating a serene, picturesque scene. Link's unconscious body leaned forward, half buried in the ground. His arms were outstretched, thin layers of frost covering him. The bells he had grabbed lay on the frozen soil beside him. This child, crack, crack. The sound of ice breaking echoed as Kakashi lowered his headband, covering his crimson Sharingan. Walking forward, he carefully pulled Link out of the frozen soil. This boy had managed to defeat his shadow clone in direct combat and even forced him to take the fight seriously. Based on his proficiency in ninjutsu alone, he might already be qualified for the rank of Special Jonin. At the Ninja Academy, students were judged on their ability to master basic ninjutsu. A Genin advancing to Chunin needed intelligence and strategic thinking. But to become a Special Jonin or Jonin, the requirement was simple: overwhelming strength. Even the smartest ninja could only advance to Chunin if they lacked raw power. Conversely, those with immense strength could rise to Special Jonin or Jonin regardless of their intellect. Now, an 8-year-old Genin had displayed such a powerful jutsu, and, more importantly, ice style. Carrying the unconscious, frost-covered Link, Kakashi sprinted toward the hospital. His mind raced. In his memory, only a clan from Hidden Mist Village possessed ice style as a KK Genkai. How could a child with a clear Hidden Leaf Village lineage wield ice style? Unless... The more Kakashi thought about it, the more complicated it seemed. But one conclusion was unavoidable: this child wouldn't be allowed to graduate this year. A strange feeling. Link opened his eyes, his mind hazy. His last memory surfaced. He failed, yet succeeded. He had never expected to defeat an elite Jonin, especially without forcing Kakashi to use the Sharingan. Unbeknownst to him, Kakashi had used it in the end. Though he successfully grabbed the bells, he had lost the fight. Reflecting on the battle, Link identified several mistakes. 1. Overestimating his taijutsu abilities. He had wasted chakra and stamina trying to compete with Kakashi in close combat, losing the initiative in the process. If Kakashi hadn't been curious about his abilities, Link would have been swiftly overwhelmed after failing to land a decisive strike in the first exchange. 2. Relying on predictable techniques. The combination of transformation jutsu and clone jutsu was too easy to see through. While effective against weaker opponents, stronger ones quickly adapted, exposing his lack of stamina and physical limitations. 3. Mismanaging his substitution jutsu. He used excessive chakra when summoning Horus, leaving himself too drained to sustain additional attacks. His substitution jutsu consumed minimal energy for basic close combat stance, but activating their special abilities required significant stamina. Poor chakra allocation led to his collapse. 4. Allowing pride to cloud his judgment. Knowing Kakashi's identity, Link had been overly eager to prove himself, not just to Hidden Leaf Village's higher-ups, but to himself. His desperate desire to show he wasn't a useless transmigrator or a minor character had driven him to act irrationally, particularly during the taijutsu exchange. Weakness isn't an obstacle to survival, arrogance is. This quote from his previous life resonated deeply. Somewhere along the way, he had developed a dangerous sense of pride. If he didn't correct this flaw, it could lead to catastrophic mistakes in the future. Recognizing his shortcomings was the most important step. Admit when you're wrong. Stand tall when you take a hit. Chapter 14, Failed. Perhaps I do need some time to step away from basic training and traditional ninja combat to try building my own fighting style. Link thought as he sat up. He felt no discomfort, the ice created by Horus caused him no harm. In fact, he could even emit it directly from his mouth, making it excellent for freezing wounds. Freezing himself at the end of the battle had been more of a defensive measure. If he had enough stamina, he could have chosen to freeze himself along with any nearby enemies and then used Horus to attack. Looking back, if he'd known he could summon Horus, he would have approached the fight differently. Even if he couldn't defeat Kakashi, he wouldn't have been left in such a humiliating state. With his unique abilities, Link realized he wouldn't follow the same path as ordinary ninjas. Yet, during his time at the academy, he had been too influenced by conventional ninja combat methods. Trying to fight an experienced Jonin using standard tactics was nothing short of self-destructive. Battle rhythm is everything. If he wanted to be a typical Genin, he should adhere to the tried and tested combat methods refined by countless ninjas over generations. But with his unusual jutsu and only average chakra reserves and physical capabilities, his fighting style had to be different. Combat, after all, is about using one's strengths to exploit the enemy's weaknesses. This realization left Link feeling surprisingly relaxed. Losing had been expected, but identifying his flaws, understanding the essence of combat, and breaking free from conventional ninja paradigms were his greatest gains. It was far better to learn these lessons during a training exercise than in real combat. "Oh, you're awake?" Kakashi's voice came from the doorway. He stood lazily, one hand holding a copy of Gekkei Paradise. "Did I pass the test?" Link asked, holding on to a sliver of hope. After all, he had managed to grab the bells. Kakashi closed his book, marking the page with a finger. With a hint of amusement in his tone, he said, "None of you passed." "But I got the bells." Link protested. Kakashi's exposed eye glinted with humor as he looked at the 8-year-old boy. This test wasn't about grabbing the bells. It was about teamwork and your ability to complete a mission. Getting the bells wasn't the main criterion. Hidden Leaf Village stood apart from other villages. While other ninja villages upheld the utilitarian view of ninjas as tools for missions, Hidden Leaf Village's philosophy had gradually shifted away from that, even to the point of collapse. Examples abounded: the condemnation of Hidden Leaf Village's White Fang for abandoning a mission, the ostracization of Mizuki over rumors of killing a comrade, Tsunoda's outright defiance of the advisor's directives when she allowed the Jinchuriki to roam freely, and later Kakashi's and Naruto's actions, which barely followed the village's rules. It was this lenient environment that allowed Link to showcase his abilities. Had he been in a stricter village like Hidden Mist Village or Hidden Sand Village, he might have hidden his talents entirely, waiting for the right moment to defect. Say what you will about Denzo's methods, but Hidden Leaf Village still treated its own better than any other village. Besides, Denzo had been stripped of much of his power after the Uchiha massacre. Until the third Hokage's death, he likely wouldn't have any room to maneuver. And in truth, Link hadn't revealed enough to make himself a target. Among the substitutes he had summoned before, Horus wasn't even one of the stronger or more broken ones. "So, I have to go back to the academy and continue my studies?" Link's tone carried a faint note of disappointment, but his expression betrayed little emotion. He got out of bed, feeling only mild muscle soreness from overexertion. "Can I go home now?" he asked. The ice created by Horus didn't harm his body and could even heal wounds by freezing them. But it didn't extend the same courtesy to his clothes and equipment. "This will cost me a fortune," his heart ached at the thought. Clothes weren't expensive, but ninja tools were. Thankfully, he hadn't brought his wallet into the fight. Otherwise. Still, not graduating might be a blessing in disguise. Becoming a Genin would mean losing his student and orphan allowances. And Genin salaries were barely enough to scrape by. "You're in good health and can be discharged at any time," Kakashi said, tucking his book into his pouch. With a smile, he added, "How about I treat you to a meal to celebrate your return to school?" Hokage's office, Hidden Leaf Village. And that concludes the full report on the Academy student, Link. Kakashi delivered his findings with a calm tone, detailing both objective observations and subjective impressions. Then he stood silently, waiting for the third Hokage's response. The report revealed no suspicious details. Link's background was clean, his growth normal, and his apparent Kekkei Genkai held significant potential. However, it wasn't extraordinary enough to warrant attention from the village elders or advisors. Hidden Leaf Village was a village that tolerated geniuses, even adopting orphans of unknown origin. It wasn't the kind of organization to attack its own people. While some individuals might engage in underhanded schemes, such actions wouldn't hold sway in the open. The third Hokage exhaled deeply, puffing smoke from his pipe. His expression betrayed no emotion as he said, "Thank you for your work, Kakashi. If that's all, I'll take my leave, Lord Third." Kakashi bowed slightly before vanishing with a swift body flicker. The third Hokage stared at Link's file for a while, tapping his pipe against the desk. Finally, he said, "Raise his surveillance priority." From the shadows, an Anbu operative acknowledged the order. This wasn't a punishment. Raising surveillance priority wasn't about monitoring, it was about providing protection. Hidden Leaf Village was a large village with its share of dark corners and spies. A talented 8-year-old child was an easy target for abduction, coercion, or worse. When Link first enrolled, he already received a baseline level of Anbu protection, which had deterred Mizuki's attempts to approach him further. Raising the priority simply meant more focused safeguarding. There was no malicious intent. The third Hokage had no reason to target a mere child. After all, Hidden Leaf Village had many ninja with unique abilities or KK Genkai, and an 8-year-old wasn't particularly unusual, especially during wartime. After making his decision, the third Hokage closed Link's file and turned his attention back to more pressing matters. Chapter 15, Thoughts? Ninja Academy Rooftop. If I can't improve my physical abilities, the most effective way for me to handle stronger opponents seems to be using substitution jutsu as my core strategy for now. Sitting alone in a corner, Link pondered his next steps. Ever since his battle with Kakashi, he had become somewhat of a celebrity at the academy. In a school with so few students, having someone who appeared to wield ice style made him stand out. However, Link had no interest in interacting with his peers, especially those who approached him solely because of his unique abilities. With too many secrets he couldn't share, no one could truly get close to him. The idea of having friends felt even more far-fetched. This self-imposed isolation wasn't due to others ostracizing him, he was the one keeping everyone at arm's length. The Academy's education had shaped his combat system to follow traditional ninja logic. After his crushing defeat, however, Link had come to an important realization. Without more powerful jutsu in his arsenal, he needed to fully capitalize on his strongest ability, substitution jutsu. Until he acquired jutsu that could enhance his physical capabilities, taijutsu battles needed to be excluded from his strategy. His lack of physical strength was a glaring weakness that would only become more evident as time went on. However, the randomness of his summoned substitutes made it nearly impossible to establish a consistent battle style. Still, among all the techniques he currently possessed, substitution jutsu had the highest potential. At this point, it felt like his only viable choice. Compared to other ninjas, Link had a significant advantage in using jutsu. Most ninjutsu was limited by the user's chakra control. Too much chakra could overwhelm a jutsu and cause it to fail, too little would render it ineffective. Many ninjas struggled with this balance, which often determined the success or strength of their jutsu. Skilled ninjas with excellent chakra control could channel larger amounts of chakra into a jutsu, making it far more powerful than average. But Link's altered jutsu bypassed this issue entirely. He didn't need precise chakra control. All he had to do was extract the chakra and direct it vaguely toward the technique. The chakra would then dissipate, and the jutsu would activate automatically through an unknown mechanism. This meant he didn't need to worry about controlling the flow of chakra, he only had to manage how much he allocated. For example, maintaining a combination of clone jutsu and transformation jutsu for about a minute consumed roughly 10% of his chakra. Substitution jutsu, on the other hand, required a staggering 30% of his chakra to sustain for the same amount of time, and that didn't even account for the stamina drained by the substitute's abilities. This made substitution jutsu similar to the shadow clone jutsu, essentially a forbidden technique due to its enormous chakra requirements. Recklessly depleting chakra to the point of unconsciousness was extremely dangerous. To prevent himself from being directly targeted during combat, Link realized he needed to use clone jutsu as a shield. Without this buffer, even the strongest substitute would be wasted if his fragile body was quickly incapacitated. At 10% chakra consumption, a single jutsu was already considered costly. Most ninjas couldn't afford to maintain full stamina before a battle, they often used some chakra for mobility or preparation. An ideal jutsu would consume between 5% and 8% of a ninja's chakra. Jutsus with higher costs were typically reserved as finishing moves, such as Kakashi's Chidori. But basing an entire strategy on substitution jutsu made combat scenarios highly unpredictable. In theory, he should summon a substitute at the start of every fight and adjust his tactics based on its type and abilities. His role and battle plan would hinge entirely on the nature of the summoned stand. It sounded exciting, but it was also incredibly unreliable. What if he summoned a healing substitute in a one-on-one fight? Or summoned Hermit Purple when he needed draw power? The potential pitfalls were endless. No ninja relied on luck-based combat. Even in fiction, except for something like Yu-Gi-Oh!, heroes didn't typically gamble on random draws to determine victory. Anyone who's played a roguelike game knows the thrill of getting a powerful skill, and the frustration of being stuck with a bad one. Link considered reducing the duration of each summon substitute to increase his margin for error. He could also supplement his stamina with soldier pills during combat to offset the chakra drain. But in the heat of battle, if his first substitute was useless, could he realistically last long enough to summon a second? One undeniable benefit of substitutes was their invisibility. Only a stand user could see stands, which meant that Academy students, teachers, and even Kakashi hadn't been able to perceive them. Combat-focused substitutes could significantly enhance his offensive capabilities, while support-oriented ones offered unique and strategic advantages. Some stands with rule-based abilities could even achieve one-hit kills if specific conditions were met. Ultimately, the value of his substitutes lay more in their special abilities than their raw power or speed. In JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, the strength of stands was rated inconsistently. Strength C, comparable to an average human. Strength B, above average. Strength A, exceptional. But the actual performance of these ratings varied wildly. Some stands with strength could shatter diamonds, while others couldn't break iron bars. Meanwhile, some with strength C could demolish parking lots. The disparity was absurd. Against chakra-enhanced taijutsu ninjas with explosive strength and agility, most substitutes were outmatched in raw combat. Thus, Link had to rely on their unique abilities rather than their physical power. Even the infamously mocked Hermit Purple was highly effective for gathering intelligence. The inherent randomness of his substitutes remained a major drawback. Given his ability to repeatedly summon substitutes, the key to success lay in increasing his margin for error. If the first substitute wasn't suitable, he'd summon a second, or a third, until he got one that fit the situation. To achieve this, he needed a specific ally. I need a teammate. Preferably someone durable, like Naruto, who can tank hits and buy me enough time to summon a useful substitute. Deep in thought, Link's resolve began to solidify. Chapter 16. Two teammates. Time flows like water. The initial buzz surrounding Link's return to the Ninja Academy didn't last long. He remained distant and unapproachable, with no friends or even classmates he could exchange a few extra words with. Day by day, his physical fitness and chakra reserves improved steadily. While the growth wasn't as rapid as in his first 10 months of training, it was still respectable. His hand seal speed also made significant progress. Yet, in other ways, he was at a standstill. The teachings of the Ninja Academy grew increasingly disconnected from his own combat philosophy. As an adult with a firm worldview and logical mindset, he was difficult to influence. Certainly, no amount of history lessons could inspire him to develop a deep love for the village. At most, he occasionally faked a bit of enthusiasm to keep up appearances. With his improving physical condition, advancing age, and relentless training, Link's food consumption increased dramatically. To complicate matters, he spent a lot on soldier pills as part of exploring his combat strategies, an expensive investment. Soon, even the 2 subsidies he received were no longer enough. For the better part of 6 months, he spent nearly every day hunting and fishing in the training grounds outside Hidden Leaf Village to fill his belly. His frequent forays into the wild, coupled with solitary training, turned him into something of a delinquent at the academy. Skipping classes became the norm. Fortunately, the homeroom teacher, a character so inconsequential they would never appear again, was understanding of Link's unique circumstances and didn't give him trouble for it. It became evident that he wasn't suited to the academy's structured environment. A year of refinement was enough. What he needed now was more jutsu, more money, and higher status. Another year passed without much excitement, bringing him closer to the moment of destiny, Naruto Uzumaki's graduation. Feeling a touch of anxiety, Link immediately attended the first day of the graduation exam. This time, the test was clone jutsu. And as expected, his peculiar version of clone jutsu was not going to cut it in a traditional evaluation. Instead of trying to force it, he sought out the homeroom teacher and easily obtained a new forehead protector. After all, his previous one had been revoked. Thankfully, there was no need to retake his photograph, his old one was still on file. After a brief period of team assignments, he met his new teammates. "Hey, Link. What kind of person do you think our Team 5's sensei will be?" Iris, a lively boy with a ponytail, asked with excitement. Wearing his fresh forehead protector, he already looked like a clumsy rookie. Note: Iris is the same impulsive student who collided with Naruto during the infamous Naruto-Sasuke first kiss scene, Link glanced around the still crowded classroom, a trace of unease flashing in his mind. Hopefully not someone who's always late. He silently prayed their new sensei wouldn't be Kakashi Hatake. 1 year's delay had been enough, another would be disastrous. Strong ninjas don't show up late, scoffed a girl with her legs propped up on a desk. Her tone was casual but dismissive. If we get some tardy, useless sensei, then I'll really be out of luck, stuck on a team with you two. Her name was Ami, another member of the Team 5. Note, Ami is another background character from the Naruto databooks. She bullied Sakura and repeatedly failed to graduate. Hey! What are you implying? Iris yelled, pointing an accusatory finger at Ami. Ami shrugged, her eyes drifting to the ceiling, saying nothing more. Link sighed. An impulsive idiot and a girl with a princess complex. As long as Kakashi Hatake wasn't their sensei, he could tolerate these two as teammates for a while. After all, demonstrating leadership ability was essential to his goal of advancing to Chunin. But first, they'd need a little talk after meeting their sensei. Team 5, Link, Iris, Ami. A Jonin with dark green eyeshadow and a high ponytail entered the room, calling their names. 10 minutes later, Academy Training Grounds. Let's start with introductions. The Jonin said. After a pause, he added, my name is Nara Inshui. Jonin. Note, Nara Inshui appears in the 4th Great Ninja War as a member of the Nara clan. Link. Iris. Ami. Just your names? Inshui asked, though his tone suggested he didn't expect more. Alright then. Following tradition, tomorrow morning at Training Ground 7, there'll be a small test. Anyone who fails will be sent back to the academy. Got it? Got it. X3 the Jonin glanced at them, his expression one of mild annoyance. Well then, dismissed. And just like that, he vanished. Ami turned to leave, but Link called out, wait. I need to have a word with you two, my teammates. What's up? Iris asked, his curiosity piqued. To him, Link was just a younger teammate in need of guidance. Ami, however, continued walking as if she hadn't heard him. Whoosh, thud. The sound of clothing brushing the air was followed by Ami being pinned to the ground. Twisting her fingers backward, Link stared at Ami and spoke coldly, one word at a time. I said, I need to talk to you two. Teammates. He released Ami, who immediately scrambled to her feet and, seething with anger, drew a kunai to strike him. Naive. A second later, a kunai was at Ami's neck, held silently against her skin. Dear teammate. Link's young voice was chilling, sending shivers down their spines. Did you hear me this time? Though he couldn't match Kakashi Hatake or Elite Jonin in skill, Link's chakra control was leagues above his peers. He had mastered tree climbing and water walking long before entering the academy, enabling him to move faster and strike sooner. With the kunai's blade grazing her neck and drawing a thin line of blood, Ami froze. Beads of cold sweat trickled down her face as she whispered, what do you want to talk about? Link pulled back the kunai, calmly wiping its edge on her shoulder before sheathing it. Training Ground 7. 1 hour. Chapter 17, Unity 1 hour later, Training Ground 7. I'm glad you two arrived on time. Standing on a boulder, Link positioned himself to appear taller and more imposing. At the 9 years old, his short stature, barely 120 centimeters, even with shoes, was becoming a source of silent frustration. Compared to many Isekai protagonists who grew abnormally tall within mere years, his growth felt excruciatingly slow. 120 centimeters. He cared. He cared a lot. Ami, 11 years old, stood with a face full of defiance and anger. Despite her ninja training, her age and lack of maturity made it impossible to hide her emotions effectively. However, after the earlier scuffle, she was careful not to openly provoke him again. Meanwhile, Iris broke the silence. So, Link, why did you call us out here? His initial excitement about becoming a genin had cooled significantly after witnessing the earlier conflict. Link waited until they were both focused, then calmly began, whether or not we become friends doesn't matter. But since we've been assigned to the same team, we are now comrades, partners who'll be working together on missions. Trust is essential. The two fell silent. They understood. They weren't ignorant. Between mental conditioning and rigorous lessons at the academy, they knew what was expected of them. The moment they graduated, they ceased to be students or children. They were shinobi now. I want us to establish clear leadership within the team before our Jonin Sensei's test tomorrow. Link continued. Let's settle this with strength. Whoever proves themselves strongest will lead. No objections, right? Neither objected. Among ninja, the strongest always had the final say. Are you both ready? A rare smile crept onto Link's face. Whoosh. X2 Ami and Iris charged simultaneously, one from each side. They had trained together, participated in mock battles, and shared a natural understanding of each other's movements. My journey as a ninja begins by beating up children. With a faint smile, Link channeled chakra into his feet. Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker jutsu. Bam. X2 in a flash, he reappeared behind them, pressing a hand on each of their heads and slamming them into the ground. A tiger takes down two sheep. There was no need to use his substitution jutsu for this. From a distance, their sensei, Nara Inshuai, observed the scene with a faint smile. Having a naturally talented team member with leadership potential was a great relief. Being a Jonin wasn't an idle role, only those without official positions or roles in specialized units like the Anbu could take on the responsibility of training Geinin. It wasn't a particularly rewarding task, as it wasted time and slowed down their ability to earn money through missions. The village's only requirement for Jonin instructors was that they successfully mentor at least one Chunin. Once a student graduated to Chunin, the instructor was free from their duties. To achieve this, Jonin instructors often devised strict tests to weed out students with no immediate potential, sending them back to the academy for further training. The iconic belt test, passed down from the third Hokage, was a favorite among instructors for its comprehensive evaluation of teamwork and skill. Few teams actually succeeded, as even experienced Jonin doubted that 3 fresh Geinin could ever outsmart them. For teams with no chance of producing a Chunin within a year, the result was inevitable: a return to the academy. The high failure rate, nearly 2/3 of all graduates, was no joke. However, Inshuai recognized Link's potential. Regardless of Iris's impulsiveness or Ami's arrogance, Link alone could carry the team's prospects. Satisfied with what he had seen, Inshuai vanished with a body flicker. The next day, morning, training ground 7 good. When Nara Inshuai arrived, he quietly observed his 3 students. Link stood at the forefront, calm and composed, with his forehead protector tied around his left arm. Iris sat on a wooden post to the right, his face marked with bandages and his expression eager. Ami, sitting on the left, had a bruised and swollen eye. Her face was tense, devoid of expression, but the hostility in her gaze toward Link was gone. "Good morning," Inshuai greeted. His casual tone received 3 uneven replies. Wasting no time, he held out the pair of bells. "As is customary, your task is to take these bells from me." He didn't bother with threats about being sent back to the academy. The real evaluation had already begun yesterday. With Link's clear potential to become a Chunin, Team 5 had already passed in his eyes. Today's test was simply to assess their abilities in more detail. As their superior, responsible for assigning missions and making life-or-death decisions for them, he needed to understand their strengths and weaknesses to provide proper guidance. "Don't think of me as your instructor. Treat this bell retrieval as a real mission, one where your lives are on the line." He hooked the bells onto his belt and said, "Now, begin." Whoosh! Link disappeared instantly, reappearing on a distant rock. Meanwhile, Iris and Ami retreated slightly, positioning themselves to shield him from view. Already working on a coordinated formation? Inshuai didn't immediately move. He was particularly curious about Link's rumored ice-style abilities. Like many Jonin who had heard about him, his interest was piqued. "Show me the power of ice style." Chapter 18, Love Deluxe, Can This Really Work? Iris felt uneasy. After their brief exchange the previous day, the team had agreed to follow Link's leadership. Their strategy for the test was to protect their leader while he prepared his jutsu, and then watch from the sidelines. However, Iris had never seen Link's so-called jutsu in action. Facing a Jonin opponent, his confidence wavered. Ami, on the other hand, remained calm. She grudgingly acknowledged Link's leadership. He was young, yet composed, intelligent, and strong. Obedience wasn't an issue, though it didn't stop her from hoping to see him falter after being humiliated herself. A jutsu requiring preparation time, with teammates serving as guards. Nara and Shuai immediately discerned their plan but waited patiently. Seal, release, unlucky. Link glanced at the red-orange miniature tomato with sharp teeth and stubby limbs floating beside him and sighed internally. Despite a year of practice, the randomness of his substitution jutsu remained a glaring flaw. The summoned stand was Pearl Jam. When cut and added to food, it could heal the body, though the quality of the ingredients determined the effect. Using Pearl Jam required considerable culinary skill, something Link lacked. He'd summoned it during training before, but the stand's brief duration rendered it useless for making complex dishes. Mixing it with water could work in a pinch, but the effect would be greatly diminished. For someone who isn't a cook, Pearl Jam was practically useless. Link dismissed the stand without hesitation, swallowed a soldier pill, and moved on. Unlike in games, stamina didn't instantly recover, so preemptive preparation was normal. Seal, release. As chakra drained from him, Link's awareness suddenly linked to his hair. A flood of sensory input filled his mind, the air's subtle movement, the warmth of sunlight, even microscopic particles of dust. A parasitic stand that controls hair, Love Deluxe, he exhaled with slight relief. Love Deluxe was simple yet powerful, capable of extending his hair into tendrils that could demolish a 3-story building or stretch over 10 meters with incredible durability. Its offensive capabilities were formidable. If he had time to experiment, he might develop the stand's potential further, such as its original owner's ability to implant hair on others' scalps for control. Unfortunately, this wasn't the time for research. Link's thoughts flashed through his mind as he leapt down from the rock. Bending his knees and channeling chakra into his legs, he launched himself toward Nara Inshui at high speed. Here he comes, Nara Inshui intended to gauge Link's taijutsu first. Based on his conversation with Kakashi, to his surprise, the boy stopped about 3 meters away, and his hair suddenly extended, surging toward him like a tidal wave. A hair-based jutsu? Inshui easily sidestepped the attack, moving with the agility expected of a Jonin. The hair's speed was underwhelming, and its precision was lacking. It could only target general areas, not specific points. Smack! The clustered hair lashed the ground, shattering rocks and carving deep trenches in the earth. Dust billowed into the air. Hovering midair, Link used his hair as support, forming a vast black web that spanned over 30 meters in diameter. The countless strands flowed like a waterfall, writhing with an almost lifelike motion, probing and weaving through the surroundings. From the outside, the scene was nightmare-inducing, especially for those with trypophobia. Iris stared in stunned silence. What is this? This technique? Emmy held back her disgust and took a cautious step back. Found you. Clusters of hair pounded the ground, propelling Link toward Inshui like a spring-loaded projectile. Link aimed to close the distance, intending to leave his hair on Inshui's body. With Love Deluxe, even separated hair retained sensory connections to its user. He could track Inshui's movements across vast distances, even if it wasn't enough to control him. As long as his hair touched the target, Link wouldn't have to worry about being deceived by clones or ambushed like before. Crack! A large tree splintered and fell, forcing Inshui out of hiding. He evaded with another body flicker. Even as a Jonin, Inshui felt a twinge of frustration. Staring at the massive, 30-meter web of hair, he couldn't help but feel trapped. Can a Genin really pull this off? Where's the ice style everyone was talking about? Midair, Inshui formed seals. Shadows on the ground morphed into needle-like shapes, slicing through the pursuing hair with sharp, precise cuts. To his dismay, the severed strands continued to writhe, crawling along the ground like worms before merging back into the larger mass. What an eerie and powerful technique, escaping the hair's grasp with his shadow sewing jutsu. Inshui's expression grew grim. This opponent's wide attack range, mobility, and tracking ability made them exceptionally difficult to handle. Is it a specialized sensory technique? Or perhaps, boom. Crash. Crack. The forest around them was rapidly reduced to rubble. Trees toppled en masse, dust clouded the sky, and Love Deluxe's hair whipped up violent winds. The destruction inevitably attracted attention. The 7th training ground wasn't far from Hidden Leaf Village's residential areas. A massive creature nearly 30 meters in size had appeared and was wreaking havoc. It wasn't long before every Jonin with decent sensory abilities converged on the scene, surrounding the training ground. This seems to be someone's jutsu. Are they fighting in the village? It's Inshui's chakra. Confirmed Yamanaka Inoichi, his tone serious. Should we intervene? What about the barrier team? Several Jonin were ready to step in when Nara Shikaku raised his hand. Wait. His single word silenced the group. Among the Jonin, Shikaku's authority as the Jonin commander and his relationship with Inshui ensured no one questioned him. Moments later, an Anbu appeared before the gathered shinobi and bowed slightly. The 7th training ground hosts a Jonin-supervised test between Nara Inshui and Genin Link. Wow! Special Jonin Mitarashi Anko whistled in admiration. Kids these days are wild. Kakashi Hatake ruffled his hair but remained silent. Shikaku frowned slightly, his sharp mind processing the details as he watched the distant, chaotic forest. Dismissed. Chapter 19, 1 minute. Nara Inshui deftly dodged incoming strikes while analyzing the situation. At first, the sheer scale and mobility of the technique startled him. It appeared overwhelming and intimidating. However, it didn't take long for him to understand its mechanics. The attacks, while swift enough to overwhelm ordinary shinobi, were relatively slow for a seasoned Jonin. The mobility came from the massive hair tendrils lashing against the environment, propelling themselves with sheer force. The attacks were straightforward with little variation. The destructive power was remarkable, and the technique provided excellent defense. The densely packed web of hair could shred incoming kunai or shuriken with ease, literally tear them apart. In direct physical combat, Such a technique might be effective only against tailed beast-level entities. But ninja battles are never about raw strength alone. Ninjutsu, ganjutsu, secret techniques, forbidden arts, there were countless ways to counter such a method. It could prove useful in large-scale warfare, but against a skilled opponent. Nara and Shuai quickly formed seals. Shadow sewing jutsu, a sharp tendril of shadow shot forward, slicing through the strands of hair that lunged toward him. SSH. The shadow needle grazed Link's cheek, leaving a shallow cut. Link exhaled heavily, struggling to catch his breath. The exhaustion from repeatedly pushing his body to its limits was undeniable, even with the soldier pills supplementing his energy. The physical toll from such relentless strain, however, was unavoidable. More troublingly, the timer on his stand's duration was almost up. Unlike other shinobi, who needed to carefully control chakra output for prolonged jutsu, Link's techniques bypassed this limitation. They required a fixed amount of chakra, automatically executing without the risk of failure due to miscalculation. However, this advantage came with a significant drawback: extending the duration of an ongoing technique was exceedingly difficult. While most ninja could feed additional chakra into their jutsu to sustain them, Link had to essentially recast the same jutsu, a task requiring exceptional chakra control. This was a feat akin to combining two jutsu simultaneously, a skill slightly less challenging than creating a KK Genkai. Most would question why anyone capable of such precise chakra control wouldn't simply master dual-release techniques or create a KK Genkai instead. 3, 2, Link silently counted down, halting his pursuit of Inshui. All the hair retracted and propelled him back toward his teammates. 1. As the hair coiled back into his scalp, its glossy black color dulled to a brittle, unhealthy gray. Once his hair returned to its normal length, it looked uneven and frayed, a clear sign of the toll it had taken. This was one of Love Deluxe's quirks. When the stand's enhanced hair endured significant damage, it would lose its strength and vitality, turning gray and brittle. Though the hair had continuously grown to mask this effect during the fight, now that the stand had dissipated, the damage was fully apparent. Restoring his original black hair would require time for new growth. Is it over? Iris stammered, his voice tinged with unease. Part of him worried their boss had gone too far and accidentally injured their Jonin instructor. The scale of the destruction was overwhelming. Emmy bit her lip. Any lingering thoughts of revenge or satisfaction from seeing Link struggle had evaporated after witnessing his earlier display. When someone was leagues ahead of you, resentment gave way to intimidation. I could probably summon one more stand with enough rest. Link ignored Iris's question, focusing instead on regulating his breathing. He signaled his teammates to prepare for combat, ready to step in as human shields if necessary. Love Deluxe had been immensely useful. With its immense strength and steel-like durability, it could stand toe-to-toe with some high-level foes. But it drained his stamina at an alarming rate. Unlike physical stands, Love Deluxe was an attachment-based stand, augmenting his hair. Every action it took directly consumed Link's energy. The larger the scale or the more dramatic the changes, the greater the toll on his body. Even with a soldier pill, his stamina had nearly bottomed out after just 1 minute of usage. A single minute. It's not even as long as a certain someone's 3-minute light show. Tap, tap, tap. Inshui emerged from the dust cloud, his expression complicated. He glanced at Iris and Emmy, both gripping kunai in a defensive stance, before his gaze settled on Link. The boy's disheveled gray hair and battered appearance contrasted sharply with his cold, determined eyes. Inshui exhaled slowly and spoke. Test over. Congratulations. Finally. Againian, Link felt a surge of joy at the announcement, though it was quickly tempered by the realization of how low the bar was. His feelings were further mixed by Hidden Leaf Village's subjective evaluation system. Last year, he had passed the graduation exam and even obtained the bell in Kakashi's test, yet he was sent back to the academy. This time, he barely scraped through the graduation exam and failed to secure the bell, but he became a Geinin anyway. There were no hard standards. The outcome depended entirely on the instructor's judgment. Woo! Iris cheered loudly. Emmy lowered her kunai and stole a glance at Link, whose expression remained calm and composed. She sighed softly. Though she had her flaws, being proud, temperamental, and a bit of a princess, she wasn't foolish. She understood that their success was entirely due to Link's efforts. Without him, neither she nor Iris would have made it. The realization was humbling. Inshui retrieved the bells and smiled. Let's celebrate. I'm treating you all to barbecue. Chapter 20, Towards Chunin Yakiniku Restaurant. I'm stuffed. Iris patted his stomach with a satisfied grin. That was amazing. Link let out a small breath, his own belly round and full. With his tight budget, he hadn't had a decent meal in ages. The food he cooked for himself out in the wilderness was barely edible at best. After the intense battle earlier, Being able to gorge on such a feast was pure bliss. Emi wiped her mouth gracefully and asked, Inshui-sensei, now that we've passed the test, do we start taking missions tomorrow? That's correct. Nara Inshui replied with a nod. As a single man and a jonin with little personal expense, treating his team to a big meal was manageable. He glanced at Link's damaged, grayish hair and asked, about your hair, shouldn't you see a medic? Turning gray after just one battle certainly seemed abnormal. It's fine. Link replied, running a hand through his coarse, uneven locks. While it felt a little rough to the touch, it didn't cause him any discomfort. The transformation was purely a side effect of his stand and not an actual injury. Any lingering effects would dissipate as soon as the stand was dismissed. He thought briefly before adding, it's just a side effect of the technique. Once my hair grows out again, it should be back to normal. Instant transmission. His head bald at home? No way. He'd rather deal with gray hair than walk around bald. Even at the 9 years old, Link was self-conscious. He was already bothered by his short stature, being a bald kid on top of that was unthinkable. Absolutely not. Alright. Inshui said, letting the matter drop. He took a sip of his cold drink, stood up, and walked to the front to settle the bill. See you all tomorrow. The 3 members of Team 5 followed him out of the barbecue restaurant. Just as they were about to part ways, Link called out, hey. Both teammates turned to look at him from opposite directions. Link's typically stoic face softened into a rare smile. Let's do our best from now on. Even though the earlier test was just a training exercise, the fact that his teammates had shielded him without hesitation, even after he'd bullied them a bit, had left an impression. The word comrade carried a deeper meaning when lives were at stake. Emi glanced at him before turning and walking away. Iris shrugged in mock helplessness, gave a thumbs up with a grin, and left as well. Link didn't mind their reactions. He had never expected to form deep bonds with his team. As long as the relationships didn't become too strained, that was enough for him. Thanks to the Academy's training, basic teamwork and trust during battle were things even reluctant teammates could achieve, as long as there weren't any major conflicts. For now, he desperately needed 2 trustworthy meat shields to hold the line while he summoned a powerful stand. Alright. Step 1, become a Ganon, accomplished. Link stretched his sore body from the earlier fight, a brighter smile lighting up his face. Next step, become a Chunin. 1 month later, mission assignment desk. Another low-paying mission, I bet. Link thought as he watched the cheerful staff member. He sighed internally. D-rank missions were low-risk, non-combat tasks with rewards ranging from 5,000 to 50,000 ryo. Most were in the 10,000 ryo range, which, after splitting among 4 people, left very little for each member. And these missions were rarely quick to complete. For example, their last D-rank mission was worth 12,000 ryo, a cleanup job in the Naka River. It took them 10 whole days to clear the garbage. The main daily? Iris and Emi spent over 5 days just learning how to walk on water. Link had to slog through the first 3 days solo before they joined in. Their combined efforts barely matched his initial contribution. To be fair, Inshui had been equitable with the payout, giving Link a larger share for his extra work. Their very first mission had been similar, cutting down and transporting lumber for a construction site. Again, most of the time was spent on Emi and Iris learning to climb trees. D-rank missions might not be difficult, but they were always time-consuming, tasks that ordinary people either couldn't do or found too troublesome, which was why they hired Ninja in the first place. Today's mission would likely be the same. Lord Third, please assign us a C-rank mission. Inshui requested politely. Huh? Link was stunned. He had expected another tedious D-rank assignment. Inshui turned to him with a smile. I think you're ready for C-rank work. C-rank missions carried minor risks of injury but didn't involve enemy ninja. For 2 competent Ganon and a third who, when activating his stand, had the strength of an elite Chunin, such a mission should be easy. If that's your judgment. The third Hokage's ever-present smile didn't waver as he handed over a mission scroll. Here you go. Inshui glanced at the details before passing the scroll to Link. Clearing out an infestation of wild beasts in the Forest of Death. Reward, 30,000 ryo. Hearing the task and reward, Iris and Emi perked up immediately. Tasks that combined training with practical work were enjoyable enough, but D-rank missions were painfully dull. C-rank meant more excitement and, finally, some combat. Link read over the scroll, his lips curling into a small grin. At last, a real challenge. Chapter 21, Suffering of a Ganon. So, after leaving the mission assignment office, Nara Inshui raised his hand, as always, and said, meet tomorrow morning outside the Forest of Death. Typically, ninja taking on a mission like clearing wild beasts in the Forest of Death would need to coordinate with the appropriate personnel, such as the Barrier Corps or Anbu. As the team's Jonin leader, Inshui usually handled these formalities himself. "See you tomorrow," said the 3 members of Team 5 before they dispersed. Link pulled out his small wallet and counted his savings, just over 14,000 ryo. Completing this C-rank mission would push him past the 20,000 ryo mark, bringing him closer to hiring an experienced ninja to teach him jutsu. There were many ways to learn jutsu: family inheritance, apprenticeship, teacher instruction, or village-sponsored training. But most of these options weren't available to him. The most practical route was to simply pay for it. Whether purchasing scrolls for low-level ninjutsu or hiring a personal tutor, money was key to improving his skills. That said, most genin didn't even think about such options, because they didn't have enough chakra. Take Sakura Haruno as an example of an exceptional graduate. In the first part of the series, her chakra stat was 2, meaning that casting even a single elemental ninjutsu would completely drain her. By contrast, her teammate Sasuke Uchiha's chakra stat was 4. When he used fire-style, fireball jutsu in battle, Kakashi Hatake was astonished, remarking that a genin shouldn't have this much chakra. The difference between chakra levels isn't linear. As Kakashi himself explained, Naruto's chakra level of 8 made him 4 times more powerful than Kakashi's 6. By this logic, Sasuke's chakra reserves were also 4 times greater than Sakura's. For most genin, their chakra levels were so low that they couldn't even consider using elemental jutsu regularly. A typical genin skill set consisted of the 3 basic jutsus and some simple academy-taught jutsu. Link, through rigorous training, had slightly more chakra than most of his peers. His reserves were roughly on par with Tenten's chakra level of 3. Still, that wasn't enough to make learning advanced ninjutsu worthwhile. Even if he mastered an elemental jutsu, using it in battle would leave him completely drained. For instance, the only elemental jutsu Link had learned so far was Earth-style, Headhunter Jutsu. Though it mutated into Link-style, Headhunter Jutsu, the chakra cost remained the same. During his battle with Kakashi, a single use of this technique drained him to the point where he couldn't maintain his substitution jutsu and passed out. Under these circumstances, what good would learning more elemental jutsu do? Absolutely none. Link couldn't help but envy other reincarnated individuals who could spam ninjutsu right after crossing over. Despite his disadvantageous starting point, his relentless training had helped him catch up to his peers. Yet he still couldn't incorporate ninjutsu into his regular combat style, which frustrated him to no end. So, he decided to focus on saving money and gradually improving his chakra reserves. Once his chakra levels increased, he could hire an experienced ninja for proper training. The pride he once held as a reincarnator had been thoroughly ground down by reality. He no longer aspired to have a legendary figure like the Sannin as his teacher. At this point, he'd be thrilled to have a skilled chunin to guide him. Nara Inshui was a competent instructor, but expecting him to teach advanced jutsu was unrealistic. Even Sakura, under Kakashi's tutelage, didn't learn any specific jutsu during her early days as a genin. Kakashi focused solely on building her foundation. This wasn't favoritism, it was just reality. Most genin didn't have the chakra to use advanced techniques, even if they learned them. Memorizing 1,000 jutsu was pointless if you could only use one before collapsing. Besides, a jonin leader wasn't obligated to teach their subordinates new jutsu. Link knew he needed to plan his future independently. His unique abilities might accelerate his promotion to chunin, but once he reached that level, he'd have to take full responsibility for his growth unless he found a mentor. This afternoon, Link flipped through his notes, scratching his head. It's the Medical Ninja Lecture. The Medical Ninja Training Program was a specialized course designed for genin, aimed at fostering potential medics. It had been part of the system even before the events of Part 1 of the original series. This program didn't teach any actual medical ninjutsu. Medical ninjutsu was a rare and demanding field requiring precise chakra control, extensive knowledge, and innate talent. Even the simplest medical jutsu, delicate illness extraction, was classified as B rank and beyond the reach of most genin. Basic healing techniques, like using chakra to stimulate cell regeneration, were already covered in the Academy's curriculum. Link had excelled in this area, as his chakra control was exceptional. Releasing chakra for minor healing came easily to him, which made the program less appealing. His disinterest stemmed from 2 main reasons. 1. Lack of interest or necessity. The course focused on medical theory and fundamental healing techniques, which either didn't interest him or were skills he'd already mastered. 2. Insufficient chakra reserves. His limited chakra meant he had to carefully ration his energy for combat. Using it to heal others felt like a waste. Basic healing was enough for him. Widespread medical support wasn't feasible with his current limitations. However, he couldn't ignore the training entirely. The hands-on lessons often involved practicing on injured animals under the guidance of experienced medical ninja. These sessions were excellent for honing chakra control. And for Link, improving his chakra control was essential for prolonging the use of effective stands. Reluctantly, he decided to attend. Of course, half the time, these sessions turn out to be boring medical theory lectures. He thought with a sigh. But it was the last class of the day, so he figured he might as well go. After finishing lunch at a Kairaku Ramen, he swapped his mission gear for casual clothes and arrived at the medical class's designated classroom 15 minutes early. Chapter 22, Necessary Step on Becoming a Chunin. That's all. Medical Ninja Mokusa drew a line on the blackboard to underline the key points he had just explained. This concludes today's lecture on medical ninja training. For those interested, you can apply at the hospital for further study and training. He added, Geinin Link, please stay behind. The Geinin attending the class quickly packed their belongings and left without hesitation once they heard the dismissal. A few minutes later, only Link remained in the classroom. Mokusa walked up to his desk and asked, have you given any thought to what we discussed last time? During the previous lecture, Mokusa had invited Link to join the medical ninja program. Most Geinin who attended these sessions eventually ended up working in the hospital, not necessarily practicing medical ninjutsu, but using their chakra to aid in healing alongside traditional surgery and medical procedures. Mokusa saw great potential in Link. His chakra control was already at a level where he could begin learning medical ninjutsu. Of course, his chakra reserves were still somewhat lacking, but at just 9 years old, he had plenty of time to improve through further training. Joining the medical program early would familiarize him with the environment, and with guidance from other medical ninja, his progress would undoubtedly be swift. Link, however, politely declined with a smile. Thank you for the opportunity, Mokusa-senpai, but I'm afraid I must decline. Becoming a medical ninja came with the stability of not having to leave the village for missions and a steady path for promotion. However, for Link, it was too stable. The current year was Hidden Leave Village Year 62. He had no time to waste. Rapidly climbing the ranks and growing stronger was his top priority. After reaching Chunin rank, he'd have access to numerous jutsu through the village's official channels, a steady and reliable, and free, way to acquire new techniques. As for becoming a medical ninja, what would he do? Wait for Tsunade to return and seek her guidance like Sakura Haruno? It was a possibility, but one he didn't want to rely on. Mokusa sighed regretfully but didn't press the issue. If you ever change your mind, feel free to find me anytime. Thank you. Link said earnestly. Bowing slightly, he added, I'll take my leave now, Mokusa-senpai. And exited the classroom. The next day, the Forest of Death, the gate labeled 13 creaked open, letting in a cool breeze that carried a hint of freshness from the dense woods. Nara and Shuai glanced at his 3 subordinates and said, stick to the plan. Yes, sir. The 3 Geinin responded in unison. Link led the group into the forest without hesitation, with Shuai following at a relaxed pace. Without letting his students notice, he jotted down notes about their performance in a small notebook. The Forest of Death was Hidden Leave Village's 44th training ground, surrounded by locked gates and barbed wire. It was a massive circular area with a radius of 10 kilometers, making it 20 kilometers in diameter. It was also located closer to the village's outer perimeter. While Hidden Leave Village might appear lax in the manga, where villains infiltrated with ease, in reality, the village operated like a military base. It was well fortified with high walls and protected by a large-scale barrier system. Entry and exit weren't as easy as they seemed. For about 20 minutes, Link led the team, leaping across branches. They eventually spotted a pack of tigers. These weren't ordinary tigers, they were massive, and likely due to abundant food and competition, they had formed a group instead of hunting alone. There were over a dozen of them, varying in size. Link signaled an attack. Having completed their tree climbing and water walking training, his teammates, Iris and Emmy, immediately sprang into action. SHH. Their kunai and shuriken struck true, landing with clean, solid hits. Before the tigers could fully react, the 2 Geinin closed the distance, finishing them off with swift, merciless strikes. In no time, most of the tigers were dead, with a few managing to flee. They didn't give chase. Their mission was to control the population, not to exterminate the species. The 2 pregnant tigresses in the group had been spared entirely. Standing on a tree branch, Link observed his teammates and nodded in satisfaction. He hadn't even needed to intervene. After assessing their efficiency, he motioned for them to continue. The group moved forward, leaving behind the tiger carcasses to naturally decompose and cycle back into the ecosystem. Using a chakra-enhanced sense of smell, Link adjusted their route and soon led the team to a wolf pack feasting on its prey. The scene unfolded just like before. The 2 Geinin efficiently dispatched their targets, and the group moved on. By noon, they found a clearing to eat a bland meal of roasted meat before continuing their work. By around 3 p.m., Iris and Ami were visibly tired, having expended much of their stamina. Despite this, they had already eliminated about 1/5 of the excessive wildlife. Link, on the other hand, had conserved his energy throughout the mission. As the leader, he needed to stay vigilant and be ready to intervene if anything unexpected occurred. Though Nara Inshui was present, Jonin rarely intervened in missions unless circumstances drastically changed. Relying on their leader too much could lower the Jonin's evaluation of his team. At their current pace, they were on track to complete the mission in about a week. The biggest challenge lay in the sheer size of the forest of death and the mobility of their targets. Wild animals didn't stay in one place, making it difficult to track them without specialized sensory skills. Toward the end of the day, as the sun began to set, Link led his team back to the forest's entrance. In the absence of instructions from their Jonin, Link naturally took on the role of leader, a necessary step on his journey toward becoming a Chunin. Chapter 23, Troubles. 8 days later, morning, Forest of Death Xing. Link thrust his kunai into the skull of a massive bear, standing over 3 meters tall, narrowly dodging a swipe of its giant paw. Thud. The bear collapsed to the ground, its massive body twitching intermittently. Link pulled the kunai out, wiped it on the bear's fur, and returned it to its sheath. The blade was sharp and durable, barely showing anywhere after piercing a skull. He couldn't afford to waste tools like this. Clean it up, and it was as good as new. It was no wonder combat-related missions had such high rewards. Over the past few days, both Iris and Emmy had burned through a considerable amount of ninja tools. Meanwhile, Link, frugal as ever, refused to throw shuriken unless absolutely necessary, relying solely on his kunai for attacks, retrieving and reusing it after every skirmish. If this were a mission involving enemy ninja, saving supplies like this would have been impossible. It was frustrating that typical mission expenses weren't reimbursed. Counting this one, I think we're just about done, Link said, looking up at his 2 teammates. The task of clearing wild animals wasn't bound by strict quotas. As long as the work seemed sufficient, the mission would pass inspection. The assignment office didn't require specific proof, but if field maintenance staff later found an abundance of unchecked beasts, the team might face consequences. It was a trust-based system. In the relatively insular Hidden Leaf Village ninja hierarchy, this approach worked well. Who would risk defecting over a few thousand ryo? With a supervising Jonin, there was even less cause for concern. Hidden Leaf Village had a surprisingly scientific method for estimating wildlife populations, analyzing tracks, droppings, and the movement patterns of herbivores. The Team 5's task was based on these assessments. Link's question may have been phrased tentatively, but his tone was decisive. After over a month of working together, his teammates had grown accustomed to following his lead, both due to his competence and his calm, commanding demeanor. The trio stopped near a river to rest briefly before leaving the forest. At that moment, Nara Inshui appeared, tucking a notebook into his bag. "Well done, everyone," he said with a smile. He wasn't the type of leader to engage in casual bonding with subordinates. Though responsible and dutiful, his professionalism maintained a certain distance. Inshui saw himself more as a silent guardian than a buddy. Despite being in his 20s, his students were just 9 and 11. Completing a C-rank mission with no injuries, even if it involved only wild animals, was no small feat for newly minted geinin. Their performance confirmed the team's readiness to operate as a fully functional squad. Iris hesitated, as if he wanted to express his excitement, but ultimately held back. His once lively, impulsive nature had been tempered by the composed leadership of Link and Inshui. Emmy sighed in relief. Since her first day as a geinin, she'd been quietly pushing herself, unwilling to be the team's weak link. The praise brought her a rare sense of ease. Link remained stoic, showing no reaction to the compliment. "Well, see you at the Hokage building the day after tomorrow," Inshui said, locking the gate behind them. "You've worked hard these past few days. Take tomorrow to rest." With that, he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Iris instinctively glanced at Link, intending to signal his departure, but paused when he heard, "You two, do you have time this afternoon?" "I do," Emmy answered first. "Me too," Iris quickly added, raising a hand. Link nodded slightly. "Meet me at Training Ground 7 this afternoon. We'll start special training." "Special training?" Iris's voice jumped several pitches. Seeing his teammates look at him, he forced a grin and said, "No need for that, boss. We're not new to being geinin anymore." The memory of their first day, which had involved nothing but getting beaten up, still lingered. As a ninja, he could handle pain. It was part of their training, but who liked getting thrashed? "We've completed our first C-rank mission," Link said, glancing at him. "Chances are, we'll be sent out of the village for the next one. Both of you still have a lot to work on. Once we're outside, there's a good chance we'll face enemy ninja. I want to help you prepare." During the 9 days of hunting wildlife, his teammates had performed decently by geinin standards but still had many flaws. Issues like uneven chakra control, inefficient ninjutsu usage, unnecessary movements in combat, and poor concealment of their presence were glaring weaknesses. Link genuinely wanted to help them improve. Even if he advanced to Chunin and the Team 5 disbanded, there was a high chance they'd form a temporary Link squad for missions. He couldn't be their babysitter forever, unlike Inshui. Helping them now was an investment in his future. Once everyone reached Chunin rank or found other roles, like working in the hospital, Anbu, interrogation, barrier team, or medical corps, they'd naturally part ways. He had no intention of recruiting new teammates once he became a Chunin. Finding reliable allies was too uncertain. Better to train and mold the ones he had. "Thank you, boss," Iris said after a brief pause, his face lighting up. His straightforward nature left no room for second-guessing. Having a capable leader willing to help was a clear benefit. "Thank you, boss," Emmy echoed hesitantly, her reluctance stemming mostly from using the term boss. "Good. See you at 2 this afternoon," Link said, cutting off further conversation as he turned to leave. The mission completed, he planned to reward himself with a proper meal, wash his blood-stained gear, and clean his clothes. Days of trekking through the forest had left everything reeking. The blood-stiffened kunai holster was especially troublesome to clean. Other transmigrators worry about ninja wars, the fate of humanity, or the Otsutsuki clan. He muttered to himself with a sigh. Meanwhile, I'm stuck dealing with laundry and groceries. Chapter 24, Trouble That Comes to You at Kairaku Ramen. Hey there, Link-chan, just finished another mission, huh? Tuki, the owner of Kairaku Ramen, greeted him with a cheerful smile. Link responded with a smile of his own. Officially, ninja missions were confidential, but as a Gainian, his assignments weren't exactly covert. For instance, just recently, he'd spent days pulling garbage out of the river, something any passerby could see. Add to that his habit of treating himself to a bowl of ramen after every mission, and it wasn't hard for the owner to guess he'd completed another one. "The usual, please, Uncle Tuki," Link said casually, walking over to the refrigerator to grab an ice-cold soda. Summer had arrived, and the heat was becoming unbearable. An ice-cold drink was exactly what he needed. "Got it. You've earned it, kid," Tuki called back loudly. "MMHM." Link responded absent-mindedly, his focus on cracking open the soda and taking a refreshing sip. He'd just sat down, barely getting comfortable, when he noticed someone staring at him. Turning his head, he saw a blonde boy with spiky hair wearing an orange jacket, none other than Naruto Uzumaki, the child of destiny himself. Naruto's eyes kept darting toward the headband tied to Link's arm, his expression full of envy. "Ah, right. He's failed the Gainin exam for 3 years now, hasn't he?" Link thought to himself. Having taken 2 years to pass his own exam, he understood the frustration. Fine. Let him stare. Feeling quite pleased with himself, Link took another sip of soda. It was a special kind of satisfaction knowing someone envied his status as a Gainian. It added a certain flavor to his day. Soon enough, his ramen arrived. Clasping his hands together, he said, "Itadakimasu." Whether it was the lingering high from completing a mission, the promise of a hefty reward, or just Naruto's envious gaze adding flavor to the moment, the ramen tasted especially delicious that day. Burp. Full and content, Link sat for a few moments to let his meal settle before heading home. There was laundry waiting for him, after all. On his way back, Link noticed someone trailing him, a clumsy shadow keeping a suspiciously close distance. Timing his turn carefully as he crossed the street, he glanced back quickly. It was Naruto. Seriously? Does this kid have nothing better to do? Why's he following me? Deciding not to let it bother him, Link kept walking. Naruto would probably get bored and leave soon enough. Although, I have to say, for the supposed child of destiny, his tracking skills are downright terrible. Even Iris and Ami are better at hiding their presence. Link had no intention of striking up a relationship with Naruto. The boy was a magnet for trouble, and getting too close to him meant courting disaster. Forget the outside enemies eyeing Naruto for his status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Hidden Leaf Village's own higher-ups kept him under constant surveillance. Hiruzen, the third Hokage, was likely watching him right now with his telescope jutsu while juggling village affairs and missions. Getting close to Naruto would do nothing but paint a target on his back. Even before discovering his cheat ability, Link had decided it was safer to befriend Konohamaru, hoping to indirectly connect with Naruto. Direct involvement was a recipe for disaster. So, ignoring the blonde's clumsy attempts at stealth, Link went home, washed his clothes, changed into a clean tracksuit, polished his ninja tools, and left again at around 1:30 p.m. No sooner had he stepped outside than he felt that same awkward, bumbling presence tailing him again. For crying out loud. Suppressing the urge to confront Naruto outright, Link chose patience over impulse. A confrontation might feel satisfying in the moment, but it would only lead to trouble later. As he made his way to Training Ground 7, he reflected on the situation. He suspected Uncle Tiki had said something to Naruto, perhaps praising Link for becoming a genin so young and performing well on missions. Naruto, for all his eventual heroism, was still a brat at this age, a chaotic, attention-seeking child. The kind who'd pull a girl's hair because he didn't know how to express his feelings. In this scenario, I'm the one getting my hair pulled. Confronting Naruto might only make him cling harder, or worse, view him as a rival, potentially stealing Sasuke's spot as the antagonistic friend. Link didn't want anything to do with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, so he decided to ignore him. By the time Link arrived at Training Ground 7, his two teammates were already waiting. "Boss." Iris waved enthusiastically, grinning ear to ear. "Good afternoon." Emmy hesitated for a moment, then echoed, "Good afternoon, boss." But Link felt a sharp glare directed at him. Turning slightly, he realized Naruto's presence had followed him here. The kid's gaze was now tinged with something like hostility. "Ah, right. Iris and Emmy were in Naruto's class at the academy. Makes sense." Recalling their shared history, Link scratched his head and walked up to his team. "Good afternoon." He brushed aside the unease and asked, "Shall we start?" "Boss." Emmy said softly, gesturing toward the bushes where Naruto was clearly trying, and failing, to hide. Iris, meanwhile, clenched his fists, looking eager for action. The three had spent enough time together to communicate with a glance. Link shook his head. "Let him watch," he said quietly before addressing his teammates directly. "Now, let's go over some of the issues I've noticed during the mission." As Link listed their flaws, he had them demonstrate, correcting their mistakes on the spot. In the bushes, Naruto scratched his head in frustration, occasionally cupping his hands around his ears to catch snippets of their conversation. Chakra. Balance. Footwork. Water walking. Stealth. The disjointed words made no sense to him, and every time he started to zone out, the trio would begin sparring, snapping his attention back with wide-eyed fascination. Link, on the other hand, had completely forgotten about his unwanted audience. Let him watch, it wasn't worth the trouble of chasing him off. 2 hours later, his throat dry from talking, Link wrapped up the session. "That's it for today. Practice what you've learned, and we'll meet here tomorrow at 8 a.m. to continue." He gave his teammates a chance to absorb what they'd been taught, planning to review and build on it the next day. Standing on tiptoe, he patted Iris's shoulder before turning to Emmy, whose expression had grown peculiar. Giving her shoulder the same pat, he ignored her increasingly baffled look and headed off. As a temporary teacher, fairness is important, after all. Chapter 25, Headache. "I challenge you." Naruto jumped out and shouted boldly. "Here comes trouble." Link felt a headache brewing. "What is this about? I already tolerated you following me around, and now you're jumping out to challenge me? Can't you just keep stalking quietly? People always compromise, don't they?" "I won't accept your challenge," he said calmly. As an adult at heart, Link fully understood Naruto's need for recognition. He resolved to handle the situation rationally and maturely, without letting this child's antics get to him. This wasn't about being a superior transmigrator, it was an adult dealing with a child. Without responding further, Link walked away, confident that the child of destiny wouldn't stoop to attacking someone without the intent to fight. "What's the matter? Are you scared, little kid?" Naruto taunted loudly, hands on his hips. "Little kid?" Link froze for a moment, took a deep breath, and kept walking. "It's just a word, just a word. Don't let it bother you. I'm an adult. I won't argue with a child." Naruto ran ahead to block his path. "Hey, I'm talking to you, little kid. Don't you think you're being rude?" "First of all," Link said, stopping and taking another deep breath, "I am not a little kid. Second, I won't fight you." "Good job, Link. You're proving how mature and composed you are. You'll be a Chunin in no time." Straightening his back and maintaining an air of nonchalance, Link imagined that the third Hokage or an Anbu operative might be watching. Time for an impromptu performance. Showtime. "Oh?" Naruto raised his hand, leveling it to where Link's head barely reached. Naruto stood at 145 centimeters, while Link was just over 120 centimeters tall, even with shoes on. The 20 centimeters difference was glaring. Snap. Something inside Link's mind broke. His body moved on its own, a textbook low kick. Thwack. Naruto hit the ground hard. Raising his hand to Naruto's head level, Link declared loftily, "Listen closely. The term little kid applies to you. This is such a headache." Link sighed inwardly. He knew Naruto wouldn't let this go. Unless he moved house and avoided a Kairaku ramen entirely, there'd be no peace. "Ugh. I'm just still growing." Muttering silently, Link resolved himself, I'll grow taller soon enough. No, I'll reach 180 centimeters. No, 200 centimeters. And if that doesn't work, I'll find a jutsu to make myself taller. He stormed off, leaving Naruto behind. Darn it. That guy's really strong. Naruto rubbed his sore arm, a determined gleam in his eye. He wasn't afraid of coldness or indifference, it was scornful rejection that stung the most. Predictably, Link had indeed stumbled into trouble. All kinds of trouble. Hokage's office again, and with Chunin-level talent. Inshuai, you've got a high opinion of this kid. The third Hokage remarked, closing Nara Inshuai's report on Team 5. Normally, a Genin team wouldn't warrant this level of attention. But Team 5 wasn't ordinary. Link's unique abilities and resourcefulness had garnered increasing recognition. While his chakra reserves were modest and his casting speed wasn't exceptional, his capabilities, demonstrated during the training ground battle, were enough to shift the tide of any conflict involving Genin or even Chunin. Against an elite Jonin, Link wasn't a threat yet. But in a real-world skirmish or localized conflict, his presence alone could dominate the battlefield. In times of war, Link might already have been promoted to Chunin, or even a provisional special Jonin or Jonin, and sent straight to the front lines. But in this era of peace, Inshuai, the Hokage said with a warm smile, it looks like I'll be counting on you a bit longer. As the inheritor of the Will of Fire, the third Hokage viewed children as the village's future. While his aging body still held out, he saw no need to prematurely expose these children to the harsh realities of the shinobi world. Nara Inshuai scratched the back of his head and smiled. Honestly, they've made my job easier. Though Iris and Ami's talents weren't extraordinary, Link's leadership and personal excellence compensated greatly. He not only performed exceptionally himself but also managed his teammates well. Inshuai particularly admired how, during the tree climbing and water walking training, Link had generously shared his insights and tips with his teammates, demonstrating a selflessness that endeared him to his instructor. Apart from being slightly too mature and aloof for his age, Link was one of the most promising kids Inshuai had ever encountered. These kids nowadays. There's something else, especially Shikamaru. That lazy brother of mine. Inshuai's thoughts wandered momentarily, comparing the two exceptional boys he'd mentored. Suddenly, an Anbu operative appeared beside the Hokage, whispering a quick report before disappearing into the shadows. The Hokage's smile deepened as he retrieved his crystal ball. With a flick of his fingers, he cast the telescope jutsu, the orb revealing Naruto lurking in the bushes, spying on Team 5. The boy's sneaky antics were both amusing and endearing. Inshuai, standing nearby, saw the scene too and chuckled, immediately understanding why he'd been allowed to observe. Their attention soon shifted to Team 5. With their keen eyes, both men could easily deduce the team's exercises and the lessons Link was imparting. What a remarkably mature child. The Hokage mused, his tone wistful. Even during the war, children forced to grow up quickly lacked this kind of poise and foresight. Having witnessed enough, the Hokage began contemplating promoting Link to Chunin in the near future. With more resources and tailored guidance, this boy could achieve even greater heights. He returned his gaze to the crystal ball just in time to see Naruto leap out and challenge Link, only to be swiftly knocked down. Listen closely. The term little kid applies to you. The Hokage stifled a laugh as Inshuai smirked, both of them oddly comforted by the scene. Overly mature children. Always a little heartbreaking to watch. Chapter 26, You Can't Hate Him. The next day, Training Ground 7. Boss, why is that fox brat here again? Iris whispered, his tone neutral. He wasn't particularly prejudiced against Naruto but wasn't fond of him either. Despite Hidden Leaf Village's vastness, with places like the sprawling Forest of Death alone boasting a 20-kilometer diameter, most students who made it into the academy had a distant attitude toward Naruto. While some mocked him for being a class failure, genuine discrimination or isolation wasn't as prevalent as outsiders might think. Let him follow if he wants to. Link sighed, sounding like a little adult. He had no interest in forming a connection with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but why not outright reject or drive him away? Beyond worrying that such actions might only encourage Naruto's persistence, Link found it hard to feel any genuine dislike toward him. In his previous life, Link had read the entirety of Naruto. That story had been a part of his youth, a beacon during school days when he loved manga and novels. He remembered flipping through its pages alone, captivated by the mischievous yet resilient protagonist. For a boy who bet his life for others' acknowledgement, who never gave up despite overwhelming odds, and who radiated unwavering determination, courage, warmth, and kindness, Naruto had genuinely moved him. Sure, the manga had its flaws, but as a prototypical shonen protagonist, Naruto shined, especially in the early arcs. That admiration was why Link had once loved Naruto and its titular hero so much. Now, living in the world of Naruto, Link didn't naively believe the manga mirrored reality. Yet he still found it hard to harbor ill will toward Naruto. This is such a good kid. But that was exactly why Link kept his distance, wearing a cold expression whenever Naruto was around. He feared that, one day, emotions would pull him into Naruto's orbit, forging bonds that could cost him everything, just like Neji's fate. From the beginning, Link's goal was simple: survive. Keep his fate firmly within his own hands. Boss. Emi suddenly spoke up. You're smiling. Link looked up at the clear blue sky. Am I? He quickly schooled his expression back into calm neutrality and looked down. Alright, enough talk. Emi, you first. Show me everything I taught you yesterday. Boss Emi said playfully, her voice much lighter than before. She walked toward the open training area, muttering, but I'm a girl, you know. Ladies first, right? Makes perfect sense. Link replied with mock seriousness. He definitely wasn't being petty. Emi sighed and got to work. Nearby, Iris stifled a laugh. For the next 2 hours, Team 5 trained under Link's supervision. When the session ended, he instructed his teammates to rest and practice on their own. Then, he walked to a nearby vending machine, bought 2 cans of red bean soup with mochi, and sat on a bench. Opening one can, he took a sip before placing the other on the bench beside him. Fun fact, this can mochi drink is the same one Naruto and Konohamaru drank when chatting in the forest after Naruto's graduation. It's also a favorite of Aiko Mitarashi. Come out. Link called casually after another sip, soothing his dry throat. There was a rustling noise before Naruto jumped down from a tree. How'd you know I was there? He asked, amazed. You've been following me since Ikiraku Ramen yesterday, obviously. Link deadpanned. Naruto pouted slightly, unwilling to admit defeat. He even prepared to perform a jutsu. After all, he hadn't shown off his ultimate move yet. Your tracking skills are terrible. Link added, gesturing toward the second can. Drink this. My treat. Naruto blinked in surprise. After a brief hesitation, he sat down and picked up the drink, mumbling, thanks. It was the first time someone his age had spoken to him so calmly, the first time someone had offered him a drink. Wait. No, not just someone his age, someone smaller than him. What are you thinking about? Link squinted at him, a hint of suspicion in his voice. Nothing. Naruto replied, looking down at the unopened can in his hands. It wasn't that he wasn't thirsty, he simply didn't want to waste it. This brat. Link clicked his tongue, slightly annoyed but mostly amused by the kid's quiet behavior. Why are you following me? He asked, leaning back on the bench. Sometimes, it was better to talk things out. If Naruto wouldn't leave him alone, perhaps they could reach an understanding. Maybe they could even settle into a distant friendship like Naruto had with his classmates. That wouldn't be too bad, would it? If nothing else, Link thought, it'd make a good story to tell if he ever returned to his old world. But before he could elaborate, Naruto finally spoke up, his face breaking into a bright smile. Thanks. Link raised an eyebrow, caught off guard. What the hell? He muttered, taking another sip of his drink to calm his nerves. This kid's so weird. A simple drink earned such heartfelt gratitude. If Hinata gave him a few more cans, would he let her take him home? Suddenly, Link felt a bit awkward. Could he still tell Naruto not to follow him anymore? Scratching the back of his head, he tried to think of what to say. Alright, listen, he began, only to trail off. What could he even say? His thoughts were all over the place. Forget it. Link said at last, sounding exasperated. You're impossible. Naruto, having calmed down, tilted his head curiously. Were you teaching them earlier? Yeah. Link replied, grateful for the change of topic. It's not easy to become a proper genin. Then can I? Naruto hesitated, the idea forming in his mind. This kid, smaller and younger than him, was already a genin and capable of teaching others. Before he could finish, Link shot him a sidelong glance. He'd noticed Naruto occasionally sneaking glances at his headband. This little punk better not be thinking what I think he's thinking. Still, as an adult, Link took a deep breath to calm himself. Stay patient. Stay patient. Chapter 27, Labels Clang. Link crushed the empty drink can in his hand and tossed it into the designated recycling bin from a distance. Japanese vending machines often have separate bins for PET bottles or aluminum cans. Taking a deep breath, he stood up and said, if there's nothing else, I'm heading back now. Alright. Naruto replied, standing as well. Despite his initial intention to ask for guidance after witnessing how Link had helped his classmates improve, he ultimately kept silent. It wasn't that Naruto was obsessed with getting stronger. In fact, his understanding of what it meant to be strong was still vague. Although he loudly proclaimed his dream of becoming Hokage, he had never considered the strength or qualities required to achieve that goal. Instead, his emotions at this moment resembled the envy of seeing two friends with a cool new toy, except the toy in question was the chance to be taught and improve. Naruto watched Link walk away, unable to bring himself to speak up or ask him to stay. He didn't know how to respond to someone who showed him kindness without malice or disdain. So, he remained there by the vending machine, holding the drink Link had given him, unwilling to leave for a long time. At that moment, perhaps, he just wanted to cry. Link walked away, letting out a silent sigh. From the start, he had no intention of forming close ties with Naruto, and that resolve hadn't changed. He wouldn't actively seek interaction with the boy. However, when Naruto jumped into his life so boldly, challenging him, Link knew it meant entering the third Hokage's radar. This realization led him to a crucial thought: perhaps this wasn't such a bad thing. To progress in the shinobi hierarchy, having talent wasn't enough. Leaders needed to see and recognize your potential. Equally important, they needed to believe in your loyalty and character. Who would invest in nurturing a cold, ungrateful individual? In a village like Hidden Leaf Village, steeped in the ideals of the will of fire and camaraderie, the third Hokage would likely prioritize personality and values even more than raw strength. If it were Denzo, personality wouldn't matter, a bit of brainwashing and a cursed seal would suffice. When Link performed his quirky antics in front of Naruto, he wasn't just playing a role for Naruto. He was building a persona, a calculated mix of strengths and flaws, to leave an impression on the Hokage. During his time at the academy, Link had already begun constructing his genius image by showcasing his unique jutsu and striving for early graduation. In peacetime, early graduation was rare. A KK Genkai or unique technique plus early promotion would undoubtedly make him stand out among the hundreds of faceless shinobi. But perfection was forgettable. People connected with those who had quirks and vulnerabilities. So Link deliberately exaggerated his insecurities, his annoyance at being called short, his awkwardness, and his occasional immaturity. These weren't lies, they were carefully amplified truths. Labels stick. He wanted to brand himself as a talented genius, insecure about his height, with a slightly difficult personality, and some oddly juvenile traits. Link didn't hate Naruto, that was genuine. He truly hated being short. His emotions and reactions were often real. But beneath all this lay a singular, pure goal: to climb higher. He wanted to become a Chunin, then a Jonin, and possibly an eventual Hokage candidate. If that required leveraging the third Hokage or Naruto's position as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, so be it. A completely fake persona couldn't manipulate others for long. However, if laced with genuine emotions, it could sway even the most cautious hearts. Still, Link knew the risks. Too much authenticity might lead him to form real bonds, a vulnerability he couldn't afford. Bonds were dangerous. They could tether him to others, weaken his resolve, or even lead to tragedy, just as his mother had succumbed to illness and his father had died on a senseless mission. For now, this is far enough with Naruto. I'm not ready for the complications of being his friend. Acting required immersion, but prolonged interaction with Naruto made Link realize he was softer than he thought. He decided to put some distance between them. Even now, using half-truths to manipulate someone so innocent left a lingering discomfort. But this was a necessary step. Link wasn't a true genius. Without his mutated jutsu, his minimal chakra reserves would likely reduce him to cannon fodder. Even with his unique abilities, he was effectively a glass cannon, a strong offense but with little ability to maintain control in prolonged battles. He had already planned contingencies for improving his chakra reserves. From gaining access to a tailed beast's power or undergoing modifications, to, more realistically, partnering with a reliable power bank. Like Naruto. With enough chakra, Link believed he could change any battlefield. However, catching a tailed beast or undergoing dangerous modifications was far too risky. It would be safer to rise through the ranks and let Hidden Leaf Village secure such resources for him, or perhaps persuade Naruto to lend his chakra in the future. Why struggle alone when tools and collective resources could be used? Keep moving forward, Link. One day, you'll truly control your destiny. As he walked the lonely path back to the training ground, Link suppressed his unease and refocused. For a brief moment, perhaps, even he wanted to cry. Back at the 7th training ground, Link saw his teammates diligently practicing. Without hesitation, he joined in, beginning his physical training. His routine was simple, basic exercises and honing his physical condition. When it came to developing new jutsu, he had long hit a bottleneck. Among his current techniques, his clone jutsu stood out. Its primary strength lay in granting him a unique form of damage immunity, a trait that had saved his life during his fight with Kakashi. The jutsu's potential was vast, it allowed him to split his body and reassemble it, offering critical advantages in taijutsu. However, Against Kakashi's shadow clone feints, this advantage had been undermined. Initially, Link had envisioned more advanced applications, like splitting into smaller segments, or even separating into cells or atoms. But through repeated tests, he discovered a critical limitation: all of his mutated jutsu relied entirely on the amount of chakra supplied to extend their duration or enhance their effects. Chapter 28, Limitations. Taking the clone jutsu as an example, when Link first learned the clone jutsu, the chakra allocated to it could only separate his limbs into basic parts: arms, head, legs, and torso. Hands and fingers were treated as a single unit with the arm. After extending the duration of the clone jutsu to 1 minute, he managed to separate individual fingers. Even when he pushed the technique to its limits, consuming over 80% of his chakra in a single use, he still couldn't break apart flesh and muscle. What he could do, however, was detach fingernails, hair, eyeballs, ears, and even his nose. While horrifying, this didn't seem particularly useful in combat. The sheer shock factor, however, was definitely on another level. During testing, Link once thought he could run the most terrifying haunted house back in his original world. Watching himself in the mirror without a face, hair, eyes, or ears was an experience that filled even him with deep unease. When his body parts separated, there were no gory wounds left behind. Instead, the areas where his body split were smooth and seamless. Holding his detached eyeball to inspect himself in the mirror was downright unsettling. Outside combat, these abilities had their perks. For instance, throwing an ear to eavesdrop or using an eyeball to spy was incredibly practical. But consuming 80% of his chakra for such actions was far from feasible. He'd be left drained, a sitting duck if any combat occurred afterward. And no, soldier pills weren't some miraculous remedy. Their chakra restoration effects didn't stack, couldn't fully replenish his reserves, and certainly couldn't push his chakra beyond its natural limit. Soldier pills, according to the Book of Soldiers, are surprisingly simple in composition: 1 tablespoon of vegetable juice, 6 bin snacks, 8 small biscuits, 10 mixed nuts, 2 teaspoons of sesame seeds, a pinch of shichimi spice, 25 raisins. Link didn't fully understand how such basic ingredients could restore chakra, but they were affordable enough to include in his routine. However, consuming them regularly still added up to a significant expense over time. Interestingly, according to Choji in the manga, there was a secret variety of soldier pills rumored to enable 3 days and nights of tireless combat, with stimulant and sedative effects. Link hadn't been able to find or verify the existence of such pills. Because of its random nature, Link's substitution jutsu lacked a clear development path. He still couldn't control what type of substitution he'd summon, limiting its strategic applications. The binding jutsu was another challenge. It relied on money, and Link wasn't willing to spend on experimental uses. Fake money, or currency that he didn't recognize as legitimate, couldn't serve as a target for the technique. And items like spiritual currency didn't exist in the world of Naruto. The Earth-style, headhunter jutsu was an energy hog, consuming too much chakra for what essentially amounted to a hazy Ganjutsu effect. Without cooperation from an opponent, developing this technique further seemed futile. Initially, Link had high hopes for the transformation jutsu. Unlike the original version, which created mere illusions, his variant produced tangible transformations. Theoretically, this opened a vast range of possibilities. Unfortunately, it came with severe limitations. He could only transform into objects or forms he thoroughly understood. For example, he could perfectly recreate his father's sword because he had an intimate understanding of its texture, sharpness, length, material, and construction. Without such knowledge, transformations were impossible. This realization hit him hard when trying to replicate objects from his previous life. Things he thought he knew well, like gadgets or tools, turned out to be blank spaces in his memory. What materials were they made of? What were their internal structures? What principles governed their operation? So far, the most combat-effective item he could transform into was an explosive tag. But explosive tags were single-use items. What was he supposed to do? Rush at an opponent, transform into a tag, and self-detonate? Even imagining it felt absurd. And if the explosion damaged his body beyond the recovery capabilities of the clone jutsu? An expendable tool? More like an expendable self. As for transforming into mythical beasts or scions, those were even further from reality. Did he know how the Uzumaki bloodline worked by dissecting a body? Could he understand a tailed beast's mechanics just by examining it? Pure nonsense. In early experiments, Link considered transforming into water, mud, or other substances. He envisioned a form of elementalization, borrowing ideas from other universes. But the problems were immediate and obvious. His transformation jutsu didn't grant immunity to damage, nor could it adjust his size or mass. He would remain his original form, just coated with the appearance of another substance. For instance, if he turned into a mudman, he would be just as vulnerable, if not more so. A single attack could scatter his body, or a bit of fire could reduce him to ash. Unlike true elementalization, which allowed control over the corresponding element, his transformations were merely cosmetic. For damage mitigation, the clone jutsu was a much better alternative. Even with increased chakra investment, all he could achieve was scaling the size of his transformations, not improving their effectiveness or versatility. This left the transformation jutsu in a frustratingly awkward state. With no clear development paths for his 5 jutsu, Link shifted his focus to becoming a chunin. He hoped the promotion would grant access to new techniques that might offer breakthroughs. However, his limited chakra meant that many ninjutsu options, especially large-scale elemental techniques, were impractical. The high energy costs made them unsuitable for real combat. Instead, Link aimed for techniques with promising names or concepts. Kirin, not yet invented; Lightning Blade, S rank, prohibitively expensive chakra cost; Flying Thunder God, S rank, extremely high learning difficulty; Mystical Palm, A rank, impractical chakra consumption; Adamantine Sealing Chains, likely a bloodline limit; Dead Soul Jutsu, only seen in the manga; Super Beast Imitating Drawing, extremely rare specialty jutsu. While these techniques held great potential, their acquisition and mastery were far beyond his current reach. For now, Link could only dream of becoming a powerful, godlike figure with abilities like Flying Thunder God. Instead, he focused on incremental progress and tested new ideas with his existing jutsu. But mostly, he stuck to the basics, training his body. Because at the end of the day, foundations matter most. Chapter 29, New Ideas. 2.5 hours later, Yakiniku Link leaned against the wall, rubbing his full stomach as he slouched down. "Boss, want some more?" Iris offered generously. Today's treat at Yakiniku was his gesture of gratitude for Link's guidance. Since he was the host, he figured they could eat as much as they wanted until they were completely satisfied. While Iris wasn't wealthy or a second-generation heir, he had the support of his parents and was in a much better financial position than Link. Treating his team to barbecue was no big deal. Link waved his hand in polite refusal, saying nothing. The aroma of grilled meat seemed to linger around him, and the sizzling sound of fat searing on the grill still echoed in his mind. However, his stomach couldn't handle any more food. As Link remained silent, the three of them fell into an awkward quiet. It wasn't unusual. Link's usual demeanor was that of a stoic, cool guy, or was it cool kid? Apart from his interest in food and his tireless dedication to training, he didn't have many hobbies. Iris and Ami knew little about what he liked or disliked. Their interactions typically revolved around missions or serious discussions. Now, with some rare downtime, the silence felt even more pronounced. Link gradually became aware of the awkwardness. Although he was introverted in his previous life and guarded due to his secrets, today was a special occasion. It would be rude to remain so distant when someone was treating him. After taking a moment, he decided to speak up. "Do you have any more questions? About training?" "Ah, great. Back to talking about training again." He really didn't know how to navigate small talk. It wasn't social anxiety, he just disliked idle chatter. Still, for the sake of maintaining his image and building rapport with his teammates, he forced himself to say something. Ami quickly responded, "About chakra control." And so began another exchange of questions and answers. The atmosphere warmed slightly. Ami, who had spent her academy days teasing others with her clique, now found herself playing the role of a mediator. It was almost comical how quickly her life had changed after graduating. She sighed inwardly. The next time she saw her former classmates, they probably wouldn't even recognize her anymore. Iris eventually joined the conversation. What started as a discussion about training soon meandered into other, more casual topics. They talked about recent movies, popular novels, and even scandalous gossip involving the Land of Fire's elites. The kids in this world sure are mature for their age. Link chimed in occasionally when he could contribute, though he mostly listened. Over time, he began to learn more about his teammates. Iris loved reading all kinds of novels, had a sweet tooth, and dreamed of becoming a powerful ninja. Ami, on the other hand, was a gossip enthusiast with a knack for makeup and flower arranging. She hated violence and hoped to work in a hospital someday. "Then why didn't you attend the medical ninja lectures?" Link asked curiously. Ami shrugged with a helpless smile. "I already know most of the material they cover. My chakra control and reserves are just lacking," she admitted. "Besides, I've never thought about becoming a medical ninja. I'd be happy just working in a hospital." Practical. Becoming a medical ninja was indeed incredibly challenging, far beyond the reach of most. Link smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. I think if you keep training, you'll get into the hospital in no time." He wasn't just trying to be encouraging. The requirements for joining a hospital weren't particularly high. As long as one could competently control their chakra for healing without wasting it, they could qualify. It wasn't about becoming a famous doctor. For internships, the bar was much lower. Hidden Leaf Village Hospital, after all, had both ordinary doctors and medical ninjas on staff. Emmy, still in her formative years, had plenty of time to improve her chakra control and reserves. Entering the hospital after a year or two of practice was entirely within reach. Thanks. Emmy seemed genuinely uplifted by his words. As their conversation wound down, Link decided he should contribute a topic of his own. He blurted out, "What's something you feel most familiar with?" In truth, he was voicing his own frustrations. He had been struggling to find a direction for developing his transformation jutsu. Realizing the question might seem odd, he quickly added, "Just throwing it out there, no need to take it seriously." Emmy tilted her head in thought, while Iris answered without hesitation. "My body, of course." He flexed his biceps with a goofy grin, clearly trying to lighten the mood. "My body?" Link froze for a moment. Of course. What external object could someone know better than their own body? There was a saying, the wise look inward for strength, while the unwise seek it elsewhere. Transforming into myself. The idea hit him like a thunderbolt. Transformation already allowed him to bypass questions of internal structure, energy flow, or how organs worked. His body would function as if nothing had changed, regardless of what form it took. The transformations didn't make sense scientifically, but they worked nonetheless. Previously, he had to treat his body parts as complete units, fingers, hands, arms, his entire form, because he couldn't comprehend the micro-level processes involved. But if familiarity was the key, then transforming into his own body would eliminate those barriers. "Boss? Boss?" Iris's voice pulled him back to reality, his cheerful grin fading into concern. "Huh?" Link blinked and snapped out of his thoughts. "Sorry, I just remembered something. I'll take my leave now, see you later at the training grounds." He stood abruptly, his expression serious, and dashed out of Yakiniku. Developing his jutsu was far more important than idle chatter. Iris and Emmy exchanged awkward glances. They both started simultaneously. I'll be going now. See you in the afternoon." Emmy quickly interjected. She stood and left, leaving Iris behind. Without Link, the two of them barely had anything to talk about. Their interests, hobbies, and aspirations couldn't have been more different. If not for Link, they probably wouldn't have exchanged more than a few words in their lifetimes. Chapter 30, Outside Mission. The next morning, Hokage Building Link let out a yawn, looking both groggy and strangely energized. Good morning. The previous afternoon and evening had been consumed by his obsession with developing his transformation jutsu. He had gone to bed at 1:30 a.m. but spent hours tossing and turning, his head full of ideas. Eventually, he got back up to experiment further, only falling asleep as dawn approached. Sometimes, the thrill of growing stronger, even just a little, was intoxicating. "Good morning," came the replies from Iris and Emmy. With a soft swish, Nara Inshui appeared out of nowhere, smiling as he said, "Looks like you three had a good rest." Iris and Emmy exchanged glances before discreetly looking at Link, who was stifling another yawn. They wisely chose not to comment. The group of four entered the mission assignment office. Early morning was peak time for Geinin teams led by Jonin to line up for new missions. Despite the bustling atmosphere, the ninja maintained orderly silence, with only a few exceptions. It wasn't long before Team 5 reached the front. Nara Inshui greeted the third Hokage respectfully, saying, "Lord Third, may we have a D-rank mission, please?" The three Geinin glanced at each other but said nothing, holding back their disappointment. "Very well," the third Hokage said with a kind smile. His gaze lingered on Link, and he gave the young ninja an especially warm look before selecting a mission slip. Handing it over, he said, "Here you go." Nara Inshui accepted the slip and led Team 5 out of the office. The tallest of the group, Emmy, surprising, isn't it? Caught sight of the mission details, babysit a merchant's child. While D-rank missions typically included mundane tasks like picking up trash, finding lost pets, or helping with farming, this one felt especially lackluster. They had just successfully completed a C-rank mission, after all. And children? The worst. Emmy grumbled internally, conveniently forgetting that she herself was still a child. Outside the building, Nara Inshui briefed the team on their task. "Huh?" Iris said, his disappointment evident. "Why, Sensei? We just did a great job on a C-rank mission." "Good point, Iris." Emmy silently cheered him on. "Probably because you two made so many mistakes," Link thought to himself, immediately understanding the reason. The ninja mission ranking system wasn't just about protecting the ninja themselves, it was also about maintaining the village's reputation. Assigning ill-prepared gain into higher-ranked missions could lead to failure, damaging Hidden Leaf Village's credibility. While having a Jonin supervise lower-ranked teams provided a safety net, relying on that safety net could breed complacency. It was a form of coddling that could foster arrogance and overconfidence, exactly what seemed to be happening with Iris and Emmy. Both teammates were clearly dismissive of D-rank missions and eager to prove themselves with more challenging C-rank assignments. But a Jonin couldn't play babysitter forever. At some point, Team 5 would disband, and when faced with real danger, regret would come too late. This suppression wasn't punishment, it was protection. Nara and Shui glanced at Link, whose calm demeanor brought a small smile to the Jonin's face. Pulling out his notebook, Inshui tore off 2 pages and handed them to Iris and Emmy. The pages detailed mistakes the 2, had made during their recent mission in the Forest of Death. They included things Link had already covered in his lessons and issues even he hadn't noticed. Small habits might seem trivial, but for ordinary ninja, even minor errors could prove fatal in close combat. Iris and Emmy, who had initially dismissed their sensei's concerns, grew silent as they read. Accepting the notes, they resigned themselves to another D-rank mission and the additional training they clearly needed. No notes for me? Link looked up at his sensei, noticing the amused smile on his face. Suddenly, it clicked. This wasn't neglect, it was preparation. Inshui was grooming him to think and act like a Chunin, pushing him to analyze their missions independently and improve through self-reflection. Nara Inshui gave him a slight nod before addressing the team. Alright, let's get started, everyone. For his less experienced subordinates, he offered guidance and patience. For those with ambition, he provided opportunities to grow. This is the wisdom of a true Jonin. Time passed quickly. 2 months flew by in the blink of an eye, during which Team 5 completed 5 more D-rank missions, babysitting a merchant's child, assisting with farming 3 times, and searching for a lost pet cat. Since spring planting season began in April, the village received a flood of farming-related requests. Team 5 spent much of this time working in the fields, practically transforming into laboring oxen. Little beasts of burden. At least all 3 had strength surpassing that of average adults, easily handling tasks requiring immense physical effort. If this were Link's previous life, he might have been hailed as a farm sage. Despite the monotony, the team also devoted a good amount of time to training. Slowly but surely, Iris and Ami became more grounded. Their initial arrogance, born from relying on Inshui's safety net and Link's silence, dissipated. They focused on improving their fundamentals. Link, for his part, had no complaints. He never expected to become a Chunin overnight. With over a year left before the Hidden Leaf Village crush, there was still plenty of time. Even if the 3rd Hokage and Inshui wanted to promote him, completing 7 D-rank and 1 C-rank mission wouldn't suffice. Without exceptional displays of power, more experience and qualifications would be necessary. Meanwhile, Link's development of the transformation jutsu progressed significantly. He had even begun to formulate a new battle strategy tailored to his evolving abilities. But just as things seemed to be heading in a positive direction, an afternoon in mid-June brought an unexpected development. Nara Inshui approached Link privately and posed a question. Chapter 31, Goal: Are you going to take the Chunin exams, or would you prefer a C-rank mission? Nara Inshui posed the question directly. Chunin exams or a C-rank mission? Link paused, weighing the pros and cons. Both options were clear paths to advancement. The Chunin exams would be more challenging, requiring him to fight other ninja and prove his worth in a high-profile setting. Success could fast-track his promotion. In contrast, C-rank missions wouldn't involve ninja combat but would focus on gradually accumulating experience and mission completions. So, does this mean our next mission is a C-rank? Link asked after only a moment's thought, a smile spreading across his face. There was no need to participate in the Chunin exams. For ninja, intelligence was critical. Battling publicly under so many watchful eyes would inevitably expose his abilities and techniques. While grinding through missions to earn promotion might take longer, it was safer and allowed him to maintain his strategic advantage. Inshui caught the underlying message in Link's response and was a bit surprised. He had assumed that his ambitious subordinate would jump at the chance to compete in the exams. But this choice was sensible. Then it's settled. Inshui said. Would you like to explain this to the others? By granting Link this level of decision-making power, Inshui was signaling his intent to groom him for leadership. With just 1 or 2 successful out-of-village missions, even a less than stellar performance would likely be enough to solidify Link's promotion to Chunin. Understood. Link nodded, watching his sensei turn to leave. After a brief pause, he added, "Thank you, sensei." Inshui didn't turn back but waved a hand in acknowledgement before vanishing with a quick body flicker jutsu. Finally. Link clenched his fists, unable to contain his excitement. The prospect of becoming a chunin was unfolding much faster than he had anticipated. As he walked home, he barely restrained himself from humming aloud. And no, it wasn't out of tune. With his mood greatly improved, Link made a small detour to Ameguriyama, a famous confectionery on Mayaka Street, to reward himself with a chestnut yokan. Ameguriyama, known for chestnut yokan and pastries. Mayaka Street, a central district in Hidden Leaf Village filled with tea houses and dessert shops, offering views of the Hokage Rock. Chestnut yokan wasn't cheap, especially at such a renowned shop in the heart of the commercial district. But it was worth it. Delicious beyond belief. As a growing child who trained extensively every day, Link's love for sweets was practically instinctive. Ever since Ami had once brought him a box of treats from Ameguriyama, he had been hooked. Now that he was on the cusp of C-rank missions and potential promotion to Chunin, celebrating with his favorite dessert felt appropriate. So expensive, but so good. Initially planning to savor the yokan at home with some tea after dinner, Link couldn't resist the temptation. Checking to make sure no one was watching, he broke off a piece and popped it into his mouth. It was the kind of yokan that came in a block you had to cut yourself. One piece turned into 2. Then 3. The rich aroma of chestnuts and the velvety sweetness were utterly irresistible. By the time Link neared home, he reached into the box for another piece and froze. "Where's the rest of my yokan?" Frantically rummaging through the box, Link realized he had eaten the entire thing on the way home. Heartbroken but still craving more, he trudged into his house, clutching the now empty box. As he was about to toss it in the trash, a thought struck him. There must be some crumbs left. Opening the box, he tilted it into his mouth, catching the last bits. Delicious. Satisfied at last, he discarded the box, sat cross-legged on his bed, and began pondering what to make for dinner. He glanced at his hands, which still carried the faint scent of chestnuts. A soft cough escaped him as he brought his fingers closer to his nose. He was home alone, after all, so. Initially, Link's goal was to become a Chunin before the Hidden Leaf Village crush, giving him 3 years to climb to Jonin rank before Shippuden events began. Now, with this opportunity arriving over a year ahead of schedule, his margin for error was significantly larger. Becoming a Chunin meant he could begin formally applying to the village to learn new jutsu. His first target was Earth Style, hiding like a mole jutsu. A C-rank jutsu with a manageable learning curve and low chakra consumption. Judging by the name, it might even mutate into something particularly useful. More importantly, this technique shared similarities with other earth-based stealth jutsu like Headhunter Jutsu, Hiding in the Rock Jutsu, and Underground Projection Fish Jutsu, all designed for underground movement and surprise attacks. Since Link already knew the Headhunter Jutsu, he could likely master Hiding like a Mole with ease. Other advanced techniques like Chidori, Flying Thunder God, or Strength of 100 could wait. They were lofty aspirations, but pursuing them now was impractical. Under normal circumstances, this technique might be available for purchase. However, it was considered outdated and rarely seen on the market. Most earth-based stealth jutsu, like Hiding in the Rock, liquefy the soil for seamless movement. In comparison, Hiding like a Mole transformed the ground into loose sand, requiring users to dig and tunnel their way through. The differences were stark. Hiding in the Rock offered smooth, effortless travel. Hiding like a Mole relied on brute force and was effectively dismissed as a lesser alternative. Still, Hiding like a Mole had distinct advantages. Its tunneling allowed for greater depth, making it ideal for avoiding sensory ninja and enabling more advanced ambushes or escapes. And with its minimal chakra requirements, the technique was energy efficient, though the physical effort of digging took its toll. In specific scenarios, Hiding like a Mole could shine. But compared to other earth-based jutsu, it simply wasn't versatile enough to gain widespread popularity. For Link, however, its unique traits made it the perfect addition to his repertoire. Chapter 32, Tensaku Town Hiding like a Mole Jutsu. I wonder what it will look like. Link mused aloud while lying in bed, fantasizing about the jutsu he might acquire. Feeling the pangs of hunger, he rubbed his stomach. But the idea of cooking for himself seemed beneath his new stature. After all, could a Chunin candidate really justify cooking his own meals? Time for a kairaku ramen. Rolling out of bed, he opened his window and formed a hand seal, channeling a minimal amount of chakra. Clone Jutsu, activate. With a satisfying bop, his substitution clone appeared. Reaching up, he casually pulled off his clone's head, aimed it toward a kairaku ramen, and hurled it with all his strength. Off you go. Through the air, Link's head soared in a wide arc, spinning and gliding. His eyes squinted shut in sheer delight. In the bustling streets of Hidden Leaf Village, this method of transportation was efficient, chakra-conserving, and oddly thrilling. Unlike the energy-intensive body flicker jutsu, his modified clone jutsu consumed only a fraction of chakra. He could easily summon 20 to 30 clones without breaking a sweat. With his physical strength, throwing his head 100 meters was effortless. As his headless body stayed behind, his floating head enjoyed the exhilaration of flying above rooftops. The thrill of air travel was oddly addictive. Just before landing, Link cancelled the technique, allowing the head to dissolve with a soft pop. As his body reassembled on a nearby rooftop. Conveniently, his technique reset gravity's effects, sparing him from the force of a crash landing. Reorienting himself, Link spotted a Kairaku just down the street. 2 quick leaps later, he landed gracefully outside the shop. Adjusting his hair, which had become disheveled during his flight, he walked in as if nothing had happened. The usual, Uncle Tiki. Taking a seat, he noticed Naruto Uzumaki seated nearby, inhaling a bowl of ramen with unrestrained enthusiasm. Link gave a small wave of acknowledgement, smiling faintly. Naruto, grinning widely, waved back before returning to his meal. Their interactions over the past few months had been limited to such simple exchanges. There was no need for deeper connections. After lunch, Link strolled leisurely to the 7th training ground. For reasons unknown, it had become Team 5's default meeting spot, likely because their instructor, Nara Inshuai, favored it for combat assessments. Arriving ahead of his teammates, Link began his daily training routine. For him, foundational strength was everything. Ninja battles are battles of chakra, he mentally declared, swinging his arms with renewed vigor. Such an iconic line. I'll definitely use it someday to look cool in a fight. With sweat dripping from his brow, Link continued pushing himself, occasionally chuckling at the imagined grandeur of future battles. The next morning, mission assignment at the Hokage's office in the Mission Assignment Center, the client, a middle-aged man, bowed deeply. I'm entrusting my safety to all of you, he said earnestly. The man introduced himself as the proprietor of an entertainment establishment in Tensaku Town. While he didn't specify why he required protection, his demeanor implied a sense of urgency. Tensaku Town. Link mentally reviewed the mission. Given the details, it seemed like a standard, low-risk C-rank escort mission. Iris, one of his teammates, studied the client curiously, while Emi fidgeted nervously with her hands. Nara Inshuai nodded calmly, leading the group toward the village gates. Without any unnecessary chatter, Team 5 instinctively fell into a triangular formation, positioning themselves around the client. Even within the safety of the village, their instincts as trained ninja guided their movements. After registering at the gates, the squad officially departed Hidden Leaf Village, stepping into the forested paths beyond its protective walls. For Link, this marked his first time leaving the village, a significant milestone. Breathing in the fresh air, he felt an inexplicable mix of excitement and apprehension. Despite knowing the area was relatively safe, the unfamiliarity of being outside the village's security created a subtle tension. Their route to Tensaku Town was straightforward. Located southwest of Hidden Leaf Village and near the border with the Land of Rivers, it was much closer than other destinations like the Land of Waves. Even with the potential dangers of a C-rank mission, this particular journey warranted the lowest possible reward of 30,000 ryo. The Land of Fire's western and southern regions were known for being slightly more volatile, especially near borders shared with countries like the Land of Grass, the Land of Rain, the Land of Rivers. These territories, caught between major ninja villages like Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Sand Village, and Hidden Stones Village, had been battlegrounds for decades. The aftermath of countless wars left their lands ravaged and their people struggling, with many turning to banditry or becoming rogue ninja. While the Land of Grass and Land of Rain maintained a semblance of order thanks to their ninja villages, the Land of Rivers was chaotic. Its fertile lands and abundant resources masked its internal strife. Frequent civil unrest and the lack of a ninja village made it a breeding ground for mercenaries, bandits, and all manner of lawlessness. Tensaku Town, however, thrived in this chaos. Located near the Land of Rivers, its proximity to wealth attracted both legitimate traders and less savory elements. As the most famous entertainment hub in the Land of Fire, it drew merchants, gamblers, and pleasure seekers from far and wide. But with prosperity came danger. The town's reputation as a bustling hub made it a magnet for both opportunity and crime. As a result, wealthy individuals often hired ninja escorts for the journey. Despite these risks, the mission proceeded without incident. Occasionally, distant eyes seemed to watch them from the shadows. But at the sight of Hidden Leaf Village's forehead protectors, those gazes quickly disappeared. By dusk, Team 5 arrived safely at their destination, Tensaku Town. Chapter 33, Mission, Dusk in Tensaku Town. So lively. Link marveled as he took in the bustling scene. Drunken patrons staggered along the streets, gamblers cursed their misfortune, and scantily clad bunny girls enticed passers-by with flirtatious gestures. The air was filled with cacophony, strange aromas, and the glow of colorful neon signs advertising all manner of entertainment. Stop gawking and focus. Let's find a place to rest for the night. Nara Inshui called, snapping his students out of their wide-eyed curiosity. With a client in tow, Team 5's pace had naturally been slower, and now with dusk falling, it was best to stay the night in Tensaku town. They turned onto a quieter street, leaving behind the rowdy entertainment district. This area, lined with inns and hotels, was more subdued. Inshui quickly chose a decent-looking inn and arranged accommodations for the group. The receptionist barely batted an eye at the sight of Hidden Leaf Village Ninja, though their presence, particularly the trio of diminutive students, earned a brief look of curiosity. Clearly, Hidden Leaf Village shinobi passed through here often. Whether they were here on missions or for more personal reasons was a matter best left unspoken. As a member of the affluent Nara clan, Inshui generously covered the cost of their stay and even treated his team to a hearty dinner before disappearing for the evening without explanation. The three students, now left to their own devices, decided to explore Tensaku town. At night, the streets came alive with even more vibrancy. Lights illuminated every corner, crowds filled the avenues, and vendors of all kinds hawked food, games, and trinkets. Link strolled along, taking in the sights. The bustling atmosphere reminded him of his past life, specifically visiting shopping districts in Japan. But the initial novelty soon wore off. It's fun to watch, but I'd rather rest and focus on training tomorrow, he thought. Bidding his companions farewell, Link returned to the inn. As he opened the door to his room, he noticed a shadowy figure seated inside. Reacting on instinct, he began forming a hand seal to activate a jutsu, only to realize it was his teacher. The realization left him uneasy. A Jonin ninja's stealth capabilities are terrifying. If it were someone like Zabuza Momoki. He suppressed a shiver. I wouldn't even notice until it was too late. His own lopsided growth as a ninja left him with glaring weaknesses, insufficient physical strength, speed, chakra reserves, and proficiency in Ganjutsu. While his ninjutsu shone under specific conditions, his reliance on his techniques made him vulnerable in most scenarios. Inshui, however, cut straight to the point. Our mission here isn't just the C-rank escort. I have an additional A-rank mission to complete. His tone grew more serious. Link, if you're willing, I'll bring you along. Successfully assisting will count as completing a B-rank mission. He paused to let the offer sink in, then added gravely, understand, A-rank missions require my full focus. I might not always be able to watch your back. As a Jonin shinobi, Inshui had significant autonomy. He could command Anbu units, issue tasks, and even nominate subordinates for promotion. His offer was both an opportunity and a test. I'm in. Link answered after brief contemplation. Caution was important, but he couldn't avoid combat with other ninja forever. This was a relatively safe chance to gain experience while under the protection of an elite shinobi. Inshui's satisfied nod conveyed approval. 5 minutes. Meet me downstairs, ready to leave. As his teacher departed, Link scrambled to prepare. Equipping himself with every piece of gear, he made sure to include his precious wallet. Though his binding jutsu burned through cash quickly, its near-instant activation and scaling effectiveness based on the amount of money used made it a versatile tool in any situation. For the sake of a B-rank mission, and his dream of becoming a Chunin, Link was determined to be fully prepared. 10 minutes later, outside Tensaku town as the pair moved swiftly through the forest, Inshui briefed Link on the mission. Our objective is to extract a comrade who infiltrated the Land of Rivers. It wasn't an assassination or direct confrontation, as Link had initially speculated. However, the fact that an extraction was necessary likely meant the comrade was being pursued. Who are we extracting? Are we up against sand ninjas? Rock ninjas? Or maybe? His thoughts wandered as his body moved instinctively, maintaining the steady rhythm of a trained ninja in motion. About 20 minutes later, as they neared the Land of Rivers, Inshui signaled for them to halt. SHH. They waited in silence until a faint, labored breathing became audible. Moments later, a figure emerged from the shadows. A woman landed gracefully near them, her exhaustion evident in her heavy breaths. She had black, wavy hair and striking red eyes. Her red and white jacket and mesh armor were stained with dirt and sweat. After exchanging a brief nod with Inshui, she downed a soldier pill and leaned against a tree to recover. Chapter 34, completed this look. Link instantly thought of a very famous character from the original story, Kurenai Yui. It really seemed to be her, but where were the pursuers? Shouldn't they already be? Russell. Link snapped his head toward the swaying bushes in the distance. Nara Inshui gripped a kunai tightly. Stay on guard, he ordered. Before his words had fully settled, he flung the kunai forward. Thud, thud, thud. 3 kunai flew in a triangular formation through the undergrowth, slicing leaves from branches before embedding deeply into tree trunks. The confrontation had officially begun. Someone had definitely followed them. Whoever it was had an extraordinary ability to mask their presence, disappearing instantly and hiding in the shadows. Inshui didn't rush forward. Calm and composed, he stood protectively in front of his comrade, holding a kunai in one hand while carefully scanning their surroundings. Link formed a hand seal, releasing a clone jutsu, and positioned himself in front of the female ninja, who he presumed to be Kiranai. Time passed slowly, and an invisible tension pressed on him, making it harder to breathe. Is this killing intent? He gritted his teeth. In real combat, there was no time to leisurely form hand seals or prepare jutsu. Ambushes, stealth, and assassination defined a true shinobi battle. Should he summon his substitute now? If the enemy didn't appear, he'd just waste chakra. His clone's timer was steadily ticking down. If we keep stalling, she'll recover enough to fight. But why is the enemy delaying as well? Swish. Out of nowhere, an umbrella shot from the undergrowth, not aimed at them but at the sky. It opened midair, releasing a flurry of needles that spun and rained down like a deadly storm. Ninja art, Senbon shower, Inshui reacted instantly. With a single hand seal, he took a deep breath, whoosh. A gust of wind roared forth, scattering the needles in all directions. Trees snapped and splintered as the force of the wind cleared a path. Wind style, great breakthrough, swoosh. As Inshui cast the jutsu, a figure emerged from the ground beneath him. A kunai shimmering with an eerie light was thrust toward his thigh. Earth style, hiding like a mole jutsu, Link moved to assist, but before he could act, Inshui's body dissipated with a poof, replaced by mist. At the same time, the attacker also exploded into a splash of water. Shadow clone. Water clone. Even in that fleeting moment, Link caught a clear glimpse of the attacker's headband, the 4 vertical lines representing Hidden Rain Village. The presence of a shinobi capable of engaging Inshui confirmed that the enemy was at least Jonin level. The clash between the two Jonin was far from flashy. Simple techniques were exchanged initially, followed by a blur of hand-to-hand combat so fast that Link could barely follow. Gradually, their battle moved farther and farther away. The power and speed of fully unleashed Jonin. Terrifying. Link thought. He quickly pushed aside his awe and focused entirely on maintaining vigilance. As the two Jonin distanced themselves, Link couldn't shake a sense of foreboding. Inshui's plan was clear: stall until the female ninja could recover enough to contribute, ensuring either a successful defense or retreat. But why was the Ryan Jonin also delaying? Whoosh! A sharp sound of air splitting came from Link's rear right. Surprisingly, Link's nerves calmed. When faced with a direct attack, his instinct was to steady himself. He barely moved, only tilting his head slightly to face the attacker. Bam! Link's body was sent flying, shattering mid-air into pieces, leaving his head behind. The attacker, another Hidden Rain Village shinobi, froze momentarily upon seeing the severed head remain in place. Instinctively, they disrupted their chakra flow, trying to dispel a potential ganjutsu. Poof! The clone dispersed, and Link took the opportunity. With the enemy distracted, he lunged with a kunai. Squelch! The kunai slashed across the enemy's arm, blood spraying. Before they could escape, their vision blurred. A pair of crimson eyes filled their field of view, growing larger and larger. Their head drooped, body still. The female ninja stood up, swiftly decapitating the immobilized enemy. With practiced precision, she unfurled a scroll, sealed the severed head within, and let the headless body collapse to the ground in a pool of blood. "Well done," she said warmly. Link, his face tense, glanced at the lifeless Rain shinobi before looking up at the calm, composed woman who had just executed her opponent. He dusted off the footprint left on his back and formed another clone jutsu. She must have recovered long ago, or perhaps she was never as exhausted as she let on. Link thought, grimacing internally. Adult shinobi. No, veteran shinobi are unbelievably cunning. He didn't rush to summon his substitute or assist his teacher. Intervening in a battle between Jonin would only spell disaster for someone of his level. "Don't worry about Inshui," the woman said, her tone oddly soothing, as if addressing a child. Moments later, Inshui reappeared beside them with a soft swish. Nodding, he simply said, "Let's go." As for the enemy, they were most likely dead. While Inshui might lack fame in the shinobi world, the Jonin title from a major village like Hidden Lee Village carried significant weight. Smaller villages like Hidden Rain Village might have skilled individuals, but their Jonin often fell short compared to the elites of the 5 great shinobi nations. Many were more akin to special Jonin or elite Chunin in ability. For someone like Inshui, defeating a no-name Hidden Rain Village Jonin wasn't particularly challenging. He didn't even need to use advanced techniques like shadow sewing jutsu, likely to conserve energy and maintain secrecy. Returning to Danzaku town, the female ninja visibly slowed, her exhaustion now evident. Yet, she still moved swiftly enough to match Link, who was doing his best to keep up. Once back, Inshui finally allowed a faint smile to grace his usually stoic face. Ruffling Link's hair, he said, "Good job. Get some rest." Then, with the female ninja in tow, he vanished with a poof. Chapter 35, B-Rank Mission Completed. Does this count as completing a B-Rank mission? Walking back to the inn, Link couldn't quite tell if he was disappointed or happy. He felt oddly calm, as if his first battle had been a bit underwhelming. It was as if he had simply ridden the coattails of two Jonin and completed the mission without contributing much himself. He didn't know why the mission had been issued, what its context was, or why there had been a conflict with Hidden Rain Village shinobi. From start to finish, it all felt hazy and confusing. In terms of performance, he didn't accomplish much. Could this even be credited as a B-rank mission for him? Strolling along the roadside, he pondered the mission briefly before shifting his thoughts to the brief encounter with the Hidden Rain Village shinobi. The Hidden Rain Village ninja who kicked him had undoubtedly surpassed him in strength, speed, and power. If the fight had turned into close-quarters combat, it might have been troublesome. But that opponent had underestimated him, a 9-year-old kid with little physical prowess and no apparent combat skills. He had simply kicked Link aside, assuming it was enough to incapacitate him, before going after the female ninja. The instant his body broke apart midair while his head remained in place, the shinobi had clearly mistaken it for a Ganjutsu. Instinctively disrupting their chakra flow to dispel the supposed Ganjutsu, they lost crucial seconds. By the time they realized it wasn't a Ganjutsu, Link, despite his inferior physical strength, had already wounded them. If the female ninja hadn't stepped in to finish the job, Link still believed he could have secured a victory in the end. A single misstep in judgment could determine life or death. For some reason, Link suddenly thought of another person, Shikamaru Nara. In the original series, Shikamaru was described as someone capable of instantly selecting the correct option among 200 possible strategies. Would he himself be able to make the right call in a similar scenario and execute it without hesitation? He sighed quietly. Switching perspectives, if he had been in the Hidden Rain Village ninja's position, he probably would have reacted the same way, shocked, instinctively trying to dispel the supposed Ganjutsu, and ultimately failing or even dying because of it. The simulations at the academy had taught him many things, and his only two real experiences, both involving Jonin battles, had left him feeling a bit untethered. For a brief moment, he'd almost convinced himself that as long as he summoned a powerful substitute, he could stand toe-to-toe with a Jonin. That fleeting thought, though naive, felt intoxicating. But real battles didn't come with preparation time or neatly arranged standoffs. There were no turn-based attacks, no your move, my move scenarios. It was ambushes, assassinations, and stealth. It was fighting unknown enemies in chaotic circumstances where a single mistake could mean death. Shinobi were not samurai, their purpose was to take lives with the least cost to themselves. For Link, however, this fight provided something far more valuable. It confirmed that his jutsu gave him a genuine edge against other shinobi. It gave him confidence. His defeats during the 2 graduation exams at the hands of Jonin had shaken his self-assurance. Now, he realized it wasn't that he was weak, Jonin were just incredibly strong. The fight also reinforced the importance of always maintaining his clone jutsu as a passive defense. The only downside? His opponent hadn't given him the opportunity to test his new battle system with the transformation jutsu. These reflections steadied him. He wouldn't underestimate or overestimate himself, a balanced mindset was crucial. My first B-rank mission, my first encounter with another shinobi. Standing in front of the inn, Link glanced back at the brightly lit streets. Not bad at all. The next morning, Nara and Shuai returned to the inn and informed the Team 5 that they could explore Tensaku Town until noon before heading back to Hidden Leaf Village. Unaware that their teacher and teammate had taken part in an AB rank mission the previous night, Iris and Ami each grabbed their wallets and went off to enjoy themselves. Tensaku Town wasn't just known for its seedy attractions, it also boasted one of the most famous amusement parks in the Land of Fire. Link couldn't understand why a town infamous for gambling, illicit activities, and debauchery would have an amusement park of all things. Instead of joining his teammates, he wandered alone to Tensaku Castle, an ancient fortress from the war-torn past, now a cultural heritage site in the Land of Fire. Its architectural style was strikingly similar to the castles of Japan from his previous life. The bustling crowd included many foreign tourists, their attire vastly different from locals. After circling the castle, Link climbed to the highest vantage point to take in the view, a blend of historical architecture and the bustling modernity of Tensaku Town. The streets below were lined with Hidden Leaf Village-style buildings, harmoniously combining different heights and shapes. Advertising banners, electrical wires, and modern touches like appliance shops added a contemporary vibe. Yet, despite the technological advances, Hidden Leaf Village still relied on short-range radio headsets for communication, up to 500 meters. Long-distance calls and energy-intensive surgeries required lightning-style techniques or oversized batteries. The world's technological inconsistencies were baffling. If someone told me one day that everyone in the Naruto world is secretly an orc, I wouldn't even be surprised, Link thought. After exploring Tenzaku Castle, he returned to the inn, where his teammates and teacher regrouped to head back to Hidden Leaf Village. Without the merchant slowing them down, the group moved at full speed. Setting out after lunch, they reached the village before nightfall. At the mission assignment office, they handed in their completed task and collected the reward. The four then parted ways, but Nara and Shuai stopped Link to have a word. "You did well in last night's mission." "Well, I mean," Link began, realizing this marked his first completed B-rank mission. "That's right." Shuai confirmed with a smile. "Congratulations on completing your first B-rank mission." Link pursed his lips, tilting his head to look up at his teacher. "Thank you for the opportunity. Don't get cocky," Shuai advised. "Completing one B-rank mission is just the beginning." He tossed a small booklet to Link. "Study this carefully. There will be more B-rank and higher-level missions coming your way. I'll assess your performance and recommend you for tune-in promotion accordingly." Hidden Leaf Village Tune-in Guidebook. Just reading the title brought a smile to Link's face. "Thank you so much, Shuai-sensei." "Well." Shuai scratched the back of his head, his slightly weathered face showing a rare glimpse of youthfulness. "Taking care of you three brats is exhausting." He patted Link on the shoulder. "Keep up the good work." With that, he left. Chapter 36, To become a tune-in. Unfortunately, there was no reward money. Not all missions come with monetary compensation. For example, during the Hidden Leaf Village Crush arc, when Kakashi assigned tasks to the Hidden Leaf Village 11, those missions counted toward their total number of completed missions but didn't come with any pay. After all, working for the village is seen as a duty, and discussing money in such situations could be considered insensitive. Thankfully, these missions still contribute to a shinobi's record, which is used to assess eligibility for promotion and, let's be honest, a bit of bragging rights. Perhaps it's a form of military merit reward? Link's recent mission was similar. Assisting his Jonin instructor in extracting a comrade was essentially unpaid labor. But he had expected that. Money didn't matter as long as the mission helped him climb the ladder toward promotion. In the days that followed, life got busier, very busy. With the tune-in exams underway, many Genin qualified to perform C-rank missions were now fully focused on the tournament, leaving a surplus of missions that needed to be taken care of. To help Link hone his skills, and at his own request, Nara and Shuai kept him occupied. For the next month and a half, Link was either heading out for a mission or on his way back to the village. The Team 5 left their mark in numerous towns around Hidden Leaf Village, completing 3 C-rank missions and 2 D-rank missions during the tune-in exams period. However, there were no B-rank missions, as Shuai couldn't always take him along on high-level assignments, nor would it be appropriate to issue too many exceptions for such tasks. Link eventually realized that Shuai wasn't their full-time babysitter. On the contrary, he had his own missions. The squad's assignments were often scheduled to coincide with Shuai's higher-level missions, essentially making the Team 5 mere tag-alongs. Thanks to a Jonin's speed, the time the team spent traveling or resting after missions was often enough for Shuai to complete his tasks. Despite completing multiple missions, the squad rarely ventured far beyond Hidden Leaf Village's vicinity during this period. Even the C-rank missions felt mundane compared to their first trip to Danzaku Town. One mission involved capturing wild animals near the village to replenish the training grounds. In another, they clashed with a group of Ronin hired by a company. Link hardly needed to intervene, directing Iris and Naomi to swiftly isolate, kill, or disperse the opponents. He only stepped in when Iris was injured after overextending himself. Trained shinobi already hold a crushing advantage over Ronin, and for someone as skilled as Link, defeating a Ronin was no more difficult than hunting a wild animal. When the tune-in exams concluded, C-rank missions became scarce and highly sought after. As a result, the Team 5's hectic mission schedule came to an end. Time passed quickly in a cycle of training, missions, and more training. By late August, the squad returned to the village for a break, and an unexpected piece of good news arrived. "I finally got it, Earth-style, hiding like a mole jutsu." Link had initially thought he'd have to wait until becoming a tune-in, then apply to access the jutsu archives to find this obscure, outdated Earth-style technique. To his surprise, someone happened to have it. After paying a considerable portion of his savings, he managed to acquire the scroll. As he celebrated at a kairaku ramen, the scroll still warm in his hands, Nara and Shuai approached him with another announcement: "You're getting promoted to tune-in." Hokage's office clack. The third Hokage pressed his seal onto a document and added it to the growing stack on his desk. Looking up at the Genin standing across from him, he realized he had to lean forward slightly to meet the boy's gaze. Perhaps I should ask the Anbu to replace this desk with a shorter one. As a seasoned leader, the third Hokage could multitask, planning for the future while speaking warmly. Gain and Link, congratulations. On the recommendation of Jonin, Nara and Shuai, and with unanimous approval from the village leadership, you have met all the qualifications to become a Chunin. As of today, you are officially a Chunin of Hidden Leaf Village. Becoming a Chunin isn't just about combat ability. A Chunin must possess skills in intelligence gathering, teamwork, battlefield analysis, and tactical application. It's all from the Chunin guidebook. Link stood at attention, listening as the Hokage spoke for a full 10 minutes. By now, he was certain that the Hidden Leaf Village Chunin guidebook had been written by the man before him. He also understood why Shuai had smiled knowingly and excused himself to the restroom before sending him into the office alone. It was supposed to be a double celebration, finally obtaining the jutsu he'd been seeking and being promoted to Chunin. Yet standing here, enduring a speech that felt more like a corporate meeting from his previous life, made it hard to feel genuinely happy. Still, it felt strangely familiar. He instinctively nodded in agreement at the right moments, his face serious, while his mind wandered to what he should do as a Chunin. The Hokage, meanwhile, transitioned seamlessly from Chunin qualifications to the village's development and finally concluded with an inspiring note on the Will of Fire. Looking at the upright and composed young boy before him, the Hokage nodded in satisfaction. What a promising child, he thought, reminiscing about his former students. Link snapped out of his thoughts. Years of zoning out during lengthy speeches in his past life had equipped him with the ability to respond appropriately on autopilot. Most of the Hokage's words had gone in one ear and out the other. Finally over. Can I go get my Chunin vest now? He wondered. Chunin Link. The Hokage said, his tone more solemn. Remember, a shinobi's strength does not come from the individual but from the entire village. Yes, Lord Third. Link replied, bowing slightly. The Hokage glanced out the window, his expression softening as he looked at the bustling village. Pushing the freshly stamped Chunin certification to the edge of the desk, he said, once again, congratulations. Stepping forward to retrieve his certificate, Link gave a respectful bow. Thank you, Lord Hokage. If there's nothing else, I'll excuse myself. With that, he turned and left. As the door closed, the third Hokage tapped his desk and instructed the Anbu nearby, increase the protection level for Chunin Link. From observation to protection, this was the most he could do. A shadow crossed his face as he considered the sacrifices made by past Hokage, those who bore immense burdens in darkness to safeguard the light of the village. Perhaps I am the most naive and inadequate Hokage of them all, he muttered, lighting his pipe. Chapter 37, Future Plans. The Hidden Leaf Village Green Vest. Link eagerly tore open the plastic bag and slipped on the iconic green vest. Despite its vibrant green color, it symbolized his promotion to Chunin, a badge of honor. Fun fact, this vest isn't exclusive to Chunin. After graduating as Geinin, students are measured for it, and during wartime, it was standard gear for even Geinin on the battlefield. However, in peacetime, it's typically handed out only after promotion to Chunin, a tradition of sorts. Should I wash this new outfit before wearing it? The thought briefly crossed Link's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. I'm a Chunin now. Time to show it off. Congratulations. Nara and Shuai appeared out of nowhere, raising a hand in greeting. With a grin, he said, from now on, I'll be counting on you, Chunin Link. Yes, even after a member of the team becomes a Chunin, the squad usually continues its missions together, unless all members are promoted, leading to the team's formal dissolution. For example, after Kakashi became a Chunin, he continued working alongside Obito, Rin, and the fourth Hokage. The difference is that a Jonin instructor no longer has mentor or babysitter duties and instead functions purely as a senior squadmate. This shift also allows for more flexibility in mission selection, as the squad no longer has to stick to lower-rank tasks. Ah, Shuai-sensei. Link couldn't hide his grin. While he was typically calm and composed, his promotion to Chunin had come sooner than expected, and there was no need to keep his excitement in check around familiar faces. How about we celebrate with some barbecue? My treat. Oh? You're feeling generous today? Shuai laughed and nodded. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Link hesitated for a moment, internally wincing at the thought of his dwindling wallet, but today was a special day. Let's meet at Yakiniku for lunch. Shuai gave him a thumbs up and vanished with a burst of body flicker jutsu. Jonin really have an endless supply of chakra. Link sighed, thinking about how his instructor always arrived and departed using body flicker, while he could only afford to use it sparingly in battle. With his green vest proudly on display, Link took a detour to a Kairaku ramen and bought a bottle of cola, despite it being more expensive than the vending machine version. Link-chan, Did you get promoted to Chunin? Akiraku's owner looked genuinely surprised. After all, it was rare to see such a young Chunin in peacetime. Not knowing if an Anbu might be tailing him, Link stuck to polite formalities. Yes, thanks to Lord Third and Inshui-sensei's guidance. In that case. Akiraku waved his hand. How about a celebratory bowl of ramen on the house? How could I possibly accept that? Link said, even as he promptly sat down. Yakiniku would easily cost at least 200 ryo per person for shinobi with their large appetites, not cheap at all. Ninja may earn high wages, but their expenses are equally steep. Exploding tags, smoke bombs, kunai, and shuriken aren't exactly affordable. Even food costs are higher, given their caloric needs. So when Akiraku offered a free meal, Link shamelessly accepted. What would I do if peace truly came, and shinobi were no longer needed? While waiting for his ramen, Link's thoughts wandered. He didn't want to be a ninja forever. Even elite jonin like Sakura Haruno in the future would face financial struggles, like fainting from stress over unpaid home loans. The income just wasn't stable enough. Maybe I'd travel the world. He mused, for the first time letting himself dream. Not to grow stronger or engage in deadly schemes, but to explore the unknown, experience the beauty of this world, and immerse himself in its culture. That, to him, would be a life well lived. But for now, I'll keep pushing toward my goals. Link-chan, your ramen is ready. Clasping his hands together, Link said cheerfully, time to dig in. Training ground 7. Why is the boss so late today? Iris sat on a rock, glancing at the sun. Their usual training time had passed over an hour ago. Emi, hanging upside down on a fragile tree branch to practice chakra control, glanced toward the horizon. Maybe he's, wait, what? She flipped to the ground, her eyes widening as she spotted Link strolling toward them, wearing a green vest. What? Boss made Chunin. Iris jumped up and shouted, congratulations, boss. Not a big deal. Link replied with mock modesty, brushing non-existent dust off his vest. Sorry for being late. I went to the Hokage's office with Inshui-sensei. And, well, I'm a Chunin now. Delivered in the calmest tone possible, the bragging hit perfectly. It felt great. Does this mean we can take on tougher missions now? Iris's excitement was palpable. As someone who dreamed of becoming a strong ninja, C-rank missions had begun to feel monotonous. Hidden Leaf Village's reputation ensured that most missions didn't involve real danger. Often, simply wearing a headband was enough to dissuade troublemakers. Emi, however, looked uneasy. Fighting wasn't her forte, and while she couldn't avoid it as a ninja, she wasn't exactly eager for higher-ranked missions. Link thought for a moment before replying. We won't be tackling B-rank missions just yet. Emi sighed in relief, while Iris's enthusiasm visibly dimmed. B-rank missions often involve combat with other ninja. Link explained. I'll train you both for a month before considering any B-rank tasks. There was no rush. The village didn't place immediate demands on newly promoted Chunin, so he decided to use the time to prepare his teammates for the challenges ahead. Alright, enough talk, let's start today's training. Lunch is on me at Yakiniku. Chapter 38, My hiding like a mole jutsu is a bit off. As everyone knows, ninjutsu is categorized into 6 levels based on learning difficulty. S-rank, secret and forbidden techniques, rarely accessible to ordinary shinobi. A-rank, extremely high difficulty ninjutsu, similarly out of reach for most. B-rank, jonin level difficulty. C-rank, chunin level difficulty. D-rank, geinin level difficulty. E-rank, academy level techniques. There's also a separate category for Kekkei Genkai and unique clan techniques, which don't fall into these ranks due to their specific learning requirements. In general, the higher the difficulty level, the greater the chakra consumption and the more demanding the physical and technical requirements. Both chakra nature transformation and shape manipulation become stricter as the difficulty increases. The earth style, hiding like a mole jutsu, a C-rank earth style jutsu, is one of the least chakra-intensive techniques at its level. Still, it consumes more chakra than the D-rank earth style, headhunter jutsu, and is slightly harder to master. Good thing my jutsu always end up being a bit different from the originals. Link thought, relieved as he meticulously studied the earth style, hiding like a mole jutsu scroll. To his surprise, a significant portion of the instructions detailed the best digging postures, which was a little disheartening. With his level of chakra control, learning a chunin level jutsu wasn't an issue. Medical ninjutsu, for example, requires jonin level chakra control, and even the respected medic Ninmokusa once mentioned that, with enough chakra, Link could qualify as a medical ninja. After carefully reviewing the scroll, Link felt confident he had fully grasped the technique. He moved to an open field, focused his chakra, performed the seals, and activated the jutsu, As expected, just like with his other jutsu, the chakra for the standard hiding like a mole jutsu vanished before leaving his body. The ground trembled slightly. Then, countless sandy yellow particles rose from the earth, quickly converging in midair. The particles coalesced into a translucent, winged creature with defined scales and a stony texture. Its bright yellow eyes gradually flickered with life. Why does this look so familiar? It suddenly hit him. This thing resembled the dragon monster from a video game in his previous life. Hiding like a mole jutsu equals mountain drake? While Link stood there stunned, a small consciousness seeped into his mind. The creature exuded a vague sense of affection. The dragon, about the size of a crow, flapped its stone-like wings and perched on his shoulder. Invisible, flying, capable of spitting stone projectiles, it's pretty powerful as a summon, but does it have to be so tiny? As Link processed the creature's abilities, he reached out and patted its head. Its coarse, stony surface felt strangely satisfying. Though it was an ugly monster in the game, its shrunken form had a quirky, endearing charm. Looks like, similar to my transformation jutsu, I'll need more chakra to increase its size and power. After about 30 seconds, the small dragon flapped its wings one last time and disintegrated into dust, scattering across his vest. My brand new vest. Link lamented, carefully brushing the dust off. Hidden Leaf Village issued vests were free the first time but required payment for replacements. He didn't want it getting ruined before even entering a battle. Returning to his thoughts, Link evaluated the jutsu. 1. Chakra consumption. A single standard unit of the hiding like a mole jutsu drained about 10% of his chakra. It was the most chakra-intensive technique he'd learned so far, significantly more than even the headhunter jutsu. 2. Practical utility. Unlike his substitution jutsu, this technique created a stable, multifunctional summon. Its invisibility and flight gave it incredible strategic potential in battles, making it worth further development. 3. Scalability. If increasing the chakra input could expand the summon size and power, he might someday ride a massive dragon into combat. That would easily give him an overwhelming advantage against most enemies. Despite these exciting prospects, Link noticed the earthy residue on his vest and sighed. Should I just go home, change clothes, and wash this vest before heading out for barbecue? After some thought, he decided to finish testing the jutsu first. This time, he channeled about 20% of his chakra, double the previous amount, and activated the technique. The effects were similar. Earthy particles rose and formed a dragon. But this time, the creature was the size of a large dog. That's more like it. The additional chakra produced notable results. The larger size suggested the jutsu scaled efficiently with chakra input. However, the creature's appearance was less cute now, its features were more rugged and beastly. A hint of displeasure flowed through their shared link, as if the dragon didn't appreciate its new form. Wait. It has self-awareness? Link was stunned. The dragon clearly had its own consciousness, albeit a basic one. Was it the same entity as the smaller dragon he'd summoned earlier? The dragon affirmed this through their shared mental connection. This little guy is smarter than I expected. Link smiled as he touched its rough, stony body. A flying, invisible summon with a certain level of intelligence could have immense potential, especially for gathering intelligence. Duration issues. The summon's existence seemed limited by his chakra reserves. However, the dragon conveyed that as long as he provided a steady stream of chakra, it could persist indefinitely. Testing this, Link placed a hand on the creature and funneled more chakra into it. After consuming another standard unit's worth, the dragon seemed stable, but he was left with less than half of his reserves. The resulting physical fatigue and soreness reminded him of the toll chakra usage had on his body. Next, I'll test its capabilities. Chapter 39, Gift. A single standard unit of chakra for the earth style, hiding like a mole jutsu could sustain the summoned mountain drake for 5 times the usual duration, adding an extra 150 seconds to its existence. This significantly enhanced the value of the jutsu. When doubling the chakra input, the mountain drake's size increased, its spit projectiles hardened, and its flying speed improved, but its duration remained unchanged. When the dragon activated its invisibility, it became completely transparent. Even during flight, it made no sound or disturbance. However, the moment it launched an attack, chakra usage caused ripples to appear on its body, revealing its location. This meant it couldn't attack while staying completely hidden. The ability to spit stones had considerable potential. Although the projectiles weren't particularly fast, they could track targets. Moreover, the stones weren't just simple rocks, they could be shaped into forms like spikes, making them highly lethal. Multiple mountain drakes could be summoned simultaneously, with their consciousness seemingly shared. Interestingly, the chakra consumed for invisibility and stone attacks wasn't drawn directly from Link's body, as was the case with substitution techniques. Instead, the dragon consumed its stored chakra, which directly shortened its existence. During attacks, there was no upper limit to the chakra usage. The more chakra the dragon used, the larger, faster, and more destructive its projectiles became. This hinted at a subtle yet significant difference between the relationship Link had with his substitution techniques and his mountain drake summon. On a side note, while the dragon looked fierce and rugged with its scaly armor, turns out it's just a long-range magic type and doesn't know how to fight up close. Link sat in the barbecue restaurant, stuffing freshly grilled meat into his mouth. The morning's ninjutsu training had drained his stamina, leaving him utterly exhausted. By the time he'd staggered into Yakiniku, he felt like he could devour an entire cow. And it wasn't just physical exhaustion, his wallet was suffering too. He'd just spent a fortune on a C-rank ninjutsu scroll, clearing out most of his savings. Routine expenses like food, smoke bombs, ration pills, and kunai were already a financial burden. But I'm a chunin now, I deserve to celebrate. Even if I have to eat dirt tomorrow. Watching Link wolf down his food, Iris stared in amazement. As expected of the boss, strong in battle and even stronger at eating. Motivated, Iris joined the feast with equal enthusiasm. Emi rolled her eyes silently but didn't comment. Meanwhile, Nara Inshui, ever the refined one, ate politely. Seeing how much his students had matured in just half a year, he felt a rare sense of satisfaction. Despite his dislike for playing babysitter, guiding these kids had turned out to be oddly rewarding. I'm definitely not taking on another squad after this one. After their meal, the four left Yakiniku. Nara Inshui handed Link a scroll and said, a gift to celebrate your promotion to Chunin. He paused, then turned to the other two students. You two better work hard too. When you make Chunin, you'll get gifts as well. Thank you, Inshui-sensei. Link accepted the scroll graciously. Glancing at it, he noticed the kanji, nin, inscribed on its surface. Clearly, it was a jutsu scroll. Nara Inshui chuckled. From now on, you'll be taking on missions and leading the team yourselves. Their lunch conversation had revealed Link's reluctance to immediately dive into high-difficulty missions with his team. As such, their previous arrangement of a Jonin, Chunin, and Geinin squad operating together was no longer feasible for missions ranked B or higher. Well then, he waved. See you all later. Swoop. With that, he vanished. Link held the scroll in his hand, turned to his two teammates, and flashed a confident smile. Since that's the case, your special training starts now. I'm totally ready. Iris shouted, raising both arms enthusiastically. Emi sighed at his boisterous outburst but smiled nonetheless. I'm ready too. Boss. X2. At the 7th training ground standing atop a rock, Link looked down at his teammates with a serious expression. What is chakra? Can anyone tell me? Iris immediately answered, chakra is the energy created by mixing mental and physical energy. Good. Now, can anyone explain how to use chakra to perform a jutsu? Link continued. Hand signs? Emi ventured cautiously. Training. Iris declared confidently. Idiot. You extract it from your body and guide it with hand seals. Watching the two argue, Link finally spoke. You're both correct, but neither of you is entirely right. The foundation of jutsu lies in chakra. To transform chakra into a usable ninjutsu, there are two main processes, shape transformation and nature transformation. I know about nature transformation. Iris chimed in enthusiastically. My chakra has a wind nature. Wind, like the protagonist, huh? Link thought. Chakra nature wasn't a secret, far from it. In fact, chakra testing paper was widely available, and understanding one's chakra nature was essential for learning elemental jutsu. I have a fire nature. Emi added. Link nodded. Shape transformation determines the form of the chakra in your jutsu. Adding wind, fire, or other natures enhances its effects, which we call nature transformation. Almost every jutsu combines these two processes. He explained. Though there were exceptions, such as the tailed beast bomb, which Eight Tails once described as being like vomiting. Take the 3 basic jutsus, for example. Transformation jutsu lays the groundwork for shape transformation. Clone jutsu emphasizes chakra composition, the essence of nature transformation. Substitution jutsu involves using chakra to stimulate cellular activity for speed bursts, serving as a foundation for taijutsu. This is why the 3 basic jutsus, despite being E-rank, were mandatory at the academy. Mastery of these techniques significantly eased the learning curve for other jutsu. Though Link's jutsu tended to manifest uniquely, his understanding of ninjutsu was well-rounded. This insight stemmed from his scientific mindset, knowledge rooted in logic, observation, and systematic analysis. To him, chakra and ninjutsu were nothing short of a science, a system of knowledge he meticulously observed, tested, and refined. Chapter 40, Practice. Both Iris and Emmy had already met the basic requirements to perform ninjutsu. Over the past 6 months of training, their chakra reserves and physical stamina had improved significantly. Most Geinin and Shunin relied heavily on the 3 basic jutsus and taijutsu, but mastering a few ninjutsu to serve as trump cards was crucial. This was why Link shared his understanding and experiences with them in detail. Training in nature transformation wasn't particularly difficult but required painstaking effort. Essentially, it involved repeatedly honing the natural properties of one's chakra. By constantly using one's chakra with its innate nature, whether it be wind, fire, or another element, ninjas would eventually internalize the feeling of nature transformation. Once they could grasp this, combining it with shape transformation would lead to the creation of fully formed ninjutsu. For example, when Kakashi trained Naruto in wind nature transformation, he mentioned that ordinary people might take 6 months just to cut a leaf, with the entire process spanning several years. However, for prodigies and those with cheats like Naruto, it was a different story. Naruto, using his shadow clones, mastered leaf cutting in 2 days. Sasuke, training under Orochimaru, learned the full range of lightning nature transformations, including advanced applications like body activation, in just a few days. That said, even without in-depth knowledge of nature transformation, one could still use basic ninjutsu. Since elemental affinities were innate, Naruto's chakra naturally cut leaves, and Sasuke's chakra inherently produced flames. This gave them an advantage when learning elemental jutsu. However, mastering more advanced ninjutsu, improving efficiency and power, or even creating new techniques, required systematic training in nature transformation. This kind of training also served as an excellent way to refine chakra control. Unfortunately, such training was beyond the capabilities of most academy students, or even Geinin, due to their limited chakra reserves and control abilities. It was typically reserved for Chunin, who had the time, resources, and access to a variety of elemental jutsu. Link hoped his teammates could go further, so he combined his knowledge from his past life with his current ninja training. After systematically organizing his insights, he passed them on to Iris and Emmy, laying the foundation for their progress. While a month of training might not yield immediate results, he was confident that with persistence, they would grow much stronger. By now, Link wasn't even sure whether he was helping them out of a sense of duty or genuine care. Either way, he didn't resist the sentiment. And that was enough for him. Alright, they're taken care of. Now it's time for my training, Link muttered after lecturing his teammates for what felt like hours. His jaw was sore. Let's see what Inshui-sensei gave me. He unrolled the scroll, his eyes scanning the text. It was encoded in a cipher, a standard practice for ninja training materials. The academy had covered basic cryptography, and Link had seen it often during C-rank missions. The village even had a dedicated cipher division and a specialized library for codes. After decoding the message, his eyes widened. Shadow clone jutsu? Rubbing his face, Link exclaimed, a B-rank technique. A standard jutsu for Jonin? This is definitely a treasure. It was a priceless gift. Boom. Another puff of white smoke dissipated. Failed again. Link sighed, slumping to the ground in exhaustion. It was his 3rd failed attempt at the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Despite its ubiquity in the manga, the Shadow Clone Jutsu was undeniably a B-rank technique for a reason. Its difficulty was on par with other Jonin-level jutsu. Even in the Hidden Leaf Village Crush arc, Orochimaru taunted the 3rd Hokage for not using shadow clones. The real reason? It's not that he won't use them, he can't. His chakra isn't what it used to be. Shadow clones require evenly dividing one's chakra, and even the slightest mistake leads to wasted energy. He is too old for this. While the jutsu didn't consume much chakra to cast, the requirement to evenly split one's chakra made it extremely taxing. For most ninjas, this meant losing half their chakra in an instant, which was a significant drain, though some exceptions existed. Even the 3rd Hokage worried about wasting chakra due to a slight miscalculation, underscoring the technique's complexity. Link's chakra control was impressive, but by Jonin standards, it was average at best. Compared to masters like the Hokage or Orochimaru, his control left much to be desired. Unsurprisingly, the Shadow Clone Jutsu proved to be a significant hurdle. The crux of the difficulty lay in perfectly dividing fluctuating chakra levels. If the division was even slightly off, the jutsu would fail. Ironically, less intelligent ninjas, relying on instinct and decisive action, often had a higher success rate. In contrast, those prone to overthinking, like Link, tended to struggle. The Shadow Clone Jutsu might be more unique than I thought. As Link rested and recovered his strength, a thought struck him. Most jutsu allowed for flexibility in chakra usage. As long as the steps were correct, minor variations in chakra amounts didn't matter. But the Shadow Clone Jutsu demanded absolute precision, forcibly consuming half of the user's total chakra. This specificity hinted at a potentially unique nature. Shadow. Clone. Body. Link pondered the literal meaning of the jutsu's name. Could it actually separate one shadow from their body? Such a possibility felt absurd. He couldn't imagine how separating shadows would work or what practical use it might have. However, if true, it could completely counter techniques like the Nara clan's shadow imitation jutsu. A countermeasure for Nara techniques? That's oddly fitting, considering who gave me this scroll. The thought amused him briefly before he dismissed it. Alright, let's try again. Link stood up, gathered his remaining chakra, carefully divided it, formed the seals, and cast the jutsu. This time, there was no puff of smoke. Instead, he felt a strange sensation. He looked down and realized his shadow was rippling unnaturally, as though disconnected from him. At the edges where the shadow met his body, faint distortions danced like heat waves. Did I just separate my shadow? Chapter 41, Earth. Let's try it with this big tree. Link didn't recklessly split off his shadow but instead chose a large tree not far away. Once the target was confirmed, the strange perspective quickly vanished. The shadow of the tree on the ground bubbled like boiling water for a moment before settling down. This feels quite strange. He could clearly sense the shadow he had split off, even manipulating it with his consciousness like a doppelganger. In the next moment, the thought of connecting with the shadow arose in his mind, and the tree's shadow suddenly rose upright from a two-dimensional plane, transforming into a three-dimensional black tree. Its entire form was shrouded in profound darkness, with the trunk, leaves, and even the shadow identical to the original tree. However, the leaves didn't sway in the wind, and many details appeared slightly pixelated, as if someone had taken a photo of the shadow and used pitch-black steel to print it into a 3D model. Looking at it this way was somewhat eerie. It bore a striking resemblance to the real tree, but any normal person could tell at a glance that it wasn't a real tree. What kind of tree has no shadow, and leaves that don't move? Whoosh! Link threw a shuriken, which embedded itself in the shadowy tree with a dull thud. The sound and the depth of penetration were almost identical to those of a real tree. This thing seemed immobile, possibly because it originated from a tree? He walked up and pulled out his shuriken, watching as the wound in the shadow tree quickly healed. A glance at the original tree showed no damage, meaning the injuries inflicted on the shadow didn't transfer to the original. He reached out to touch the shadow. It feels just like an ordinary tree. Can it return to being a shadow? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the shadow tree collapsed back into the ground in all directions, like a mass of black liquid losing its shape and reforming into a flat shadow. However, it remained separate from the original tree. Strangely, there was no sense of energy being consumed during the process of transforming from two-dimensional to three-dimensional or even healing the shadow's wounds. Just like a normal shadow clone, it took half of my chakra. Frowning at the shadow tree, Link felt that this technique held many unknowns yet to be discovered, but it's time to eat. He patted his stomach, exhausted from several uses of shadow cloning, which had left him ravenous. This was a perfect opportunity to test how long the shadow could exist independently from its original. With that thought, he dragged his tired body to join his teammates, who were practicing nature transformation, for a meal of ramen. He was too lazy to cook at home, dreading the thought of grocery shopping, cooking alone, and then washing up afterward. Cooking wasn't too bad, making food he liked could sometimes be fun, but washing the dishes was pure drudgery. Iris and Ami were also exhausted from spending the afternoon releasing chakra. The three of them walked silently to a kairaku ramen. The moment they sat down, Link noticed a familiar gaze fixed on his green vest. Before he could see who it was, he instinctively straightened up, only to discover it was Naruto Uzumaki. The Child of Destiny's gaze was full of shock, providing a significant boost to Link's self-esteem. The thought of a prodigy 2 years younger than me advancing so quickly and potentially taking the Hokage's position someday. Terrifying. This kid must not be allowed to grow unchecked. Internally, Link narrated the scene as he observed Naruto, then waved and greeted him before ordering his food. The three of them slurped their ramen, ate their fill, and went home. Link washed and hung up his dirty clothes, sorted the garbage in his room, and prepared to dispose of it in the morning. There wasn't much left for entertainment. For him, after a day of training or missions, even if a good meal restored some physical strength, the fatigue never fully went away. Speaking of fatigue, the original shadow clone technique's drawback of reflecting exhaustion and memories had always puzzled him. How did Naruto endure dozens or even hundreds of times the fatigue? Link himself felt drained after just one day of training, to the point where he wanted to collapse into bed. The next morning it hasn't dissipated yet. Upon waking, Link noticed he could still faintly connect to the shadow tree he had split off. It had lasted all night without disappearing. Its durability was quite impressive. Even though it consumed half of his chakra, that wasn't much to begin with. After a quick breakfast, He put on his slightly damp vest and returned to training ground 7. The shadow tree was still standing quietly in its original spot, contrasting sharply with the other shadows around it. Ugh, why is my chakra earth-based instead of fire? Frustrated, Link tugged at the high neck collar of his slightly damp vest. Just yesterday, he had appreciated how it protected him from dust during a fight, but today, the damp fabric sticking to his neck was unbearable. Fire chakra manifests as burning when released. Controlling the output frequency would make it perfect for drying clothes. His earth chakra, on the other hand, manifested as fragmentation. Jutsus like the original Headhunter Jutsu and Earth Style, Hiding like a Mole Jutsu were all based on the Earth attribute's ability to break apart soil for subterranean movement. Since the training grounds weren't locked, Link decided to take off his vest and seriously study the shadow tree. He made it stand upright again and began experimenting with various methods to destroy it. Cutting, tearing, breaking. He concluded that while the shadow tree had a certain degree of self-healing, detached fragments would quickly dissipate and couldn't regenerate. When more than 60% of it was destroyed, the shadow tree would revert to a two-dimensional state and remain unable to regain its three-dimensional form for a long time. As for how long, he wasn't sure yet. For now, no matter what he did, he couldn't make the shadow tree stand again. The original tree was unaffected by any of this. No matter what happened to the shadow, it had no impact on the tree. However, the tree didn't grow a new shadow either. Since the shadow tree couldn't stand and couldn't move, Link simply dismissed the technique. The shadow shrank back to the base of the original tree, and the missing portions were quickly restored under sunlight. It was as if nothing had happened. According to the manga, when a shadow clone is dismissed, any unused chakra should return to the user. But no matter how Link tried, he couldn't feel his chakra returning. It was simply consumed. There's definitely more to this technique. Half my chakra, little as it is, should have more potential. Let's try splitting an animal's shadow next. Chapter 42, Shadow. His steam rose faintly as Ami moved her hand slightly on Link's vest. She glanced briefly at Iris, who was diligently slicing leaves, and then at Link, who had returned with 2 rabbits, their purpose unknown. She exhaled softly and continued releasing chakra to dry her leader's vest. Come to think of it, this felt a little strange. The image of a ninja she had in mind wasn't supposed to be like this, more like a human dryer. Was this training, perhaps? Well, if the boss demanded it, it was probably for her own good. Abandoning further thoughts, she focused earnestly on removing the moisture from the vest. Excellent, labor force. Make my vest dry. Link glanced at Ami working diligently and nodded in satisfaction. He then turned his attention to the 2 rabbits. It's you, he muttered, selecting the sturdier one, pinning it down with his foot while tying up the other with a rope and setting it aside for later. Gathering chakra, forming seals, releasing, shadow clone jutsu, success. The shadow in his vision rippled once more. He lifted his foot, allowing the rabbit to scramble up and dart away. With a thought, the rabbit's shadow separated from its body. Huh? Switching the target from a plant to an animal, he noticed something interesting. The lively rabbit, which had been trying to flee, suddenly collapsed, legs outstretched weakly as it gasped for breath. Moments later, the rabbit got back up and tried to run again. However, a small hand quickly grabbed it, thoroughly inspecting it from top to bottom. After the shadow separates, the body feels exhausted. Could it be? Link had a vague hypothesis. The rabbit was struggling with noticeably less vigor, clearly drained of energy. He tied up the now shadowless rabbit and placed it next to its companion, then shifted his attention to the shadow. The flat, two-dimensional rabbit shadow, upon his command, ran toward him across the ground at roughly the same speed the rabbit had tried to escape. The sight was incredibly unsettling. Have you ever seen one of those flipbooks where a character appears to move as you rapidly turn the pages? The rabbit shadow's movements in its two-dimensional state resembled that, jerky, frame by frame, and unnaturally fast yet seemingly dropping frames. It was thoroughly uncomfortable to watch. Link directed the shadow to run around, finding it increasingly bizarre. In the sunny clearing, a swift-moving, glitchy black shadow darted about, a sight better suited to a Lovecraftian horror set. With a thought, he commanded the rabbit shadow to stand up. It transformed into a pitch-black, three-dimensional rabbit crouching on the ground, mimicking the original rabbit's posture and habits. Let's test its attack power. Under his command, the shadow rabbit dashed toward the same tree he'd experimented on yesterday and slammed into it. Thud. The trunk emitted a dull sound. It felt no different from what a normal rabbit's collision with a tree would produce. The only difference was that the shadow rabbit didn't get dizzy. Instead, it prepared for another reckless charge. Thud. 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 The strange and repetitive noise quickly caught his teammates' attention. When they saw the eerie shadow rabbit, both were visibly shocked. There was no need to hide this. The technique would inevitably be used in front of his teammates someday, so Link hadn't gone out of his way to experiment in secret. After about 10 collisions, the shadow rabbit suddenly froze mid-run, collapsed into a shadow on the ground, and then dissolved into black specks, disappearing entirely. The original rabbit's shadow reappeared in front of it. Interesting. Link's eyes lit up. He seemed to have an inkling of one of the uses of this technique. Gathering chakra again, dividing it evenly, forming seals, releasing. This time, his target was his own shadow. A brief second passed before the shadow at his feet stepped forward and stood upright. Facing him was a completely black replica of himself, like looking at a colorless, distorted mirror. My shadow feels deeply connected to me, as though it's an extension of my body. Whoa! Iris exclaimed in awe. Emi quickly shushed him. Ignoring his teammates, Link controlled the shadow to take a step forward, then run, leap onto a tree, perform backflips, front flips, ninja runs, and more. After completing a series of movements, a look of understanding appeared on his face. His stamina was being consumed. The shadow's existence, standing, running, and performing any action consumed his stamina, just as if he were moving himself. This meant that the shadow's interaction with the physical world drained his physical energy, and once it was depleted, the shadow would return to a non-interactive state. No, wait. Link quickly realized something else. His shadow seemed subtly different from the rabbit's shadow. He turned to look at the tied-up rabbit. Despite being restrained, it clearly hadn't completely run out of stamina and even seemed to have recovered a little. When I separate someone else's shadow, it drains their stamina and energy significantly. In other words, I can steal stamina from others when I split their shadow. Link came to a preliminary conclusion. As for how much stamina was drained, recalling the shadow clone's characteristic of evenly dividing chakra, he reasoned it might also divide stamina evenly. The reason he hadn't felt his stamina being consumed was likely because it wasn't his own, it was taken from the other target. Once the target's stamina was depleted, the technique would automatically end. Let's try again. He dismissed the shadow, aware that keeping it active continuously drained his stamina. Though minimal, conserving energy was still wise. However, there was still no chakra return. It seemed this modified shadow clone technique completely lacked the return process. One instance wasn't enough to prove anything. He needed more experiments to validate his findings. For now, he'd use rabbits to ensure the technique was harmless to living beings. Afterward, he'd ideally find 2 willing human subjects, not too old, not too chakra-rich. Gathering chakra, dividing it evenly, forming seals, releasing, bang. The shadow clone technique failed. Apparently, he'd overestimated his chakra reserves. With excessive stamina consumption, he couldn't balance the chakra distribution, resulting in failure. This technique definitely does more than just drain stamina. There must be other undiscovered effects. Does damaging the original affect the shadow? What are the shadow's limits? Can shadows interact with each other? Pondering these questions, Link sat on a nearby rock to rest. The development of this shadow clone variation seemed far more intriguing than the Earth style, hiding like a mole technique. Chapter 43, Shadow Fight. Are you sure you're ready? Link asked for confirmation once again. Iris patted his chest confidently, exclaiming, "Of course. I have 100% faith in you, boss. I don't even have that much faith in myself." Link internally grumbled. After a brief hesitation, he raised his hand and reminded him, "If you feel any discomfort, let me know immediately. I can cancel the technique at any time." For a week, he had been testing the technique on his own shadow and animal shadows. Only after that did he bring up the idea of testing it on his teammates. Both Iris and Emi agreed without a second thought, which made him start worrying about potential hidden risks of the shadow clone jutsu. For Iris and Emi, their feelings toward Link had evolved into admiration, more like idolization than simple camaraderie. When someone is exceptionally talented, calm, mature, and consistently helps you succeed, it's inevitable that admiration will follow. Over time, repeated success under his guidance turned into blind trust, without consideration for the risks inherent in experimenting with a new technique. Blind trust and idealization. Watching Iris's cheerful and relaxed demeanor as he even chatted with Emi about how amazing the boss's jutsu must be, Link chuckled self-deprecatingly. Indeed, admiration is the furthest emotion from understanding. Gathering chakra, dividing it evenly, forming seals, and releasing, shadow clone jutsu. Link carefully and meticulously separated the shadow beneath Iris's feet. Half Iris's breathing became momentarily labored. After a pause, he said, "Boss, it feels like I suddenly used up a large amount of chakra. Are you sure you're okay?" Link didn't focus on the technique itself but instinctively checked on his teammate. Taking a deep breath, Iris looked curiously at the shadowless ground beneath his feet, intrigued by the strange sensation. He casually replied, I'm fine, just a little tired. After a brief pause, Link asked, can you estimate how much chakra you've used? Was it about half? Frowning in thought for a while, Iris replied hesitantly, I think. It might be half? Then he added, anyway, it's a lot. Nodding, Link commanded Iris's shadow to stand up and move. The speed and strength matched his physical abilities perfectly. Based on his prior week of testing, shadows retained the same physical attributes as their originals. Shadows would consume stored energy to heal injuries, but irreparable damage wouldn't regenerate. Moreover, shadows could be destroyed without affecting the original, but harm to the original or death would directly affect the shadow. Boss. Iris called eagerly. He seemed excited to test his combat abilities against his shadow. Link signaled readiness for combat and gave the shadow a simple command, fight. While controlling the shadows of animals, he had relied on their instinctive behaviors for movement. This was his first time controlling a human shadow other than his own. Bang. Iris and his shadow clashed, mirroring each other's taijutsu style. It was like watching a fight between two identical opponents, as though in front of a mirror. They tussled for a while before Iris formed hand seals and used a basic clone jutsu. The shadow targeted the wrong clone, and Iris kicked it away, exclaiming, Boss, it can't use ninjutsu. As soon as the shadow hit the ground, it reverted to a two-dimensional form before springing back into 3 dimensions and charging toward Iris again. Relentless and fearless, the shadow might lack ninjutsu, but its taijutsu prowess made it a formidable foe. Once again, the two identical figures clashed. After a flurry of movements, Iris managed to knock the shadow away using a clever trick. Gasping, he said, Boss, my stamina is suddenly draining really fast. Stop. Link instructed the original to pause while making the shadow move independently. Focus and check, are you losing stamina? Frowning, Iris took a moment to sense his condition before confirming, yes, I am. When a shadow separates from its original, it takes half the original's stamina. Once that stamina is depleted, it starts draining from the original. The shadow inherits the original's combat instincts but cannot refine chakra. Physical attacks barely affect it. Link summarized the characteristics of the technique. After some rest, Iris suddenly said, it's back. Looking up, Link saw that the shadow clone had indeed dissipated, with the shadow returning beneath his feet. However, why? Why had the shadow returned before exhausting all the original's stamina? What caused the technique to end? With new questions in mind, Link initiated a second test. The second test yielded the same result. After consuming the separated stamina, the shadow began drawing from the original's stamina but suddenly terminated, returning to the original without depleting all his stamina. The duration of the technique even varied slightly, ending sooner this time. After conducting 2 more tests, Link identified a key factor and realized an important nuance about chakra. Chakra and stamina, to some extent, are interchangeable. Stamina is a critical raw material for chakra. However, there's a crucial distinction. A person's total chakra isn't the same as their chakra reserves at any given moment, nor does it equate to their total stamina. What does this mean? Stamina depletes and replenishes over time. It's only when stamina is completely exhausted repeatedly that someone's reserves are entirely drained. However, shadow clones divide current chakra reserves at the moment of casting. Even his shadow clones locked onto the chakra available at separation. So, when the target's entire available stamina was consumed, the technique ended, but any stamina regained during the process wasn't accounted for. In simplified terms, if the target's stamina was 100 points, Link's shadow technique would immediately drain 50 points, then gradually deplete the remaining 50 points. Once the reserves hit 0, the shadow would return to the original. But people aren't static. Stamina replenishes naturally over time. Using half his own stamina to deplete a significant portion of the opponent's stamina while creating a temporary fighter with equal taijutsu abilities, was it worth it? Chapter 44, Second B Rank Mission. 1 month later, morning at Link's home, Hidden Leaf Village. Ding ling ling. Link opened his eyes, turned off the alarm clock, and groggily got out of bed, heading to the bathroom. At the same time, his shadow on the ground, identical to him, stood up and walked into the kitchen to begin making breakfast. Whoosh! The sound of running water echoed. 10 minutes later, Link finished washing up, walked out of the bathroom while drying his face with a towel, and sat at the dining table, yawning. The shadow placed fried eggs, toasted bread, and a cup of warm milk on the table before reverting to a 2-dimensional state. Today's the first B rank mission I'll carry out with Inshui-sensei. Wait, no, my second B rank mission. As he ate breakfast, his mind gradually cleared, and he began planning the day. The development of his shadow technique had concluded 2 weeks ago, and he had taken the opportunity to apply for a slew of ninjutsu scrolls from the village. After all, judging by the third Hokage's attitude, the old man seemed to have some expectations of him. Why not take advantage while the opportunity lasted? He'd applied for, well, just a modest set of over 70 jutsu. The scrolls included a large number of C and D rank elemental jutsu, along with B and A rank medical ninjutsu, summoning techniques, and sealing techniques. As for his average chakra reserves and the fact that he still hadn't mastered a second chakra nature, oh well, might as well try. Whether it works or not, no harm in asking, right? It's not like he had the money to buy these scrolls himself. He was a Chunin now, and with a third Hokage favoring him, there was no reason not to shamelessly ask. Not bad, my cooking skills are improving. Link finished breakfast and nodded in satisfaction. In his hands, the shadow clone technique had devolved into a debuff skill against opponents. But it also had a fascinating little trick: his own shadow, once separated, didn't return due to stamina depletion. In essence, the technique was a permanent buff for himself. The shadow clone could stand up and perform any task, consuming the same amount of stamina as if he did it himself. However, for daily tasks, the energy consumption was so negligible that it hardly mattered. Moreover, when it reverted to a two-dimensional state, the energy consumption dropped even further. He could easily maintain it 24/7 if needed. Do you know what that means? It meant he could finally escape the drudgery of daily chores. No more worrying about cooking, laundry, cleaning, or even. Link put on the freshly laundered clothes he'd hung to dry the previous day. Standing by the doorframe, he compared his height against the marks on the wall. Meanwhile, his shadow busily equipped him with scroll pouches, kunai holsters, and other ninja tools. I'm already 136 centimeters tall. I've grown so fast recently. Seeing that his height had increased by another centimeter, he raised his arms, letting the shadow slip a green vest over him and straightened the creases in his undershirt. He turned to the mirror, admiring the reflection of Chunin Link. Maintaining a serious expression, he tried striking a cool pose, first folding his arms, then resting his thumb and index finger under his chin while curling the other three fingers. Definitely cooler now. Perfect, time to go. At Hidden Leaf Village's main gate morning, Inshui-sensei. Link greeted the arriving Jonin cheerfully. Nara Inshui nodded at his three subordinates. Morning. He tossed a scroll to Link and said, "Here's the intel for this mission." Link caught the scroll and opened it, with Iris and Almi leaning in to read alongside him. They already knew the mission's objective from the previous day when they accepted it together: escort a wealthy merchant from the Land of Fire to the Land of Rivers for a gold mine auction. The mission was expected to last about 2 months, involving escorting the target from Hidden Leaf Village to a city in the Land of Rivers, protecting them during the auction, and ensuring their safe return to the Land of Fire. Though not excessively difficult, it was a B-rank escort mission likely to involve combat with enemy shinobi. The reward was 150,000 ryo, high even among B-rank missions, which was why a Jonin was assigned to the team. According to the intel provided by Nara Inshui, potential enemy shinobi were likely from the Hidden Rain Village or the Hidden Sand Village. The gold mine in question was first discovered by a Hidden Rain Village merchant in the northern part of the Land of Rivers, near the border. Recently, the merchant had been assassinated, leaving the mine ownerless. The Land of Rivers decided to auction it publicly, with only 3 parties participating: the Land of Fire, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Rain. Shinobi weren't paragons of morality. Assassinations and sabotage in the name of commercial competition were common. To counter such threats, hiring ninja for protection was the natural course of action. In this competitive cycle, the commerce of the shinobi world felt uncomfortably realistic: just eliminate your competitors. Interesting. Link stared at the scroll and suddenly recalled his first B-rank mission, which involved rescuing a Kanoichi pursued by Hidden Rain Village shinobi. Looking up, he met Nara Inshui's gaze. The Jonin said nothing, though his expression seemed to convey more than words ever could. I heard the Kazekage from the Hidden Sand Village can create gold, right? Iris asked curiously. Why would they even want a gold mine? The Kazekage's ability to manipulate gold dust was no secret, often used in trade with other nations. In fact, the Hidden Sand Village deliberately allowed such rumors to spread, showcasing their wealth and power. Even a seasoned genin would have heard of it. First of all, the 4th Kazekage doesn't create gold. Nara Inshui corrected. His technique for collecting gold dust was impressive but far from true alchemy. Otherwise, the Hidden Sand Village wouldn't still be struggling financially. Secondly, the more gold they can sell, the less they want gold mines falling into someone else's hands. His words carried a deeper meaning, though he didn't elaborate. Instead, he said, "They're here." A convoy of wagons approached the open gates. Nara Inshui jumped down to speak briefly with a samurai-like man at the front before signaling his 3 subordinates to follow. The transportation in the shinobi world was odd, to say the least. Despite the existence of bicycles, cars in certain areas, railways, and even advanced trains in the future, Not to mention ships, sailboats, and steamships. Wealthy individuals still used sedan chairs carried by people, and merchants relied on horse-drawn wagons for travel and transport. It was bafflingly inconsistent. A technological paradox. Link directed Iris and Ami to take positions on either side of the convoy while he brought up the rear. Watching the slow-moving wagons, he couldn't help but sigh at this utterly unscientific technological tree. No wonder it would take 2 months, the pace was painfully slow. Chapter 45, 9 Nighttime, a town on the border of the Land of Fire. A certain in whoosh the late autumn wind howled, masking the faint sound of footsteps landing lightly on the rooftop. 4 shinobi appeared silently atop the building. They wore brown, streamlined jumpsuits with dark blue half-body armor, distinctive respirators, and headbands marked with the symbol of the Hidden Rain Village, which glimmered faintly under the dim moonlight. The leader gestured, and the 4 split up, infiltrating the inn from different angles. None of them noticed the small, pitch-black shadow pressed tightly against the rooftop, blending seamlessly with the interplay of light and shadow. One of the long-haired shinobi scaled the wall and reached a window on the inn's top floor. Pressing his hand lightly against the glass, he pushed it open and slipped inside without making a sound. But as soon as his foot touched the floor, he saw a short Hidden Leaf Village shinobi standing at a distance, glaring coldly at him. A brat from Hidden Leaf Village, he instinctively began forming hand seals, only to hear the sound of something slicing through the air from behind. A shadow clone? Or, the long-haired shinobi raised his kunai to block the attack, his seasoned combat instincts allowing him to pinpoint the strike's origin from the sound. He effortlessly parried the attack coming from behind, noting from its height that it likely matched the stature of the short Hidden Leaf Village shinobi before him. If that's the case, attacking the original should suffice. Gathering chakra, he lunged toward the short Hidden Leaf Village shinobi with his kunai in hand. Shing the small shinobi snapped his fingers, and 4 fingers transformed into senbon, piercing the air toward him. The long-haired shinobi swung his kunai repeatedly, deflecting the projectiles, which were average in speed and power. A strange technique, but lacking strength, though unscathed. The slight pause in his movement filled him with unease as the short Hidden Leaf Village shinobi charged at him. Changing direction mid-dash was difficult for both parties. If a clash was unavoidable, it was better to strike first. He reversed his grip on the kunai, slashing at the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi's neck. Being an adult, his reach was naturally, his opponent's head fell off. The head and neck tumbled to the ground, leaving only the body holding the kunai to collide with him. Shocked, he instinctively shifted his body, using his arm to block the attack. Thud. The kunai pierced his arm. Ignoring the pain, he kicked the headless body away, but before he could recover, bang. The headless body dispersed into white smoke, and the sound of 2 kunai cutting through the air came from behind. I'm done for, thud. X2 his final thought flickered as the kunai brutally stabbed his abdomen and the back of his neck. The searing pain exceeded his threshold, plunging him into darkness. Thud. 1 down. Link released the kunai, pushing the bloodied corpse off his back. He expressionlessly pulled out another kunai and left the room. His shadow had returned to its 2-dimensional form, slipping through walls and rooms to scout the hallway. He followed closely, quickly arriving at another battle scene. Bang. A Hidden Rain Village shinobi was sent flying into a wall by Iris's kick. Ami emerged from the shadows, driving her kunai into the shinobi's temple, twisting it before pulling it out. Seeing Link arrive, Iris held up 2 fingers. 4 enemies. 3 down, 1 likely headed straight for the merchant's room. Link nodded without a word, motioning for them to remain vigilant before leaving. The hallway floor was littered with bodies, those of both Hidden Rain Village shinobi and the convoy's guards. For the shinobi, killing a few samurai or ronin was child's play. Reaching the hallway outside the merchant's room, Link found the convoy leader, a samurai, leaning against the wall clutching his bleeding abdomen. Nearby, 3 samurai corpses lay on the ground, bristling with senbon. Nara in Shuai was securing a scroll in its holder, while the beheaded corpse of the Hidden Rain Village leader lay at his feet. The 3 exchanged glances without speaking. In the oppressive silence, they returned to their positions as the surviving samurai began cleaning up the battlefield. This wasn't their first assassination attempt. Leaning against a wall, Link closed his eyes to recover his stamina and calm his mind, reviewing the earlier battle. There wasn't much to review. Against ordinary shinobi with no trump cards, he could easily achieve instant kills. Even his weakest skill, taijutsu, became overwhelming with his shadow techniques. A 2-on-1 fight alongside his shadow was something even average Geinin or Chunin couldn't handle. As for why he didn't summon substitute, use shadow clones to weaken the enemy, or call upon his earth-style techniques, there was no need. Shinobi battles heavily relied on information. For him, the fewer techniques he exposed, the better. He had 9 different ways to kill an opponent, 9. But when it came to real combat, Simplicity, directness, and minimizing intel leakage were paramount. As the convoy neared the border of the Land of Rivers, they had already faced 3 attacks, one by a group of Ronin, one by defectors from the Hidden Grass Village, and this latest assault by Hidden Rain Village shinobi. The first 2 incidents were handled entirely by Iris and Emmy without requiring intervention from him or Nara and Shui. Would stronger enemies await them in the Land of Rivers? Link didn't know, but he suspected the coming days would leave little time for rest. Stationed at his designated post until dawn, he took a soldier pill and prepared to depart. By morning, the corpses and bloodstains in the inn had been cleaned up, leaving little trace of the previous night's carnage. Still, a faint metallic scent of blood lingered in the air. While the shinobi and samurai handled the killing, the convoy's civilians were tasked with cleanup and tending to the merchant. After reuniting with Emmy, Iris, and Nara in Shui, they prepared to leave, only to witness the overweight merchant berating the pale-faced samurai leader, "You idiot." Even though the man had risked his life to protect him, the merchant's only complaint was that the noise last night had disrupted his sleep. 2 scantily clad women exited the merchant's room as he ranted. Link watched coldly, while Iris clenched his fists in frustration, his indignation barely contained. Emmy stopped him, saying nothing but casting a furious glare at the merchant. Nara and Shui ignored the scene, signaling his team to follow the merchant and his guards out of the inn. This was the way of their world. Shinobi, who wielded the strongest power, saw themselves as tools, perpetuating a cycle of morally ambiguous violence under the shinobi system. Chapter 46, Rainy Night. In the following days, everything was unexpectedly quiet. Link had expected attacks to increase after entering the Land of Rivers, but to his surprise, several days passed without incident. The convoy safely reached its destination, a bustling town. The streets were lively, crowded with people and filled with the constant noise of vendors calling out their wares. Many passers-by wore straw hats. Is it because we're close to the Land of Rain? There must be a lot of Hidden Rain Village people here. Link scanned the pedestrians near the convoy, diligently fulfilling his role as a bodyguard. Don't be so tense, Nara and Shui said casually. A B-rank mission like this is already more than halfway done once we've reached the city. No one would attempt an assassination in broad daylight here. That would break the rules. While the wealthy and powerful might tolerate covert assassinations, they wouldn't condone blatant disruptions to public order. Despite its flaws, the Land of Rivers was a resource-rich nation, and other countries would at least show it some respect. The convoy passed through the bustling streets and soon checked into an inn. As usual, Link patrolled the area with Iris and Ami to ensure safety. During their rounds, he suddenly felt the sensation of being watched and turned his head. It was a Kanoyachi from the Hidden Sand Village. She had a pretty face, short blonde hair tied into 4 small braids, and wore a light purple long-sleeved, tight-fitting dress over a mesh bodysuit. A large fan was strapped to her back. Her height was about 155 centimeters. Link, ever sensitive to height, quickly assessed her exact stature. Their gazes briefly met before they each looked away. That outfit, and a Hidden Sand Village Kanoyachi. Is that Temari? He speculated. If the target really was Temari, it likely meant the Hidden Sand Village had sent Baki as the Jonin to secure the gold mine, the same elite Jonin who, with one move, nearly killed the protagonist, Naruto. If a fight breaks out, Link began planning countermeasures. As a reincarnator, he had memorized detailed information about notable characters, ensuring he wouldn't fall victim to a first encounter. Armed with foreknowledge, he could simulate potential battles. Clearly, the Hidden Sand Village placed great importance on the gold mine. Moreover, by this time, the Hidden Sand Village would have already set the Hidden Leaf Village crush plan into motion. Both Temari and Kankuro were canonically held back from promotion, waiting to participate in the Chunin exams at Hidden Leaf Village as part of the scheme. Even though the Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Leaf Village were still allies at this point, vigilance was essential. After completing a patrol around the inn, Link regrouped with his teammates at the agreed time. It was then he learned that not only had the Hidden Sand Village arrived, but the Hidden Rain Village had as well. The officials of the Land of Rivers had assigned merchants from the 3 nations to inns adjacent to each other, explaining their presence. The trio reported their findings to Nara and Shui, who was guarding the Land of Fire merchant. I understand. Nara and Shui acknowledged. Everyone will need to be extra vigilant tonight. That night, moonless, rainy, and windy perhaps due to their proximity to the Land of Rain, a light drizzle began after nightfall. Drip, drip, drip. Rainwater dripped continuously, forming ripples in the puddles below. Leaning against a wall, waiting silently, Link suddenly straightened up. He felt a noticeable drain in his stamina. This signaled that his shadow had detected something unusual and shifted from its 2-dimensional state to 3-dimensional, consuming more energy to alert him. Gathering chakra, forming seals, and releasing shadow clone jutsu. Link gripped a kunai, opened a window, and climbed onto the rooftop. His shadow clone stood at the edge, staring at the neighboring inn. It was the one housing the Hidden Rain Village merchants and Hidden Rain Village shinobi. From the rooftop, he couldn't discern exactly what was happening, but the faint scent of blood, diluted by the rain, reached his nose. Looking down, he noticed the water flowing from the inn's drainage system had turned dark red. Something happened. Link didn't rush over but heightened his vigilance. If Hidden Rain Village shinobi were being killed, it had nothing to do with him. However, he had to consider the possibility that the culprit might target his group next. Crash. A window shattered, and a Hidden Rain Village shinobi wearing a respirator was thrown out, landing in the street below. His face was pale, and a gaping wound the size of a bowl pierced his chest and back. Moments later, his lifeless body lay still. Link's gaze shifted to the broken window. In the dim light, he saw the assailant, a man wearing a straw hat, with a Hidden Rain Village headband hanging around his neck. Unlike typical Hidden Rain Village shinobi, he lacked a respirator and had a knife scar on his right cheek. Noticing Link, the man smirked provocatively. A rogue ninja. No, Link stood motionless, observing the scene calmly. Meanwhile, his shadow quietly crept through the rain, moving beneath the inn, ready to strike at a moment's notice. In a four-person team, Nara Inshui, the Jonin, was responsible for the core protection role and wouldn't leave the merchant's side. Among the remaining three, Link, as a Chunin, was tasked with decision-making and tactical leadership. Even as a body hit the ground, its fall masked by the rain, Link trusted that Iris and Emmy, stationed below, had heard it. Despite the provocation, he refrained from any aggressive action. For the mission's sake, he couldn't afford unnecessary conflict. Raindrops fell from his sleeves as Link stood still, like a statue. From his vantage point, he quietly watched the supposed rogue shinobi slaughter the entire inn's occupants before retreating without haste. Only when the group of shinobi disappeared into the distance did Link withdraw his gaze, re-enter the inn, dismiss his shadow clone, and return to his post despite his wet clothes. The next morning, the Land of Fire merchant headed to the gold mine auction site, with Link, still in damp clothes, trailing behind. Well done. Nara Inshui said, deliberately falling back a few steps to walk beside Link, though not shoulder to shoulder for obvious reasons. He didn't hold back his praise before rejoining the group. Could a Jonin miss what happened at the neighboring inn? Absolutely not. In fact, he had probably noticed it earlier than Link. Link felt a flicker of pride. So far, his performance as a Chunin promoted under exceptional circumstances had been satisfactory, earning a compliment from a Jonin. Still, the Hidden Rain Village shinobi without respirators lingered in his thoughts. According to the timeline, the Hidden Rain Village was still embroiled in internal conflict. Hanzo of the Salamander should still be alive, given that Hidden Rain Village ninjas during the Chunin exams were shown wearing respirators. This meant the rogue shinobi from last night were likely associated with the Akatsuki. Would the Akatsuki ignore the gold mine? Unlikely. Chapter 47, Simple Solution. Outside the auction venue, the merchants vying for the gold mine had already entered the venue, leaving a crowd gathered outside, some standing, others squatting. The crowd consisted of shinobi, samurai, and rough-looking individuals armed with deadly weapons. There were many people present, as the gold mine attracted not only merchants from the Land of Fire, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Rain, but also those from smaller regions and nations hoping for a lucky break. Local merchants from the Land of Rivers were plentiful as well, accompanied by a variety of bodyguards. The scene outside was far livelier than inside. However, merchants from smaller regions were unlikely to risk engaging in assassination plots. Most of them hoped to win within the rules, letting money speak for itself. The weaker they were, the more they wanted everyone to follow the rules. "Boss, it feels like everyone's looking at us," Iris whispered cautiously. Due to the deaths of the Hidden Rain Village shinobi and merchants, the only shinobi from major villages remaining were from the Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Leaf Village. Naturally, they attracted the most attention. The Hidden Rain Village's reputation largely stemmed from Hanzo the Salamander, so the Hidden Sand Village shinobi appeared relatively normal, aside from the female ninja suspected to be Temari. Her massive iron fan made her seem particularly intimidating. On the other hand, the Hidden Leaf Village team. With the Jonin from both villages already inside the venue, the most eye-catching figure outside was Link, wearing the iconic green Chunin vest of Hidden Leaf Village. Why? Because he looked far too young, was completely unknown, and was, after all, just a Chunin. All of these points drew attention. Ha! I can't believe Hidden Leaf Village made a little brat like him a Chunin. Jeered a Ronin with a heavily tattooed chest, leaning on his long sword. Yeah, if our boss were there, he'd probably be a Jonin. Ha ha ha. The other Ronin laughed, their comments filled with mockery, dragging Hidden Leaf Village's reputation through the mud. The Land of Fire might be powerful, and Hidden Leaf Village prestigious, But in the land of rivers, where these men had no families or attachments, they lived only for fame and fortune. These were men with nothing to lose. Why hadn't they dared mock Nara and Shui earlier? Because they weren't looking for a fight. They simply wanted the bragging rights of provoking a Hidden Leaf village Chunin. If someone attacked in broad daylight, it would draw immediate backlash. The shinobi from major villages, bound by rules, were unlikely to retaliate. As for why they didn't pick on the Hidden Sand village shinobi, everyone knew Hidden Leaf village shinobi were softer and less likely to kill innocent people outside of missions or wars. Provoking the Hidden Sand village could easily result in death. The Ronin mocked Hidden Leaf village because they believed Hidden Leaf village's shinobi were easier targets, the type to endure insults without retaliation. In short, they were opportunistic cowards trying to smear Hidden Leaf village's reputation. Iris glared furiously, instinctively drawing a kunai. Clang. The sight of someone reaching for a weapon instantly heightened tensions. The crowd began drawing their own weapons in response, creating a chain reaction. This was a classic display of intimidation dynamics. Shinobi from major villages were strong, and their mere presence provoked fear and hostility. Any sign of aggression from them was bound to trigger unified opposition. The suspected Temari stood with her arms crossed nearby, watching the Hidden Leaf village trio with interest. A fight could easily escalate into a large-scale conflict, resulting in the auction's failure and the mission's collapse. Not fighting, however, would damage Hidden Leaf village's reputation and credibility. So, as a Chunin from Hidden Leaf village, what will you do? Her smirk grew wider. Boss. Emi, more perceptive of the situation, softly reminded Link of the stakes. Link turned a cold gaze toward the jeering Ronin. Unnoticed, his shadow had already crept behind the group, silently standing upright. Crack. The leader's head twisted a full 360 degrees, his long sword snatched from his grip by the shadow. Splat. Splat. The shadow, mirroring Link's physical strength, reflexes, and taijutsu skills, launched a surprise attack, killing the Ronin instantly. There were no screams, no struggle, just the dull thuds of bodies hitting the ground and the quiet flow of blood. The scent of blood slowly spread, and the atmosphere grew heavier. What terrified the crowd wasn't open combat, but the silent, lethal efficiency of the attack. The fact that the Hidden Leaf village shinobi could instantly eliminate several burly Ronin suggested they could likely do the same to most others present. Link retracted his gaze, calmly watching the auction venue. He neither threatened the crowd verbally nor offered explanations or reassurances. The majority of people lowered their weapons, silently raising their vigilance and plotting potential escape routes. Iris, clutching his kunai, flushed with excitement as his eyes swept over the previously hostile crowd, who now avoided his gaze entirely. Emi, meanwhile, looked at Link with admiration. His stature didn't matter, his strength, decisiveness, and execution spoke volumes. How had the great villages earned their reputations? Through bloodshed. Link silently reflected. Should good people always be the ones targeted? Ridiculous. He never considered himself a good person. Without the burden of moral obligations, no one could use them to manipulate him. Two choices? He'd rather eliminate the person forcing the decision. After all, he was a ninja, not a hero. Judging by the results, his approach was highly effective. The simpler and more direct, the better. The powerful elites might disregard samurai and shinobi as expendable tools, but who were these small-time thugs to dismiss ninjas so lightly? If a full brawl had broken out, Link was prepared to slaughter every hostile individual quickly and efficiently to prevent them from interfering with the auction. That was his simple, brutal solution. Chapter 48, Premonition. This is such a sorrowful world. Endless wars and conflicts had completely reshaped the worldview of everyone in this world. Faced with 3 wars that swept across the world in just 50 years, with such intensity that even children under the age of 10 from the 5 great nations were sent to the battlefield, the devastation was unimaginable. For smaller nations caught in these wars, the suffering was even worse. Yet, the people of the Naruto world did not reflect on their situation, did not protest, and no one attempted to pave a new path for their land. Everyone unanimously accepted it, accepted the slaughter devoid of order or humanity, and just as readily turned their blades toward others. It was as if all their actions were a direct rejection of the Sage of Six Paths ideals when he gifted chakra to humanity, to use chakra as a force to connect people, for love and peace. What? For love and peace, you want to connect with me? Sure, connect with my kunai first, then we'll talk. Link chuckled at the thought that popped into his head but soon felt a wave of sadness. When the Sage of Six Paths was alive, there was peace. After his death, the world fell into the Warring States period, where the average life expectancy of both shinobi and civilians dropped to around 30 years. The first Hokage, with his unparalleled strength, collaborated with Madara Uchiha to establish Hidden Leaf Village, inspiring other nations to follow suit. This ushered in a brief era of peace. But after his death, consecutive world wars erupted, with the intensity even greater due to the formation of large shinobi villages. In the future, Naruto and Sasuke would maintain peace and development through their unmatched power, using fear to keep the world in check. But shinobi are mortal. Even someone as strong as the Sage of Six Paths eventually died. After Naruto and Sasuke's deaths, would there be an even more catastrophic war? Looking at history, Link couldn't help but feel pessimistic. If the infinite Tsukahime weren't just a lie fabricated by Black Zetsu, perhaps it would be the best outcome for the Naruto world. How could a single shinobi, even one ruling the entire world, change the mindset of every person? The more powerful someone was, the more they could impose their version of peace, strengthening humanity's respect for strength and its inclination toward violence. In this world, where harming others for one's desires was neither shameful nor controversial but rather accepted as the norm, it was no wonder this society birthed so many psychopaths. By contrast, Hidden Leaf Village, with its many high morality shinobi upholding the will of fire, was often mocked as naive. The fleeting aggression Link had felt after killing the provocative Ronin quickly dissipated. I just need to live my life well. I don't need to be invincible or bend the world to my will. All I want is to live freely. As he reflected, the female Hidden Sand Village shinobi watching him from afar noticed the subtle expression of melancholy on his face and smirked. As expected, a naive brat from Hidden Leaf Village. But that technique earlier, it must belong to the Nara clan. 3 hours later Nara and Shuai emerged from the auction hall behind the grumbling Land of Fire merchant. He immediately noticed the strange looks directed at his 3 subordinates and glanced at the corpses of the dead Ronin, quickly piecing together what had happened. In Shuai-sensei, earlier. On the way back to the hotel, Iris enthusiastically recounted the incident, adding with excitement, "Boss, Link, was so cool earlier." Technically, bypassing their Chunin superior to report directly to a Jonin was frowned upon, which was why Ami stayed silent. But Iris, impulsive and thoughtless, had only wanted to boast about their leader's performance. Link, though more thoughtful, wasn't annoyed or angry. He knew his teammates well and wasn't surprised by their behavior. Nara and Shuai chuckled, patting Iris's head. "Pack up, we're preparing to return." Turning to Link, he added, "We failed to secure the purchase. The Hidden Sand Village bid too high, far beyond the mine's actual value." He shook his head. "It's not hard to understand. The more gold they produce, the more they can inflate its price." Due to its post-war decline, the Hidden Sand Village had seen its mission count plummet. Its harsh desert environment made it resource-poor, and the Land of Wind's budget cuts left it reliant on the sale of gold dust for survival. They were willing to outbid others, far exceeding the mine's actual value, because for them, the purchase carried strategic significance beyond the gold itself. "Does this mean we won't need to fight anymore?" Link couldn't help but ask. He'd been prepared for combat, only for things to end so anticlimactically. "No." Nara and Shuai said, shaking his head. "The Hidden Sand Village is our ally. Does that mean if the mine had gone to someone else, we'd resolve it through battle?" Link wondered. After all, the Hidden Rain Village represented the Land of Rain, which was also nominally allied with the Land of Fire, as were merchants from the Land of Grass and other regions. Link remained silent, nodding and deciding not to press further. Even in Hidden Leaf Village, the harsh reality of the Naruto world was that power ruled all. As weak as the Hidden Sand Village had become, it was still far stronger than villages like the Hidden Rain Village or Hidden Grass Village. Besides, this was just a B-rank mission. If they truly intended to turn against the Hidden Sand Village and seize the mine, it wouldn't remain a B-rank mission, it would escalate to an A-rank mission, or possibly even S-rank, given how important the mine was to the Hidden Sand Village. But since the dispute was limited to commercial negotiations between merchants, with no intent to use force, it was classified as a B-rank mission. In other words, the Land of Fire merchant was just here to show face and see if they could get lucky. No one seriously expected to win the mine. Realizing this, Link let it go. Come to think of it, these merchants are incredibly rich, spending tens of thousands of ryo just to make an appearance. Hiring shinobi alone cost 150,000 ryo, not to mention the samurai, attendants, and travel expenses, which likely added up to 200,000 to 300,000 ryo. Nara and Shuai said nothing further. As always, he stayed within 5 meters of the Land of Fire merchant, maintaining vigilance. Link and his teammates resumed their roles, though he couldn't shake the strange premonition that the matter of the mine wasn't truly over. The Akatsuki. They haven't acted yet. Chapter 49, Ambush in, 2nd floor, hallway. The Land of Fire merchant walked toward his room, a scowl on his face. His attendants and samurai led the way and surrounded him from behind, keeping him and Nara and Shuai protected in the center. In the chaotic Land of Rivers, it wouldn't be surprising if someone tried to assassinate a wealthy merchant. "Boss, I guess we've officially completed a B-rank mission." Iris seemed much more relaxed now that the auction had ended. He followed alongside Link with a cheerful smile. Emmy also couldn't help but smile. A B rank mission. It had been just over 6 months since she graduated, and now she had participated in and completed a B rank mission. Her first major goal in life, to gain experience, become a chunin next year, and transition to being a medical nin, was now solidly underway. She felt as though she had taken a crucial first step. Stay vigilant, Link said sternly, pouring cold water on their enthusiasm. His expression was serious, with no hint of joking. Why stay on guard? Even Inshui-sensei said the fighting was over. Iris wondered, but before he could finish the thought, his body was yanked backward. He watched in shock as fire burst forth from the hallway ahead, and a powerful explosion tore through the walls. Boom! The deafening noise left his ears ringing. Smoke filled the air, and broken, mangled corpses tumbled to the floor beside him. Explosive tags. Link released his grip on his 2 teammates and quickly formed seals, releasing Shadow Clone Jutsu plus Transformation Jutsu. Recovering from the shock, Iris scrambled to his feet, drew a kunai, and entered a combat stance, his face tense with nerves. Emmy stood back to back with Link, staring down the hallway where several Hidden Rain Village shinobi were approaching. Boss, we're surrounded. They're from Hidden Rain Village. So, Hidden Leaf Village brats, your luck has run out. The scarred man who had taunted Link on the rainy night stepped out of the smoke. His tone was full of disdain. Inshui-sensei should be fine. I saw him flicker the Land of Fire merchant out of danger. He's likely being held up elsewhere. Facing strong enemies while protecting a civilian is always tricky. Link quickly analyzed the situation, tightening his grip on his kunai. Finish this quickly. Then we'll assist Inshui-sensei. They not only needed to survive but also had to complete their mission. TCH, brat, don't. The scarred man's words were cut short as he heard a noise below him. His expression darkened, and he narrowly twisted his body with chakra to dodge. Only then did he see a pitch-black figure rise from the floor, its hand reaching toward a rather sensitive area. Too underhanded. Shing. Several shuriken flew through the air toward him. On the other side, Emmy, who had been specially trained, unleashed a large fireball, forcing the Hidden Rain Village shinobi in the rear to retreat. She and Iris then charged forward, engaging the attackers in close combat. Whoosh! Link followed closely behind his shuriken, kunai in hand, aiming directly for the scarred man. The man raised his forearm, deflecting the shuriken with his arm guard before pulling out a kunai for close quarters combat. Clang! As their kunai clashed, the scarred man felt confident. The Hidden Leaf Village brat might be arrogant, but his strength barely exceeded that of an average geinin. He was no match. Suddenly, Link's free arm transformed mid-motion into a long blade that pierced the man's neck. Splash! But instead of blood, the body dissolved into a puddle of water. A water clone, Link realized, just as a powerful kick struck his back, sending him flying into the rubble. Dust billowed around him as he hit the ground. The scarred man stood confidently, smirking as he glanced at the shadow on the ground. Surrender, brat. Surrender. Link had been expecting continuous attacks and was prepared to use shadow clones to mislead the enemy before counterattacking. His shadow was already positioned on the ground, but instead, he was met with this strange proposal. Would the Akatsuki even accept surrenders? He hesitated briefly, but his body moved instinctively. Turning to face his enemy, Link adopted a combat stance. The scarred man sneered. The technique that transformed his arm into a blade might have been unusual, but their earlier clash proved that the brat was just a slightly stronger than average geinin. As long as he avoided strange tricks, victory was assured. However, what happened next stunned him. The shadow stood up, and Link casually detached his legs, throwing them to the shadow. The shadow grabbed the legs, transforming them into 2 gleaming long swords and positioning itself in the hallway. Meanwhile, the real Link sat calmly in the rubble, forming hand seals. What am I looking at? The scarred man's face twisted into a mix of disbelief and discomfort. No matter how hardened a shinobi was, such a bizarre scene could still shake their nerves. Despite his unease, he acted decisively. He knew enough about Link's techniques to understand that letting him complete his jutsu would lead to trouble. He launched an attack. The first stand, before the scarred man could close the distance, Link completed his summoning. Lulililu, countless small, silver-white creatures emerged from Link's body, their writhing forms emitting eerie, unintelligible noises. The creatures resembled beans, with small holes suggesting eyes, mouths, and noses. Their mouths revealed rows of tiny, jagged teeth as they emitted their strange calls. Stand, Metallica, lucky. Link had expected to summon a weaker stand and spend time clearing out the lesser enemies before joining the main fight. Instead, he hit the jackpot on his first try. Clang. The shadow's twin swords created an impenetrable wall, deflecting a barrage of shuriken and kunai aimed to disrupt Link's focus. Just as the scarred man prepared to engage, the shadow suddenly dissolved, returning to the ground. Giving up already? The scarred man smirked, his voice dripping with mockery as Link stepped forward. But as he drew closer, the scarred man's confidence shattered. At such a short range, Link's stand Metallica manipulated the iron in the man's body, forming countless blades that tore through his throat, chest, and abdomen from the inside out. The blades clattered to the floor as the man collapsed, his flesh and organs falling in chunks. His vision darkened. How could this, Chapter 50, win 1 minute? No time to waste. Link paid no mind to whatever the scarred ninja might have been thinking. From the brief clash earlier, it was clear that this opponent wasn't even worthy of a name, a mere small fry. If not for the need to summon a suitable stand to swiftly eliminate all enemies and possibly assist in Nara Inshui's level of combat, he wouldn't have bothered with the effort. Without the stand, Link could have handled him easily. With that thought, he sprinted toward the melee, where Iris and Naomi were engaged in close combat. Noticing his approach, the two immediately retreated without hesitation. Both of them had witnessed the terror of Link's techniques in action. They didn't want to risk being killed accidentally by their own teammate. Whoosh! Seeing Link walking seemingly unguarded toward them, the Hidden Rain Village shinobis had no hesitation. They rushed in to kill him. In an instant, the hallway was filled with Hidden Rain Village shinobi within Link's 5-meter range. Slash! Sharp metal objects erupted from their bodies like blooming flowers, killing them instantly. They were all just small fry, after all. Link didn't bother sparing a glance at the corpses littering the hallway. Instead, he turned to his two panting teammates. Iris and Amy had grown significantly. At only 11 years old, they could now hold off nearly 10 Hidden Rain Village shinobi together. Though victory was beyond their grasp, they had managed to stall long enough, a feat far beyond the standard for Gainian. The three exchanged no words. With just a glance, they simultaneously broke into a nearby room and leaped out the window. Next door, the hotel housing the Hidden Sand Village shinobi and Land of Wind merchants was shrouded in smoke, clearly under attack as well. On a distant street corner, Nara Inshui was locked in combat with a middle-aged man wearing an Hidden Rain Village forehead protector. Several of the convoy's samurai were struggling to fend off two Hidden Rain Village shinobi, while the Land of Fire merchant cowered behind a cart, trembling violently. Hanzo of the Salamander? Or Akatsuki operatives? What are they thinking, launching such a blatant assassination? Link's mind raced with questions as he focused his chakra and sprinted toward the battlefield. Spotting an injured ally samurai, he unceremoniously kicked the man out of harm's way. There was no time for delicacy. Using his newly acquired stand for wide area iron manipulation was the simplest and most efficient method. Complex or precise operations would only waste energy. Slash. The two Hidden Rain Village ninjas met the same fate as their comrades, killed by the chaotic eruption of metal from within their bodies. The stand's power was terrifying for its first strike lethality. Without prior intel, opponents had little chance of surviving the initial attack. Crash. The Hidden Sand Village's hotel erupted in a violent gale, its upper floors disintegrating in an instant. Link glanced at the destruction but didn't pause, rushing toward the Jonin-level battle. The middle-aged Hidden Rain Village shinobi, seeing the three Hidden Leaf Village shinobi emerge and two of his comrades fall to bizarre deaths, immediately decided to retreat. Whoosh! Nara Inshui seized the opportunity, using his shadow sewing jutsu to disrupt the enemy's escape route. Then, forming seals, his shadow extended to capture the target. Shadow imitation jutsu, the technique's strength lay in its ability to forcibly control an opponent with sufficient chakra. However, it also restrained the user, making it a teamwork-dependent skill. Earlier, with too many enemies, Inshui had been unable to fully capitalize on it. Now, with allies nearby, he could go all out. As Link drew closer, the middle-aged shinobi, trapped by the shadow imitation jutsu, began frantically channeling chakra to break free. The shadow on the ground trembled violently. Sweat dripped down Nara Inshui's face. Both he and the enemy had been battling intensely, expending significant amounts of chakra. The shadow imitation jutsu was powerful but energy-intensive, especially against an opponent actively resisting. Fortunately, neither side had excessive reserves remaining. Suddenly, the Hidden Rain Village shinobi's expression turned desperate as black markings spread rapidly across his neck and body. His depleted stamina and chakra surged back to life, allowing him to break free of the shadow's grip. He turned to flee. That's... The sight sent a jolt through Link's mind, his emotions churning as if struck by lightning. Whoosh! Another shadow sewing jutsu briefly blocked the shinobi's path, but he had already entered Link's 10-meter range. The iron in his blood was forcibly extracted, causing him to stagger mid-sprint. Even so, The curse marks spreading across his skin allowed him to push through the extreme oxygen deprivation. He lunged toward Link, intent on killing him before escaping. Slash. Long needles pierced through his flesh and skin, freezing him in place. Yet even now, he refused to die. His muscles pushed back against the needles, bending and breaking them. He began to move again, albeit slowly. Whoosh. Nara in Shuai ended it with one final shadow sewing jutsu, severing the shinobi's head. Thud. The head hit the ground with a series of dull thumps.